The Last Widow by Karin Slaughter. Chapter 13. Monday, August 5th, 3:58 p.m. Will groaned as he climbed out of Bo Ragnarsson's truck. The aspirin had definitely worn off. His muscles were locking up. He glanced around, noting a few cars, some dog walkers, but the Albert Banks Park was experiencing an afternoon lull. Will nodded for Bo to lead the way. The man kept his head straight, hands in his pockets. Will did the same, following him across a strip of neatly cut grass. There were no tracking devices on either of them. Amanda hadn't suggested it, and Will would not have let her anyway. His bigger concern was that he might not be able to bluff his way through his backstory. Will's bona fides had him as an ex-soldier with an axe to grind. Will had used the identity before and learned the hard way that he wasn't up on any military lingo. He hadn't taken the time since then to study for the part. All he could do now was go for the quiet, menacing type. The quiet came naturally. The menacing had fallen into place the second Sarah had been taken. Will's face was still unshaven. His hands were cut up. He was wearing a baseball hat and dark sunglasses. His wrinkled gray suit was in his work locker. Will had changed into jeans and a black long-sleeve shirt that he normally wore to the gym. His biceps strained against the material. His running shoes were splattered with rusty red stripes that looked like dried blood. Paint. 2 months ago, he had remodeled his bathroom to surprise Sarah. Will hadn't realized until she'd pointed it out that the chocolate-colored walls made the small room feel even smaller. He'd put in a new vanity so she had a place to store her lady things. He'd painted the walls red to brighten the space. Then he'd painted over the red with 3 coats of light gray, because Sarah was surrounded by bloody crime scenes almost every day. She probably did not want to shower in one. Bo's hands were out of his pockets. He gave an audible sigh as he stepped off the paved path. He was pouting, which was irritating. He'd made it clear he didn't want to be here. Amanda had made it clear that he would end up dying in prison if he didn't help Will get into the IPA. How that was going to happen exactly was still up in the air. Bo sighed again as he turned toward the baseball diamond. Will shifted the duffel bag full of medications to his other hand. He clenched his fist. He told himself it would be a bad idea to punch Bo in the back of the neck if he sighed again. This was for Sarah. That alone was enough to unclench Will's fist. He had to convince Dash's flunky to make an introduction. Bo had mentioned a guy in a van who served as backup during the pill trades. Will assumed that the van driver was higher up the food chain. That was the guy he needed to meet. Dash was 4 men down. He was planning something big. He seemed to like to work with ex-law enforcement and military, and he would be actively recruiting. Will's first obstacle was convincing Dash's flunky to make a call to the driver. The second obstacle was making sure that the driver didn't shoot Will in the head. He looked around. No sign of a van. Bo took another turn, gave another sigh. Sweat dripped into Will's eyes. He was glad to have the dark glasses. The sun was pounding onto the top of his head. He wished that Faith was here. Her meeting was probably important, but he knew if shit went down, Faith would always have his back. He spotted the first undercover GBI agent sitting on a bench by the playground. A baby stroller was in front of her. She had her head down, her nose in a phone. Another agent was jogging on a paved path between the tennis courts and one of the baseball diamonds. A green station wagon was in the far parking lot, with a male and female agent who were playing the roles of married people who were not married to each other. There was a second chase car parked at a tavern down the street, and another parked at the water treatment plant. But to Will's thinking, none of this was going to work, because his gut was telling him that Bo was going to fuck him over. Was his gut right? He wasn't getting the bad feeling off the pitiful sighs or the Charlie Brown drag of Bo's feet across the grass. It was because the man was a junkie, and all junkies cared about was getting high. Amanda had let Bo keep a handful of pills in his pocket, but Bo had started tossing them back like chiclets before they'd left the building. The special ops soldier could do the math as well as Will. Eventually, the pills would run out, and by the time that happened, Bo could be on the wrong side of a jail cell. Will tried to think like Bo was thinking. There were 3 ways the man could get out of this situation. He could send a signal to Dash's flunky that Will was a cop. The flunky would shoot Will. End of story. Door number 2, Bo could make a run for it. He wouldn't get far, but he didn't know that. The third option was the most troubling. Bo was a highly trained combat soldier. His brain didn't have to be fully functioning for his muscles to remember how to kill a man. Will's folding knife was in his pocket, but he still wasn't good with it. His Sig Sauer was held to the small of his back by an inside-the-waistband holster. He was a very fast draw, but not with a broken neck.
This way.
Bo walked along the pie-shaped fence lining the ball field. He looked at his watch. So Will looked at his watch. 3:58 p.m. They were supposed to meet the flunky at 4. There was no going back now. Whatever Bo was planning, it wouldn't be improvised. He had clearly already made up his mind. He seemed thoughtful, almost contemplative, as he let his hand brush against the chain-link fence. Will's gut sent up another warning flare. When faced with danger, some guys hype themselves up, pounding their chests, screaming for blood, blinding themselves with so much adrenaline that they ran straight into the bullets. Then there was the other kind of guy, the one who knew the only way to survive the hell that was about to rain down was to lull himself into a trance. Bo was that second kind of guy. The transformation was obvious. This wasn't the pills. His training had taken over. His breathing had slowed. He'd stopped fidgeting and sighing. He oozed zen like a Buddhist monk. Will recognized the signs because he was experiencing them too.
This is a spot.
Bo climbed the bleachers to the 3rd row and sat down. He looked at his watch.
Might as well park it, bro. He's not always on time.
Where's the van?
Fuck if I know.
Bo stretched out his legs.
These guys aren't stupid. He's not going to drive up and show you his face. That's what the flunky's for.
Will tossed the duffel bag onto the seat between them. He sat down. He looked out at the baseball diamond. The fence was nice, covered in black vinyl. The park felt foreign to Will, who'd always lived in the city. No needles or junkies or homeless people. Just women wearing Gucci as they walked their well-groomed dogs. Will had already studied an aerial map of the 23-acre green space. The entire undercover team had spent hours strategizing, proposing alternate routes and scenarios, discussing the best places to park the cars and station the female agents. 12 lighted tennis courts, 3 baseball fields, a rubberized ball field, a tennis center, a large picnic pavilion. Will worked to get his bearings. He had never been good with left and right, but he knew that they were sitting beside home plate on the diamond that was farthest from the main road. The clay tennis courts were behind him, which meant that the elementary school's football field was on the other side of the woods. The school was a no-go zone for obvious reasons. The last bell had rung an hour ago, but there were after-school activities that put at least 100 kids and a handful of teachers and administrators in the building. Technically, Dash's flunky could approach from that direction. Bo had told them the man would park in the nearby lot, but Bo was a junky liar. Here was the problem. If push came to shove, Will couldn't chase the flunky into the schoolyard with his gun. The cover agents couldn't risk parking a chase car in the lot without alerting school security, and school security would not be happy to hear that the GBI was conducting a covert operation on their premises. They would be especially pissed off if they found out it was taking place in a public park. Will was desperate to find Sarah, but neither one of them could forgive him if he accidentally hurt a child. Bo said,
Dude, you look like you're in some pain.
Will shrugged, as if his joints were not lined with concrete.
Bro, say the word. I can perk you up, no problem.
Bo reached into his pocket. He offered Will a round white tablet. Will considered accepting the pill. He wouldn't take it, but it would be a good idea to try to get Bo on his side. It was hard to kill a man if you knew him. Rejecting the offer could be seen as yet another reminder that Will was a cop, and the cops were the ones who had him by the short hairs.
Your loss.
Bo popped the pill into his mouth. He swallowed. He grinned. Will stared at the field. He could hear the thonk of a heated tennis game on the courts behind him. His head turned when he heard the flicker of a lighter. A cigarette dangled from Bo's mouth. Will told him,
Put that out.
Bo squinted past the smoke.
Relax, bro.
Will punched him in the ear. Bo's arm shot out as he struggled to stay upright. The cigarette dropped from his lips. He cursed, touching his fingers to his ear, checking for blood.
Jesus, bro. You need to chill.
I'm not your bro,
Will said. Another fantastic reminder that they were not on the same side.
Don't do another goddamn thing that makes me think you're trying to signal Dash's man.
Just chill, all right? It wasn't a sign.
Bo used the toe of his boot to stamp out the cigarette. He leaned back against the bleachers. The long sigh he gave could have come out of a foghorn. Will looked down at his hand. Bo's ear had reopened the skin. He rolled his wrist, making the blood slide across his palm the same way he used to play with caterpillars when he was a boy. One of the first times Will was inside of Sarah's apartment, his hands were bleeding. Will had gone off on a really terrible human being, which was understandable, but also not the kind of cop Will wanted to be. Sarah had guided him to the couch. She'd brought over a bowl of warm water. She'd cleaned his wounds, bandaged the cuts, and told him that doing bad things was a habit that you could either give into or try to break. Will wiped his hand on his jeans. He no longer cared what kind of cop he was going to be. He was the man who was going to bring Sarah home to her family.
That's him,
Bo said. Dash's flunky was in the parking lot, exactly where Bo had said he would be. He was getting out of a blue four-door sedan. Still no sign of the van. The flunky traversed the lot with a rolling gait. He rounded the fence at the back of the field. Short dark hair, white polo shirt, khaki cargo shorts, and white sneakers. He was early 20s, probably a former high school baseball player, judging by his keen interest in the ball field. He wore a backward baseball cap. His sunglasses wrapped around his face. A blue canvas backpack was slung over his shoulder. He looked like a frat boy in search of a kegger. Will asked,
You recognize him from before?
Nah, man, they all look like that.
Bo stood up. He walked down to the fence. He shoved his hands into his pockets. He waited. Will left the duffel on the bleachers and joined Bo by the fence. He looked at the scuffed home plate. He counted down a few seconds. He looked up at the kid. The flunky was playing it cool, taking his time. Bo had already told Will what usually happened. The flunky walked behind him and traded out the contents of the duffel bag for the contents of his backpack. Then he kept on walking around the field and got into his car. Real James Bond spycraft. This time, Bo was supposed to stop the flunky for a conversation. He was going to introduce Will as an old army buddy. He was going to say they needed to talk to Dash. The flunky was going to call the guy in the van instead. Will was going to work some as-yet-to-be-determined magic and wrangle an invitation to meet the leader. Only, the flunky didn't seem interested in playing his part. He had stopped 20 yards away from them. Will could almost hear the gears clicking in the kid's head. He had been told there would be one man near the bleachers. There were 2 men near the bleachers. Should he still make the exchange? The flunky looked back at his car, checked the parking lot, checked the woods. He looked at the tennis courts. He looked up at the sky for drones. Finally, the flunky returned his attention to Bo and Will. His hand went into his pocket. He tapped the screen on his phone and put it to his ear. Will asked Bo,
What's he doing?
Ordering a pizza.
Bo had his hands out of his pockets, hanging loose at his sides. Ready to fight? Ready to run? Ready to signal? Will looked again for the van. He saw nothing, just the agents who were waiting to spring into action. Unless they were time travelers, none of them could reach him soon enough to do anything but call the coroner. Will tried to peer casual as he reached behind him. His fingers wrapped around the Sig Sauer P365. The gun was a micro-compact, designed for concealed carry, but held 10 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. Most cops trained on their service weapon. Will had spent hours at the firing range with the Sig. He was just as accurate with one as the other. The stock was short, but the purchase was like a glove. He could draw the weapon and fire in under 1 second. The flunky ended his call. Will guessed he was still debating. Go or stay? Follow orders or take the consequences? He was skinny, this kid, with gangly arms and legs that were accustomed to lifting dumbbells and swinging bats, not fighting off 2 grown men or running for his life. He resumed his long walk toward the bleachers. He was trying to act normal, but his hand had gone into his pocket, and he might as well have dangled a sign down from his balls that said, "Gun."
"Sup?"
He lifted his chin at Will, because he assumed that Will was in charge. Bo said,
"Tell Dash we need to talk."
The flunky clearly didn't want to work with another flunky. He asked Will,
"Everything good, bro?" "He's not your contact, Dick Slap."
Bo thumped the flunky's chest.
"Tell Dash I want more money."
"For what?"
"For fucking your mother."
Will was 2 seconds ahead of what happened next. The flunky started to pull his gun out of his shorts. Bo's hands were already up, because he was in the prediction business too. He was prepared to take the gun and turn it on the flunky. Except the flunky's shorts were too baggy. What was it with these guys stashing their guns in their pockets? He should have holstered the weapon, or stuck it inside the backpack, or maybe the idiot should have just paid attention to his surroundings, because he had no idea what was coming until Will kicked the ever-loving shit out of his knee. The crack was like a bat hitting a baseball. The kid dropped to the ground.
"Fuck!"
he screamed. He was rolling on his side, clutching his knee. He was clearly more concerned about the blood than the damaged cartilage. Understandable, because he wouldn't really get that cartilage was important until he heard it from an orthopedic surgeon in 20 years.
"Good one, bro."
Bo was nodding his approval. He had the gun in his hand, a Glock 19, but not Will's Glock 19. He wasn't pointing it at Will, so Will let him keep it. Will told the flunky,
"Call your boss."
"I don't..."
The pain caught his breath.
"Fuck, man! Is my kneecap supposed to move around like this? Like you popped it off a can of Denny Moore?"
Bo was laughing.
"No, bro. That's some bad shit." "Fuck!"
Will dug around in the kid's pocket until he found the phone. He pulled up the last dialed number. There was an initial beside it, the letter G. Will tapped the call button. There was no hello, just,
"Kevin, what the hell? I told you to get it done. We need those pills. This is an infantry-level operation."
Will had to swallow before he could speak. Did the voice on the end of the line belong to Dash? He sounded irritated, the way you'd be if your kid dinged your car. Will said,
"It's not Kevin. Bo told me you were down a few men. I served with him in the sandpit, worked CSR.
Combat Search and Rescue. Will asked,
You interested or not?"
The man was quiet, thinking. Then he let out a long stream of air. Not a sigh, but an indication of deepening frustration. This is the last shit I need today, kind of sigh. He said,
"Put Bo in the horn."
Will gave Bo a hard look of warning before passing over the phone. Bo shoved the Glock into his waistband. He was still smiling. Will couldn't tell if he was high from the pills or relishing the sudden violence.
"It's me,"
he said into the phone.
"Yeah, I'm an asshole. Yeah, I get that."
He looked at Will, eyebrows up like he was getting ragged by the teacher.
"Yeah, I know, but..."
He shook his head.
"Listen, Gerald, I didn't..."
He stopped again.
"Motherfucker, will you shut up a minute so I can tell you?"
Gerald. Will's lips parted. He let out his own frustrated breath. Then he told himself that Kevin was a flunky and Gerald was his boss, which meant the guy above Gerald could be Dash. Bo laughed into the phone. He told Gerald,
Dash said he'd take care of me if I could find him a couple of solid guys.
He smirked at Will, acknowledging that this wasn't information he'd shared with Amanda.
His name is Jack Wolf. Airborne. Tough as shit. My word should be enough to vouch for him, and if it's not, you can suck my fat dick.
Bo was grinning when he handed Will the phone. Will wanted to beat him with it. Instead, he got back on the line, telling Gerald,
It's me.
Wolf.
Gerald paused, then asked,
How long you been out, son?
He didn't sound old enough to be calling Will son.
Long enough to know it was all a bunch of bullshit.
Bo laughed. Gerald had gone quiet again. He was thinking. Again. Will did his own thinking. Bo was not acting right. He was too amped up, bouncing on his toes. There was nothing Will could do about him. Bo was going to do what Bo was going to do. Kevin was another matter. If Gerald said no deal, Will still had the flunky. He would shove his cig into the kid's mouth and put his finger on the trigger if he had to. Gerald said,
I'll call you back.
Will heard the line go dead. He clocked the time. 4:03 p.m. If Gerald took more than 2 minutes, then he was making his way up the chain of command. If he took less than 2 minutes, he was calling Dash directly. The latter scenario would put Gerald as Dash's right-hand man. Will pocketed the phone. He reached down to Kevin and grabbed the backpack.
What the fuck?
Kevin complained. Will motioned for Bo to walk with him to the bleachers. His hands were sweating. Every part of him wanted to stare at the phone until it rang, and he found out whether or not he was one step closer to finding Sarah, or one step toward pounding Kevin into the ground.
Dude, Kevin said. Come on, give me that.
Shut up.
Will unzipped the backpack. He pretended to examine the bricks of cash while he mumbled to Bo.
Dash told you to bring him a couple of guys, huh?
Bo's mouth smirked up another notch. Will said,
I'm thinking a guy like Dash doesn't trust many people, but he trusts you, which means you lied about how well you know him.
Bo tucked his hands into his pockets. He wasn't looking for a fight. He just wanted to fuck with Will. He said,
Gotta keep some cards hidden up my sleeve, right, bro?
Will told him,
Start thinking about where to hide things when the guards tell you to grab your ankles and cough.
Bo laughed.
Do I look like I'm joking?
Will counted the money. There was at least 30 grand in the backpack.
You pull that shit again.
Will's threat was cut off by the phone ringing. 4:04 p.m. He felt like he was going to throw up, but he let 2 more rings go by before answering.
Yeah?
Gerald said,
All right, Wolf. You can thank your buddy for vouching for you. Captain Ragnarson's word goes a long way with the boss.
Will opened his mouth and pulled in some air.
How much?
I can give you 10 grand for a small job I got going tonight. Little tryout to see if you're the real deal.
Will made himself silently count to 5.
How small?
Not a lot of risk. In and out. We've done it before. There's a guy on the inside.
There's always a risk,
Will said. In the silence, he counted off to 5 again. 10 grand was killing money. Or these guys had no idea what the street value was for a hired thug. He pressed,
15,000.
Deal,
Gerald said, which meant that Will should have asked for 20.
Hand the phone to Kevin.
Will worked to hide his elation as he gave Kevin the phone. He was in. He was on the very edge, but he was in.
Yes, sir,
Kevin told Gerald. The whininess had drained from his voice.
Yeah, I know where that is. I can meet him there in 15 or 20. Okay, but...
The call was ended. Kevin slid the phone into his pocket. He told Will,
Help me up, Slender Man.
Will grabbed his arm and lifted him up like a rag doll.
Damn, that hurts.
Kevin limped to the bleachers. Blood had pooled into his shoe. White showed at the tip of his kneecap. He fell onto the seat. He unzipped the duffel. There had been no way to hide a GPS tracker inside the medications. Bo had been very specific about how everything was supposed to be prepared. The pills had been transferred to labeled Ziploc bags. The ointments and creams were out of the boxes, wrapped together with rubber bands, and still sealed. Kevin exchanged the stacks of money from his backpack for the contents of the duffel. He said,
I need your phones and your IDs.
Fuck you,
Bo said. Kevin shrugged.
You vouch for him. Gerald said either you and Wolf go together, or nobody goes.
We'll both go.
Will tossed his wallet onto the bleachers.
I don't carry a phone. I'm not going to let the government track me.
No problem,
Kevin said.
I feel you, bro.
Will's wallet had opened on the seat. The driver's license and credit card were in his fake name, Jack Phineas Wolf. Unless the IPA had access to the Pentagon servers, Wolf's military service, a restraining order, and 2 DUIs would clear any background check. Will told Bo,
Come on, bro. Let's do this.
This is fucked up.
Bo started shaking his head, but he added his wallet and phone to the stash. Will studied his face. Nothing about Bo felt right. He had capitulated too easily. Even high as a kite, he had managed to arm himself with the Glock. Will hadn't heard Gerald's side of the conversation with Bo. For that matter, he didn't know what Gerald had told Kevin. Will's guts started screaming like a banshee. He told Kevin,
We'll follow you in the truck.
You're not going with me. Gerald is in charge of the missions. Either one of you got outstanding warrants in North Carolina?
North Carolina? Will asked,
Who's taking us to Gerald?
Hold your horses.
Kevin transferred the wallets and Bo's phone into his backpack.
He'll send us the location.
Will fought the urge to look anywhere but the parking lot. Bo had told them that Dash sent a new flunky for every meetup, but Bo hadn't described the guy in the van. He obviously knew Gerald. He had lied about his relationship with Dash. Will had to think that both Bo and Gerald knew every single way out of this park, and neither of them would be worried about the kids at the school next door. Bo asked Kevin,
What about my money? Give me the keys to your truck. I'll put it under the seat.
Bo capitulated again. He tossed Kevin the keys. His hands were loose at his sides. He was zen again, ready to jump this thing off. Kevin's phone chirped. Will could see a pin on a map. Gerald had sent him a location.
That-a-way.
Kevin pointed in exactly the direction Will thought he would, toward the woods.
When you get to the center of the field, take a right into the woods again. Go past the nursing home. A black van will meet you at the end of the driveway.
Bo asked,
What field?
He hadn't studied the aerial map. He hadn't worked for hours with a team of highly trained undercover agents who were searching for the best positions to monitor every single route in and out of the park. All of the routes but one.
The football field,
Kevin said.
It runs along the back of the elementary school.
Will sat in the back of the packed van, sweating so hard that he felt like he was boiling in a pot of water. The windows were painted black. A partition separated the cab from the rear. The dome light was on, but the bulb was so weak that Will could only see outlines of his fellow passengers. One measly vent in the ceiling shot out a cool stream of air conditioning, but it was over 100 degrees outside, and they were in an aluminum box, so no amount of air was going to keep them from baking. They'd gone through the Gatorade in the cooler within the first 2 hours. Will looked at his watch. 7:42 p.m. Over 3 hours of transit time. They could be deep into North Carolina by now. Or Kevin could be a more convincing liar than Will had guessed, and they could be in Alabama or Tennessee. Bo grunted in his sleep. His shoulder was jammed into Will's. His head had dropped down. He was snoring. 4 young men were crammed together on the other side of the van. Their sweat smelled like raccoon musk, if raccoons wore Axe body spray. No introductions had been made when Gerald told them to climb into the van. Will found the kids so similar that he thought of them as 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each young man had a sidearm on his hip. They were all no more than 18, all dressed in black, and their expressions kept ricocheting between boredom and terror. They must have been exhausted from keeping their knees tucked up to their chins. They were clearly scared that their feet or legs would accidentally brush the wrong person in the wrong way. Bo was that wrong person. Will was that wrong person. The two of them together took up as much space as 1 through 4. There was a kind of electricity coming off the kids. The quick glances they kept giving across the van, the nods they exchanged between themselves. Will could only describe it as a kind of awe. These kids were looking at genuine war heroes. They were going to do a mission alongside real soldiers. They had guns on their belts. They had dressed for the part. They were clearly eager to start the mission. Which made Will very worried. He assumed the fanboys would probably know more about the Army than he did. Every branch had its own lingo. All it took was one wrong phrase, and Will would find himself on his knees with a gun pressed to his head. Gerald was clearly not convinced of Jack Wolf's usefulness, but Will had to think that being 4 men down had made Dash desperate for qualified fighters. Still, Gerald had appraised Will like he was a side of beef. He'd clocked the Sig Sauer at Will's back. He'd taken Bo aside and rapid-fired some questions. If Bo was going to rat out Will, he was waiting for the right moment. Gerald had seemed satisfied with the answers he'd been given. He'd nodded once, and the young man Will thought of as 4 had scanned Will with a wand. He was searching for a signal from a GPS tracker. Bo hadn't been wanded, which meant that Will still had a lot to prove. And that Bo was a fucking liar, because these people clearly thought of him as part of the team. Will's time in the van had given him ample opportunity to consider all the ways that Bo could fuck him over. But Bo was only part of the problem. Gaining Gerald's trust was Will's only path to finding Sarah, but there were too many unknowns about their destination to generate a meaningful strategy. North Carolina. Were they going to rob a bank? It was too late in the day for that. Were they going to knock off a Quickie Mart or a check-cashing place? Why go out of state when there were thousands of stores closer? Were they being driven into the mountains where Gerald would throw open the doors and shoot them all with his AR-15? Always possible, especially once they had finished the mission. Will assumed that Amanda was looking for him. She was probably spitting nails at the team. Faith was probably spitting just as many. She wasn't much of a rule follower. Will had seen her exploit the baby seat in the back of her car on more than one occasion. She would have set herself up somewhere in that school parking lot just in case. But she hadn't. So the fake jogger, the pretend mother with the stroller, the couple in the parking lot, the chase cars, none of them would have seen Will disappear into the woods. Even if they had, there was no way they could predict where he would come out. The nursing home on the other side of the football field had not come up in the briefing. Faith would have figured it out in 2 seconds. Will leaned his head against the side of the van. The vibrations from the road drilled into his skull and tailbone. His headache had returned. He closed his eyes. He breathed in the thick, putrid air. He thought about getting Sarah back, what he would say to her, how their lives would look after this. Here was the problem. Sarah's family was the most important thing in her life. Kathy clearly hated Will. There was no sugarcoating it. Eddie was making more of an effort, but Will wasn't sure that would last for much longer. The truth was that he had never expected to fit in with Sarah's family. His only hope had been that eventually, possibly, he would end up like that stray piece of a jigsaw puzzle that no one could find a place for, but no one could bring themselves to throw away. The last time Will had seen Kathy Linton, she couldn't even say his name. The van hit a rut in the road. Bo sniffed himself awake. He scratched his balls, used his sleeve to wipe the drool off his mouth. He opened the cooler. He slammed it closed.
Which one of you pencil dicks drank the last Gatorade?
There's one by the door,
3 said.
It's a little warm.
Bo saw through the trick. He kicked 3 in the shin.
You think I've never had to drink piss, boy?
No one laughed. They were contemplating how desperate a man had to be in order to drink his own urine. 4 asked the question Will had been dreading. What was it like over there?
Bo nodded toward Will. He's the one who saw the real action.
Will kept his body still, so that he wouldn't punch Bo in the neck. 3 said,
Come on, dude. What was it like?
Will looked up at the dome light. He cleared his throat. These kids were armed. They were heading into a possibly dangerous situation. Their biggest fear was making a mistake because their buddies would laugh at them. Death was not a concept they could hold in their little minds. They hadn't been hurt enough by life to understand that it was precious. He told them,
I didn't watch my buddies die so I could entertain a bunch of pissants with stories.
Bo chuckled.
True dat.
Their disappointment was palpable. 4 groaned. 3 tapped his head against the metal wall. 2 started biting his fingernails. 1 shifted, trying to stretch out a cramp in his leg without making physical contact with anyone else. The back of the van was tight, but 1 through 4 had left inches of space between them. At that age, you didn't touch another guy unless you were hurting him. You talked about screwing girls who had never even heard your name. You bragged about flipping your skateboard or crashing your bike, like you hadn't almost shit yourself when it happened. You were still trying to figure out what to do with all the rage and lust and anger that sparked up like a forest fire for no reason. Will had been exactly like them at that age, so damn desperate for someone to show him how to be a man. He'd see a cool guy strolling down the street and try to match his gait. He'd hear another man flirt with a woman and try out the line on an unsuspecting girl. Or at least Will would tell his friends that he'd tried out the line, and that it had worked, and that she had been amazing.
It sucks,
Will said.
Killing somebody? It sucks, and you hate yourself.
Bo didn't crack a stupid joke. He was listening. They were all listening. Will considered his words. He was supposed to be Jack Wolf right now. Ex-army soldier, disillusioned with life. On paper, the man's experiences were not his own, but they shared some qualities. Will had no remorse for shooting Sebastian James Monroe, but Monroe was not the first man he had killed. He told the boys,
There's no glory in taking another human being's life.
The air was tense. The only sound was the tires droning against asphalt.
People say you're strong, or that you're a hero, but you're not.
Will wiped his mouth with his shirt sleeve.
Even if the guy deserved it. Even if what it came down to was that you had to kill him before he killed you, you feel like shit.
Beside him, Bo started flexing his hands. Will said,
People ask you about it all the time, but you can't tell them the truth because that's not what heroes do. Damn straight, Bo mumbled.
Will leaned forward because he wanted these stupid kids to hear him.
It's not cool when it happens. The blood sprays. It gets into your eyes. You can see bone and cartilage. You think you're ready for that shit because you've played Call of Duty 10 billion times. But it's not the same in person. The blood smells like copper. It gets into your teeth. You taste it in your throat. Sniff it into your lungs. Damn,
3 whispered. Bo was looking down at his hands. He shook his head. Will said,
The man you shot, he had a family, just like you have a family. He had a life. You have a life. Maybe he had kids. Maybe he had a fiancée or a girlfriend, or his mother was sick, or he ached in his balls to go home the same way you ache to every second of every day.
He looked at each of them, 1 through 4. Their eyes were wide. They were hanging on every word.
That's why it sucks. Because...
Will shook his head. He had told them the because. He hoped to God they would never find out for themselves. Bo sniffed again. He wiped his nose. 2 was the first to break.
Because what, dude?
Will stared at the blacked-out window. He could hear Bo's raspy breathing. 2 repeated,
Because what?
Bo said,
Because when you kill somebody, you kill a part of yourself.
The tires droned in the silence. There were no more questions. Will marked the passage of time on his watch. 10 more minutes. 15. He felt the van take a soft turn. They were leaving the highway, merging onto an exit. He stared at his watch. 7:49 p.m. The van slowed for another turn. Sharper, probably onto a side street. The turn sent Will's shoulder into Beau's. Across from them, the kids struggled to maintain the space between them. The van speed stayed around 30 for a few minutes. Will listened for the sound of other vehicles. He heard the occasional hum of traffic. They were still close to the highway. Or maybe it was an interstate. Or maybe he'd been in this van so long that he'd lost a sense of hearing. The floor felt like it was dipping. The van was going up a ramp. Will heard the rumble of an idling diesel engine. Close by, probably parked next to the van, there was a whirring sound. A motor, chains hitting metal. The click, 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 click of a brake preventing a gear from rolling back. Will recognized the sound. He had worked at a shipping company to help pay his way through college. He knew what a receiving dock door sounded like when it was rolled up for a delivery. The van shifted as Gerald got out of the front. He was talking to someone. Will couldn't make out the words. He assumed money was being exchanged. Not a lot of risk. We've done it before. There's a guy on the inside. The doors to the van finally opened. Will had expected a blinding light, but all he got was more darkness. Gerald had backed directly into the receiving bay. The thick black seal around the open door blocked Will's chances of seeing the outside. A man who looked like he'd just come from the gym was walking toward the exit. His back was to Will. He had an envelope in his hand that was so stuffed with cash that the flap wouldn't close. Red ball cap, baggy shorts, black Nike t-shirt, thick in the waist.
Let's go.
Gerald kept his voice low as he waved for them to hurry. 1 through 4 quickly scrambled, pairing off in different directions. They kept their hands on their firearms, as if any second this could turn into the OK Corral. Will's eyes darted around the warehouse as he climbed down from the van. Most of the lights were off, but there were spots to see by. The warehouse was around the size of a football field. Rows of metal racks contained stacked sealed cardboard boxes. They were all the same dimensions, around 30 inches square. Each was stamped with numbers that corresponded to the different signs on the racks below. Every single box had a plastic sleeve with a shipping label inside. Will had to get one of those labels. The contents, shipping and receiving addresses, company names, and contacts would be on the forms.
Oh.
Gerald nodded him toward the rear of the warehouse. The Glock was already in Beau's hands. He walked in a low crouch, weapon pointed down, looking for security guards or anyone who might cause trouble.
Wolf.
Gerald's hand was on Will's shoulder. He spoke quietly.
That way.
Will saw the bathrooms, an employee break room, the shipping office, a door that probably led to the administration side of the warehouse. He drew his SIG, pointed it down at the ground, and crouched his way toward the bathroom. Before he went inside, he glanced behind him. A second bay door was open onto the back of a box truck. Cardboard boxes that looked identical to the ones on the racks were packed to the ceiling. 2 and 3 started unloading them. Whatever was inside was heavy enough to require 2 men per box. Gerald went to the racks. He had a piece of paper in his hands. He was looking for a corresponding number. He pointed to a row in the middle. 1 and 4 got to work, taking them down. Why break into a warehouse to replace a bunch of boxes? Gerald caught his eye. Will went into the women's bathroom. He checked the stalls. He needed something. A name tag, a newspaper, that could help pinpoint his location. There were lockers, but they were all unlocked and all empty. He cleared the men's room with the same bad luck. He went back into the warehouse. More boxes coming out of the truck. More boxes being taken down from the racks. The door to the shipping office was locked. Will looked through the glass. Papers were everywhere. It was too dark to make out any logos or addresses. Behind him, the kids were working quickly, The boxes were out of the truck. Half of the new boxes had been loaded in. They were working by rote. They had all done this before. They were afraid, but not terrified. Their nervous energy came more from the excitement of being criminals. Will entered the break room. Vending machines, kitchenette, sink, 2 refrigerators, tables and chairs for around 30 people. One person sitting at the table by the Coke machine. Security guard. At first glance, he could have been dead, but Will realized that the man was asleep. His head had dropped back against the chair. His mouth gaped open. His hat covered his eyes and nose. His hands rested on his large belly. The uniform was black cotton. No logos or name tag. Black work boots, white gym socks. Will started to edge out of the room, but then he clocked the ID badge on a lanyard around the man's neck. The card was turned around. The back was white. The other side of the card would show the man's name, the company, the address. Will debated. He could hear a bay door rolling closed in the warehouse. They'd loaded up the semi. They were probably looking for him. Will tucked the cig into his holster. He flicked open his knife. He took a step toward the sleeping guard. He was snoring hard. Had probably been out for at least an hour. Will took another step. He clicked his tongue, testing the amount of noise he could make before the guard woke up. The rolling door hadn't stirred him. The smell of hard liquor was pungent as Will got closer. He clicked his tongue again. The man did not stir. Will took another step. He reached out with his blade to cut the ID card off the lanyard. Tssst! The noise had come from behind Will. Gerald was in the doorway. He furiously shook his head, motioning for Will to leave the guy alone. There was something like fear in his eyes. He thought that Will was going to stab the guard. Wolf! Gerald waved for him to leave. Will looked down at the ID card. He was so fucking close. But Gerald had told him no. Will's mission was not to locate the address to a warehouse. He was here to work his way into the IPA. He kept the knife in his hand as he backed out of the room. He stared at the ID card with the same kind of longing he felt for Sarah. He scanned the room for identifying features. The usual signs about choking and chemical burns on the walls. An eye-washing station. A first aid kit. There was nothing that would differentiate this break room from every other break room inside the hundreds of thousands of warehouses in the country. Will jogged behind Gerald to the van. His eyes found the boxes on the metal rack. They all had the same number. 4935-876.
Wolf.
Gerald's hand went to Will's shoulder. His voice was low.
Next time, check with me before you do something like that.
Will nodded. He climbed into the van. 1 through 4 were already inside. Beau had taken his place behind the driver's seat. He was silent, looking down at his hands. They were all quiet. They had all expected, maybe even hoped, for the worst to happen, and they didn't know what to do with the letdown. The drive back to the nursing home passed in silence. 4 hours, by Will's watch. 1 through 4 had fallen asleep. Beau stayed tensed beside him. He was thinking, probably planning, how he was going to get out of this once the van stopped. Run, fight, kill. Will was thinking too, but not about that. 4935-876. The numbers on the sides of the boxes. He kept chanting them in his head like a mantra. The tires kept rolling. The kids kept sleeping. Will's tailbone started to ache from the metal floor. The display on his watch had flipped to midnight by the time the van finally slowed to a stop. The kids did not wake up. Beau grunted as he edged along the floor. The shrapnel in his back was probably killing him. He'd stopped reaching into his pocket about an hour ago. Either his pills were gone, or he wanted to be clear-headed for what was about to come next. Gerald opened the van doors. They were at the mouth of the driveway to the nursing home. He had their wallets, Beau's phone and keys. He said,
"Thank you very much for your service. Money's under the seat of your truck. Good doing business with you fellas."
Beau took his belongings, started shoving them into his pockets. Gerald headed toward the front of the van. The driver's door was open. The engine was idling. He was going to leave. He couldn't leave. Will asked,
"That's it?"
Gerald slowly turned around. He studied Will. He couldn't quite make up his mind. After too many seconds had passed, he said,
"You want more, Major Wolf?"
Major? They had gone through Will's wallet, run a background check on Jack Phineas Wolf, honorably discharged, former airborne. Beau cleared his throat.
"Come on, let him go."
Will couldn't tell who he was talking to. Gerald asked Beau,
"What's this pussy shit, Ragnarsson? You taking away your endorsement?"
Will held his breath, waiting for Beau to rat him out. Beau took his time offering an answer, but in the end, he shook his head. Once. Not emphatic. The equivalent of a shoulder shrug. Will thought about the Sig Sauer at his back. He was sweating so hard, the leather holster was glued to the tail of his shirt.
"Come on, Ragnarsson."
Gerald clearly wasn't satisfied.
"You think he's got what it takes or not?"
Will looked down at the ground. He gauged the distance between him and Gerald, thought about 1 through 4 sleeping in the van, the old folks in the nursing home, the cars that might drive by on the road.
"Fuck yes."
Beau let his face split open with a grin.
"Wolf had my back over in the sand pit more times than you've scratched your balls."
Will worked on keeping the anger and relief off his face. He grabbed Beau by the shoulder the way a buddy would, but his fingers dug in hard enough to let him know he was going to pay for this bullshit later. Gerald crossed his arms. He asked Will,
"How bad is your life?"
Will shrugged. Gerald asked,
"Are you willing to give everything up? Leave town? Don't look back?"
Will's heart started thumping so hard that he could feel his pulse in his fingers. This was it. His last chance to find Dash. His only chance to save Sarah. He asked Gerald,
"What does it pay?"
$250,000.
"Shit," Beau hissed. Will asked,
"What do I have to do?"
"You'll know when it's time to know,"
Gerald said.
"You show up, be ready to leave your old life behind. Don't pack any bags. Don't tell anyone what you're doing. The payday is crazy for a reason. You do this job with us, you've got to disappear when it's over. You can't return to your old life. And if you try to, then we'll have to deal with you, your family, your woman, anybody who might say the wrong word. You understand?"
Will pretended to think about it. The money wasn't just crazy. It was stupid crazy. There were hundreds of bad guys who would strangle their own mothers for a quarter of that. It was the kind of money you offered when you knew you weren't going to have to pay it. Will asked,
"When?"
Beau kicked the ground.
"Tomorrow,"
Gerald said.
1500 hours sharp. Exit 129 off of I-85. There's a sit-go. I'll give you a little ride to meet the boss. He'll test you out, make sure you're a good fit."
Dash, Gerald said.
"If he gives the thumbs up, you're in."
Beau asked,
"And if he doesn't?"
Gerald shrugged. He told Will,
"Some wars are worth the sacrifice. The boss will fill you in. Believe me, you won't take much convincing. Maybe you'll want to go with us when we bug out. The mission you'll be a part of, the war we're fighting, it means something."
Will clenched his jaw. He had a siren going off in his head. Not a warning, but Sarah, 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 Sarah. Beau stepped into it.
"What's this mission?"
Gerald looked surprised.
"You want a piece?" "Fuck no, man. Not for twice that."
Gerald told Will,
"Think about it, soldier. No pressure. If you want in, you've got to be all in. Show up tomorrow, exit 129, 1500. You'll find out what you're doing when it's time to find out what you're doing. That work for you?"
Will counted silently in his head. To 5. To 10. He nodded once. Gerald nodded back. That was it. Will started walking down the driveway to the nursing home. He heard the van door slam shut behind him. He skirted the building, looking up in the camera, so his face was completely visible. His head was filled with numbers. 4935-876. 129 off I-85 at 1500. Beau's footsteps were behind him doing the Charlie Brown shuffle. Will said, "You're a motherfucker."
"Hell yeah, I am."
Beau didn't seem worried about how angry Will was, or where they were going.
"You should run,"
Will said.
"You know they'll be waiting for you at your truck."
"You should run too, RoboCop."
Beau jogged to catch up.
"Don't be stupid. You know they dangle that money because they're going to end up paying you with a bullet to the back of your brain. Don't risk your life to bring down these weasels."
"What are they planning?"
"You think they run that shit past me?"
Will kept walking. Beau thought that Will was dedicated to his job. He had no idea that this was about Sarah.
"Bro, hey, hold up."
He trailed Will through the woods.
"Listen to me, okay? Dash is a fucking stone-cold killer. No joke. I've fought with dudes like that. You don't mean shit to him. You're collateral damage. The bullets start raining down, he'll turn you into his umbrella."
Will felt a sting on his forehead. He slapped away a mosquito. Beau said,
"That shit you were talking about in the van? I get it, bro. I'm spinning the same damn wheel every morning I get out of bed. You're either homicidal or you're suicidal. I'm not the one shooting black tar heroin."
Will trudged across the football field. The grass was wet. The sprinklers had soaked the ground. He didn't need a lecture from a junkie looking at 20 years. He told Beau,
"You want to help somebody? Help yourself, bro."
"I'm only trying."
Beau didn't get a chance to explain what he was trying. Flashlights bounced around them like fireflies. Agents swarmed in, guns drawn, Kevlar vests wrapped tight. Will didn't recognize them from work because they weren't GBI. They were all yelling the words they'd been trained to yell at Quantico.
"FBI! FBI! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!"
Will had his hands in the air, but they pushed him out of the way. Beau was slammed to the grass. He barely had time to oof out of breath. His hands were wrenched behind him. The Glock 19 was unloaded. His phone and wallet were tossed onto the ground. An agent wearing glasses knelt down beside Beau.
"Captain Ragnarsson, I'm arresting you for possession of an illegal firearm inside a nature area." "Fuck!"
Beau spat out the word. He looked for Will.
"We had a deal."
Will walked away, his tennis shoes filled with water from the wet grass. He kept up his mantra. 4935-876. 129 off of I-85 at 1500. The moon shifted behind a cloud. Will concentrated on picking his way through the dark woods. Exhaustion pressed on every joint in his body. He let himself consider what he'd just signed up for. These men were terrorists. It was not news that Dash was a psychopath. He'd bombed a hospital. He had orchestrated the abduction of a scientist from the CDC. His men had taken Sarah right in front of Will's eyes. Dash had shot a man with Will's Glock. He'd had his right-hand man switch cardboard boxes out of a warehouse that was packed with... what? Explosives made the most sense. Those boxes could be going anywhere. Schools, office buildings, hotels. Will hadn't managed to steal a packing slip. He hadn't been able to cut the ID card off the guard's lanyard. The warehouse could be anywhere. If Will didn't infiltrate this group, there was no other way to stop whatever horrible thing they were planning. But stopping them was not what he really cared about most. How bad is your life? Will didn't have a life without Sarah. His hand brushed the chain-link fence as he walked along the baseball diamond. He passed the tennis courts. He saw Beau's truck, still parked in the lot. A silver Acura idled beside it. The headlights were on low beam. Exhaust curled from the back. The engine was pushing heat out through the wheel wells. 4935-876, 129 off of I-85 at 1500. Will opened the door. He angled his body into the seat, wincing from the pain. He closed his eyes. The air conditioning was on high. The sweat on his face started to chill. Amanda asked, "Well?" He nodded.
"I'm in."
Tuesday, August 6th, 2019. Chapter 14. Tuesday, August 6th, 7 a.m. Faith sat at the kitchen table yelling, "Oh my goodness gracious, I can't believe how delicious these blueberries are!" She was not rewarded by the pounding of Emma's footsteps across the upstairs hall. 10 minutes had passed since her daughter had broken into a crying jag about the injustice of string cheese. Before Faith could talk her down, Emma had flung herself up the stairs and locked her bedroom door. There was a paperclip on the ledge to unlock the door for this very reason, but then Faith had heard Emma singing to her stuffed animals and thought, win-win. Faith got up from the table. She started loading the dishwasher. She checked the time, because her mother was going to pick up Emma soon. If Faith's precious baby was up in her bedroom right now taking off her clothes, Evelyn was going to walk into the scene of a murder-suicide. At the very least, Emma would be barefoot. Faith did not have the requisite hour to make her daughter put her left foot into her left shoe and right foot into her right. She took a deep, calming breath and tried to summon memories of the sweet angel she had come home to last night. Emma had always been a sponge for Faith's moods. News of Will's disappearance had left Faith shaky. Dash was a monster. The IPA was filled with monsters. They were all planning to do monstrous things. What if Will wasn't able to fool them? He'd had 2 hours to prep for his undercover identity. What if he messed up? What if Beau flipped for his own self-interest? What if her partner, her friend, was lying dead in a shallow grave? Emma had absorbed Faith's pensiveness. She'd been cuddly and accommodating, and said so many precious things that Faith almost took her baby book out of the wrapper. Even bath time, which normally ended with one or both of them in tears, had been relatively easy. Emma had only made Faith read 2 stories. The only stuffed animal she'd had to sing "You're Welcome" to was Mr. Turtle. Faith had done her best Maui yet. Then she had switched on the nightlight. She turned off the lamps. She'd left the door open to the requisite 6-inch gap. And Emma had unzipped her skin, and a demon had jumped out. Faith closed the dishwasher. She strained her ears, listening for breakage, crying, or a satanic voice saying, "What a lovely day for an exorcism." No sound set off an alarm bell, which could be an alarm bell on its own, but now would be the only time that Faith had to straighten up. She crammed the blueberries into her mouth as she transferred the bowl to the dishwasher. She wiped down the sticky counter and table. She got on her knees and cleaned the sticky floor. She smelled the trash and decided it could wait. She washed her hands at the sink. There was one more thing Faith needed to do before going upstairs. She went to her desk and stacked together the documents from the Michelle Spivey investigation. Emma didn't need another coloring book. There were over 200 pages, photographs, witness statements, and background checks. If the key to finding Sarah was contained within this file, they were screwed. Van's redactions had turned the pages into Mad Libs, thick black lines covering the important words. Spivey was seen at blank with blank at the blank. There was plenty of there, but Van was holding out on her. So was Amanda. Last night, she had refused to explain why she had let the FBI take Beau Ragnarsson into custody. Faith had slammed down the phone so hard that she'd bruised her hand. Her fury had a double edge. Faith was the idiot who'd passed on Beau Ragnarsson's name to Aiden Van Zandt. Yesterday, she had asked him to cross-check the name against Michelle's work files. Obviously, Van had found something. Obviously, he wasn't going to tell her what he'd found. Her livid reaction had been another classic line for the baby book. You were 2 years old the first time you heard Mommy scream, "Cocksucker," into a pillow. Oh, no. Faith realized there was a cap from a magic marker on her desk. Only the cap. No marker in sight. She swung herself up the stairs. Emma's door was open. She was sitting on the floor, surrounded by colored pencils. She was trying to put them in the box. The bottom was open, so they kept falling onto her lap, where she would scoop them up again. By her delighted expression, Faith assumed her daughter believed she'd discovered an endless supply of colored pencils. Faith asked, "Where are your shoes?" Emma grinned at the cascading pencils. "Snack hose?" "They're not in your pockets." Faith looked in the closet, under the bed, the dresser, the nightstands, and the changing table. No shoes, but she had finally found the approximately 11,000 mittens that Emma had lost last winter. "Get your shoes on before Nana comes."
"Nana's here!"
Evelyn was making her way up the stairs. Faith felt like a basketball player who'd been tapped out of a rough game.
"Already a scorcher outside."
Her mother was smartly dressed in linen trousers and a matching sleeveless shirt. She kissed Faith on the cheek, telling Emma,
"Put your shoes on, sweetie."
Faith asked her mother, "Do you know a woman named Kate Murphy?" Evelyn didn't have to think about it. She knew everyone.
"Kate was Maggie's partner, back when we still carved our double D5s into stone tablets. I believe she was part of the EEOC lawsuit that forced the FBI to put women in the field. That's a good girl. Where's your backpack?"
Faith did a double take. Emma was wearing her shoes, on the correct feet. What was this dark magic? Evelyn suggested,
"Mandy knows Kate better than I do. Hurry up, Emmy Bear."
Faith watched Emma spin in a circle as she tried to put on her backpack. "What about her boy, Aiden Van Zandt?" She wrinkled her nose.
"I don't trust men who wear glasses. Why can't they just see?"
Faith hissed out a long breath of air. Her mother misinterpreted her exasperation.
"Oh, sweetie, he's not your type. And besides, his father was a sleazy womanizer."
"Do you have the father's number?"
"Ha ha."
Evelyn scooped up Emma and rested her on her hip. They each gave Faith a kiss on the cheek. Then they were down the stairs and gone. Faith held on to the image of her daughter's face. Dark, almost black hair, light brown eyes, lovely brown skin. She had inherited none of the Mitchell genes, which came in a shade slightly more pale than a glob of Elmer's glue. Emma's father was a third-generation Mexican-American. Victor wasn't much into his heritage, unless it helped him make a point. Faith's high school Spanish was 10 times better than his. He could barely order a good margarita, and forget whispering palabras sucicias while echando un polvo. She should have known it wasn't going to work out the first time she'd seen Victor walking around the bedroom with his undershirt tucked into his boxer shorts. Faith made Emma's bed, tucking the sheets in tight. Mr. Turtell was returned to his proper place. Socks were paired. By a miracle from God, the uncapped magic marker was located. Faith found herself melancholy as she tidied the room. The house always felt different with Emma gone. Cleaner, certainly quieter, but also lonelier. She straightened up a pile of clothes. She scooped up the colored pencils and carried them downstairs. She stopped in the foyer. Will's head was showing in the glass at the top of the door. He was just standing there. He hadn't knocked. He seldom came over unless she needed an emergency repair. She saw his head turn toward the driveway. "Don't go!" Faith juggled the handful of pencils so she could open the door. Will was dressed in the same clothes from the day before. Relaxed jeans, black long-sleeve shirt. He looked at her. Through her. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked awful. She had never in her life wanted to hug someone as much as she wanted to hug Will right now. But they didn't do hugs. If he was sitting down, she squeezed his shoulder. Sometimes she punched him in the arm the way she did with her brother. Right now, she worried that even a tap would knock him over. He didn't speak, so she said, "Come in." Will followed her through to the kitchen. She had no idea why he was here. It was obvious he hadn't slept. His eyes were rimmed with dark circles. His whiskers had grown into a legitimate beard. He should have been at headquarters by now. The team had worked through the night, pulling maps and topographical information around the Citgo off exit 129. Will was supposed to meet Gerald in 8 hours. What was he doing here? Sit down. Faith dumped Emma's colored pencils onto the kitchen table. Do you want breakfast?
No, thank you.
Will grimaced as he maneuvered into the chair. She had never known him to pass up breakfast. He started straightening the colored pencils, arranging them by color. She said, That kid from the baseball field? Kevin Jones. He went from the park to a shopping center. By the time our people were on foot, he'd already handed off the bag of pills. They followed him to a dock-in-the-box where he got his knees stitched up, then back to his parents' house. We've got eyes on him 24/7, but we can't pick him up until this is over. Will nodded like he already knew. He said,
They lost the black van when it left the nursing home.
Faith gave him the same nod in return. Amanda had briefed Faith as it was happening. The van had quickly left the residential area near the nursing home. The driver had cut the lights. He'd headed into a more rural area where a helicopter would have shone like a beacon. The 4 chase cars could only get so close on the straight, narrow country roads. The drivers had dropped back, then farther back. Then suddenly, the van had disappeared. Will said,
They found it burned out in a field an hour ago. No plate, no VIN. Too hot for the arson investigators. I don't remember anything about it. I didn't look for the plate when I got in or out of the van. I didn't get a shipping label or...
He broke one of the pencils between his fingers. He looked at the jagged edges. The color was an orangey white called flesh tone that Faith hated on principle. He asked,
How long did it take you to figure out what happened?
He meant his disappearance out of the park. 2 seconds on Google Earth had told Faith exactly what had happened. I would have been at the school. Will sat stiffly in the chair, his palm tight to his ribs, as if he needed to hold the bones in place. There was only one way that Faith knew to help him. She pressed her hand to his shoulder as she walked over to her desk. She found the Michelle Spivey file. She dropped it onto the table and sat down. Michelle's pre-op blood work from the hospital showed an unknown substance, not a narcotic. It was probably toxic. They think that's what made her appendix burst. Will paged through the photographs from Michelle's abduction. The parking lot, Michelle's car, her purse that she dropped when Carter pulled her into the van. He pointed to the reports.
Why is everything blacked out?
Our friends at the FBI. Faith showed him one of the more heavily redacted pages. 2 things jumped out at me. This one says, M.H. Jack Serve. She tapped to the line. That has to stand for Maynard H. Jackson Service Road.
The airport.
Right. Faith flipped to the next page. If you pick it up here, it says Hurley on this line. Then it talks about doubled over and in pain and vomiting. I looked that up, and those are all the symptoms of
appendicitis.
Right again. She sat back in the chair. Michelle and Hurley must have been at the airport when she started getting sick. I kept wondering why they took her to Emory. She would have been in a hell of a lot of pain. They needed to get her to a hospital, but they couldn't risk taking her to one close to the airport.
You're thinking whatever the IPA is planning will happen at the airport.
Will scratched his beard.
They wouldn't need Michelle for reconnaissance if they were scoping out a possible attack. There are maps and videos of the concourses and terminals online. You can watch a video of the plane train. Michelle's face has been all over the news. They were taking a huge risk having her out in the open. There must be a specialized something that only she could do.
Faith said, Over 250,000 people fly in and out of that place every day. That's more than 100 million a year.
Cargo flights,
Will said.
UPS, DHL, FedEx. They move boxes night and day. The boxes from the warehouse had numbers stamped on them, 4935-876.
Amanda's already got 6 different agencies on it. The number's not coming up on anything. The size of the boxes, 30 by 30, is standard. Based on the fact that 2 guys needed to lift each one, we're assuming it's reinforced. But that doesn't narrow it down as much as you'd think. He kept scratching his beard. The sound was like nails on a blackboard. Will wasn't thinking straight, or he'd also be pointing out that the airport was a major port of entry into the United States. The CDC had facilities within the complex to screen international travelers who were exhibiting symptoms of disease like SARS or Ebola. But the operation was focused on keeping bad things from getting into the country. What if Dash was planning on shipping something really terrible out? There's more. Faith's bag was hanging on the chair. She found her notebook. She hadn't been allowed to write down anything inside the skiff, but she ducked into the bathroom before she'd left the CDC and recorded as much as she could remember. Without preamble, Faith started reading, giving Will the same crash course into Nazi 101 she had received the day before. She highlighted the most active groups, the leaderless resistance doctrine. Will nodded occasionally, as if what she was telling him made sense. He stopped nodding when she arrived at the part about Dash and Martin Novak's time in Mexico.
Dash is a pedophile?
Will said the words without the disgust she'd expected. He looked out the window. His eyes glistened in the morning light. He was as close to crying as she had ever witnessed. Faith was overcome by an angry helplessness. She had to stop this, to fix this.
I thought...
Will's voice had an unfamiliar rattle.
I guess I was worried. Because of the rape. The possibility of rape.
She put her hand to her mouth in surprise? Shock? Relief. Her mind had not made that leap. Adam Humphrey Carter was dead. Vale and Monroe were dead. Hurley was in custody. As terrible as it was to learn that Sarah was being held hostage by a pedophile, the fact of his mental illness meant that Dash was less likely to rape her. Will wiped his nose with the back of his hand. He looked up, but not at Faith. There was something so broken about him. If someone had told Faith that he'd fallen off the side of a cliff, she would have believed them. Faith got up from the table. She went to the sink. She turned on the water. She had nothing to clean. She took a plate out of the dishwasher. He said,
Gerald Smith.
Faith nodded, encouraging him to steer the conversation toward the case again. Will said,
The 21-year-old who walked out of a Mexican holding cell 20 years ago could be the same Gerald I met last night. The age range lines up. Did you get a description?
No. Faith wiped her nose with her arm while she scrubbed the plate. It would make sense they still know each other. These guys hang together. Will said,
I need a favor.
Faith turned off the faucet. She kept her back to him as she dried the plate. Sure.
I think that... I know...
He stopped, took a breath.
Sarah's mother really hates me.
Faith put the plate in the dishwasher. She closed the door. She wiped down the counter again. He said,
I know that she would want me to take care of them. Don't you think?
Faith shook her head, because she didn't.
It's a family thing, I guess, that you would do with families, I guess.
Faith had to look at him, if only because his expression might help her understand. He said,
Like, to let them know. Not that there's a lot to know, or that I can tell them. We can tell would be easiest, but progress, right? Or just maybe to feel like I was thinking it would be better if it was us. But maybe...
Yes. Faith almost started crying again, this time from relief. I will go with you to talk to Sarah's parents. Faith stood beside Will, her eyes on the numbers above the elevator door. She had been to Sarah's apartment more times than she could count. There were only 5 people on Earth she would leave her daughter with. The person below Evelyn on the list was not Emma's father, or her abuela, or even her older brother. Faith was not going to pass up the chance to leave her baby with a board-certified pediatrician. Tears flooded into Faith's eyes. She had thrown herself into the case because that was the best way to help find Sarah. That drive had kept Faith from thinking too long about what was really happening. That Sarah could be hurt. That she could be raped, beaten, wounded, killed. What would Faith tell Emma? The elevator doors opened. Faith wiped her tears. She only allowed herself to cry at home in the kitchen pantry. The only way through this was to get it over with as quickly as possible. She walked into the hall. She knocked on the door. There was talking inside the apartment. 2 women, both speaking at the same register. Faith's stomach flipped. One of them sounded exactly like Sarah. Will? A surprised-looking woman had opened the door. She was dressed in sweatpants and a white t-shirt. No shoes, no bra, no inhibitions. She threw her arms around Will, her face pressed into his neck. I'm so sorry we're meeting like this. Faith could not tell if Will knew the woman or not. He clearly didn't know what to do with his hands. He settled on touching his fingers to her shoulder blades. He said, "We don't have any news." That's good, right? Nothing is better than something. You're Faith? The woman reached for Faith's hand. I'm Tessa, Sarah's sister. Faith felt stupid for not putting it together herself. Tessa had probably gotten on a plane the minute she'd heard about her sister. The trip from South Africa would have been grueling, but Tessa showed no signs of wear. While Sarah was attractive, her little sister was a knockout. Perfect porcelain skin, lustrous strawberry blonde hair. She was Faith's age, but more successful at it. No woman's breasts had a right to be that high after childbirth. Come in, please. Tessa's words were tinged with a soft southern accent. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself properly. I'm jet-lagged and we'll close the door. Mama, look who's here. Kathy Linton was washing dishes at the kitchen sink. She offered Faith a slight nod of her head. Sarah told me all about you. My goodness, you're a tall drink of water. But this... She reached up and stroked his cheek. Sarah's not going to like this. Will's face reddened under the beard. He offered his previous line. We don't have any news. Faith explained. We wanted to update you on what we're doing. Tess said, we had to turn off the TV because it was all just blabbering nonsense. Oh, we should wait for Daddy, right, Mama? Kathy gave a begrudging, yes. He's walking the dogs, Tessa explained. The little one is so adorable. Mama, don't you like Betty? Kathy did not answer. She was like a skunk who could not stop spraying in Will's direction. He cleared his throat. I need to pack some clothes. Tessa watched him disappear down the hall. She gave him a few seconds to reach the bedroom, then turned on her mother. What the hell is wrong with you? Kathy asked Faith, would you like some coffee? Faith was caught between them. No, thank. Kathy was already filling the cup. She took down another one from the cabinet. She said, I suppose he takes cream. He drinks... Faith and Tessa said the words at exactly the same time. Tessa said, Will drinks hot chocolate in the morning. Kathy scowled. He's not 6. He can't have chocolate for breakfast. Tessa said, he usually gets a biscuit on the way to work, and then he buys a breakfast burrito from the machine at the office. That makes it better? Faith prayed for invisibility. Tell me. Kathy stabbed her finger in Tessa's direction. How is it that you know so much about that man's dietary regimen? Do you really want to do this? Faith feigned interest in Sarah's spacious living room. Kathy said, we need to come together as a family right now, and that man is not our family. Good Lord God, Mama, listen to your blind self. You can't even say Will's name. I don't recall your 5-year liberal arts degree coming with a psychiatric license. Faith slumped into the couch. She opened the pediatric journal on the coffee table. Tessa said, "The way you're acting right now is exactly why Sarah doesn't talk to you about him." I'm not finished, Tessa said. "For the last year and a half, you've done your level damn best to push Will away from Sarah because he was still married," Kathy insisted. "If a man cheats on his wife, he'll—" "Will is a good man," Tessa said. "He's a mighty good man." "If that was true, if he really loved her, he would ask her to marry him. Living together is not a commitment. It's a sleepover with sex." "Oh, for fuck's sake." "Exactly." Faith studied an article on mycoplasma pneumoniae-induced redness of the fingers. "Mama, you can't protect Sarah from life happening again," Tessa said. "You're pushing Will out because you're so worried that he'll leave her, or break her heart, or cheat on her, or walk down to the mailbox one day and—" "Stop!" Tessa paused for a moment. "Sarah has decided on Will. That makes him our family. You taught us that rule. You need to start following it." Faith prayed that the ensuing silence meant this nightmare had come to an end. "All right." Kathy's tone did not indicate surrender. "You are the expert smartass. What do you want me to do? What would make Sarah happy? Throw him a party? Adopt him?" Tessa's sigh indicated that she'd given up. "Just make him some damn hot chocolate." Faith heard a saucepan hit the stovetop. The gas whooshed. Cabinets opened and closed. The fridge was slammed so hard that the bottles inside rattled. Faith chanced to look at the two women. Kathy was pouring milk into the pan. Tessa had her arms crossed as she stared at the front door. The only thing that could make this more awkward was if they had the entire argument all over again. What was taking Will so long? Faith reached into her bag for her phone. She sent him a text message. "TF are you?" The delivered receipt came back, but Will did not respond. Faith was certain he'd heard the argument. The women had not kept their voices down. He was probably crawling out the window. The only thing Will hated more than talking about his feelings was hearing other people talk about theirs. A cabinet door slammed. The milk was returned to the fridge. Faith rested her elbows on her knees. She opened her emails. There were the usual things: requests for paperwork, a question from the state attorney's office. Amanda had not sent her a list of things to do, which was some kind of miracle. She would be supervising the planning for Will's rendezvous at the Citgo. Studying maps, pulling up tax records and property lines. What happened at the park yesterday was not going to happen again. Amanda would be driving one of the chase cars. Faith planned to be right there with her. The front door opened. Betty barked twice. She spun in a circle in the middle of the room. Sarah's two greyhounds trotted into the kitchen and drank from the water bowls. Faith had never met Sarah's father before, but Eddie Linton looked nothing like she had expected. The first thing she noticed was his eyebrows, which shot off in every direction. He cut his jeans into a pair of shorts. The white pockets hung past the frayed ends. His legs were hairy. His t-shirt was more yellow than white. Holes were in the collar. His tennis shoes were falling apart. Tessa said, "Daddy, this is Faith, Sarah's friend." Faith stood up to shake his hand. "I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances." He nodded.
"I've heard a lot about you. You are a girl. Her name is Emma?"
"Sarah's her favorite babysitter." Before he could ask, Faith told him, "There's no news, but we wanted to update you on what we're doing." He asked,
"We?"
Betty barked again. Will was standing in the hallway, his pained expression confirming that he had heard every single word of the argument. He was dressed in a black shirt and black jeans. His tactical boots were laced tight. His gym bag was over his shoulder. He looked like an actual burglar, the kind who would murder you for your grandmother's jewelry. "Okay." Faith was so ready to get this over with. Maybe we should all sit down over here. There were 2 couches. The Lintons took the one opposite Faith. Tessa curled into the corner. Kathy placed a steaming mug of hot chocolate on the coffee table before perching on the other end. Eddie stood in the middle, waiting, because he would not sit down until Faith did. She took a deep breath, ready to start.
Hold on.
Eddie waved Will over.
Come sit down, son.
The soles of Will's boots squeaked across the hardwood floors. He sat beside Faith. She saw him wince as he leaned back. Betty scurried into his lap. She stretched herself along the length of his leg, so that her head rested on his knee. Kathy pushed the mug in Will's direction. He looked confused. It's hot chocolate, Tessa said. I bet you've never had the real thing. Sarah minored in organic chemistry, but she doesn't know how to boil milk. Eddie put a hand on her foot to silence her. He told Faith,
Please, go ahead.
She took another deep breath and dove in. Thank you, Mr. Linton. I want to start by saying that you've all been very good about not talking to the media. Your continued silence is vital to our investigation. Their stoic expressions told her that they didn't need this part. Faith took a third deep breath. She couldn't get into the details of the code Sarah had left in the list of medications, but she was able to say, We got confirmation that, as of yesterday morning, Sarah was still alive. Eddie pressed his palm to his heart. His wife and daughter moved closer to his side. They each took one of his hands. Tessa said, What kind of confirmation? All I can share is that we believe Sarah is doing everything she can to get back to you. Eddie nodded, as if this was to be expected.
She's a smart girl. She knows how to take care of herself.
Kathy pressed together her lips. She looked down at the coffee table. Tessa was a step ahead of her parents. You said that you got the confirmation yesterday morning? There's been nothing since then. No, but we didn't expect to hear anything else, Faith said. We believe we know the name of the group that took her. Group? Tessa asked. She had the same look in her eyes that Sarah got when she was putting together a case. Did they reach out with a ransom demand? Did they show a proof of life? If they want money, we'll find it. Why aren't you...
Tessie,
Eddie said.
Let her answer your questions.
Faith said, They're not that kind of group. She's not being held for ransom. Then what do they want? Tessa asked. What you're saying doesn't make sense to me. A group took her, but why? Is it connected to the bombing? What about that other missing doctor? She worked at the CDC. The Emory campus is right down the street from there. I want to acknowledge your questions, but I can't answer them. Faith tried to get on top of this. Tessa was just as clever as her sister. None of this information I'm giving you is public knowledge. It's very important that it stays that way. You don't want to hear the questions you're asking on the news. Eddie said,
They'll dig a grave with all of their useless speculation.
Please, Kathy said, her voice low. Let's not talk of graves. Tessa looked out the window. Tears fell from her eyes. Faith tried again. All that I'm authorized to tell you is that we're developing a plan to locate her. A plan? Tessa rolled the words around in her mouth. She was looking at Will now. The way he was dressed, the beard. Sarah didn't seem to hold back much from her sister. She would have told Tessa that Will often went undercover, that he risked his life to save other people, that he came home with cuts and bruises, and the next morning he went out and did it all over again. Tessa asked, Is it dangerous, the plan? Faith said, Everything we do. No, Tessa interrupted. I'm asking Will. Is it dangerous? Will said,
No, it's not dangerous.
Tessa was not fooled. I don't think Sarah would want anyone risking anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? It wouldn't be worth it to her. Will ignored the observation. He scratched Betty's ears, taking himself out of the equation. Eddie asked,
When do we find out if the plan worked?
I can't tell you that. Faith had already said too much. I don't want to mislead you. None of this is guaranteed. I just want you to understand that we're doing everything we can. Sarah means a lot to us. As a colleague, as a friend. She ended the list there. We all want her back. We do, Tessa said. But we don't want anyone else to get hurt. Faith nodded, but not in agreement. Sarah's involvement made this deeply personal, but this was a job that they had signed up for. Faith was keenly aware of the risks she took every time she put on her badge. Okay, thank you. Kathy held onto her husband's hand. She told Faith, if you don't mind, I'd like to pray with my family. Of course. Faith stood up. She lifted her bag onto her shoulder. Will couldn't move as quickly. He hugged Betty to his chest. He slid to the edge of the couch. He gave an uncomfortable laugh to acknowledge his slow pace. Will? Kathy was reaching out for his hand. Stay. Chapter 15. Tuesday, August 6th, 12:40 p.m. Sarah kept her toga dress hiked up, doing lunges across the cabin while Baby got back, endlessly pounded away inside her skull. Back was the one thing she had never had, but she thought Will appreciated it. So she had started adding an extra 10 minutes of glutes to her gym routine in a vain attempt to turn water into wine. His ex-wife was full of back, and hips, and everything else. Angie was J-Lo, ain't your mama curvy, though she had never worked out a day in her life. Her genes were those blessed kind that thrived on potato chips and cheap wine. Collagen would eventually be her downfall, literally. That kind of skin looked great until it started slipping. Objectively, Sarah could say that she had better breasts than Angie, but that was like saying that 2 Hershey's Kisses looked better on an ironing board. Crap. Sarah gave up on self-improvement. Her hamstrings buzzed like a swarm of bees. She had no sense of time. Her growling stomach was no indication of lunchtime. Her vegetarian breakfast had consisted of a hard roll and an even harder piece of cheese. Dysentery was not going to be a problem in the foreseeable future. She could feel the temperature rising outside. Inside, the cabin was shrinking to the circumference of the sun's asshole. Sarah was sweating on top of sweat. Worst of all, the children inside the bunkhouse needed her. The antibiotics and ointments had arrived yesterday evening. The pills were in Ziploc bags instead of sealed bottles, but Gwen had assured Sarah that they were the real thing. Sarah was not convinced. This morning, she had expected to find that some, if not most of the children, had either stabilized or at least started to turn a corner. Her rounds had revealed otherwise. Benjamin was getting sicker. The oldest patient, a 12-year-old girl, was showing new symptoms. The 2 4-year-olds were about the same. Only the 2 10-year-olds and the 1 11-year-old were stabilized. Was Gwen behind this? At the structure yesterday, the woman had proven that she would not waste her medical supplies if she felt the patient had no chance of recovery. Sarah had stood helplessly by, while Gwen had murdered a young man with her bare hands. The memory of the woman's shoulders shaking as she pressed her weight into Tommy's nose and mouth was etched into Sarah's brain. Her own hands could recall the coldness of his fingers when the life had finally, brutally, been pushed from his body. But Adriel, Gwen's youngest, was one of the sicker children. The infection in her left retina had spread to her right. The sound of her double pneumonia had taken on the quality of dried leaves. Sarah could not think that Gwen would let her own daughter, no more than a baby, suffocate. Then again, she had borne 7 children with Dash. She knew everything that went on inside the camp, seemed to be directing the cooking ladies and controlling the children, and she certainly had made her disapproval of Sarah well known. Which meant that Sarah should probably be more careful around her. Dash was a horrible person, but men tended to be horrible in predictable ways. A furious woman was capable of inflicting immense psychological damage, the kind that stuck around long after the wounds healed. There was a loud click outside the door. Not the key turning in the padlock. The greenhouse generator had cycled back on. Sarah listened to muffled exhaust huffing out of the engine. The noise had lasted throughout the night. The amount of heat that thing gave off would not be easy to hide from a helicopter. Sarah had to think that whatever was going on inside the greenhouse was reaching its conclusion. She had to get inside that greenhouse. Her thoughts fell into a familiar track as she considered all of the possible bad things that were taking place inside. This high up in the mountains, there were sure to be marijuana farms. The river provided enough water for hydroponic farming, but the generator would have been running non-stop for the grow lights, fans, and humidity controllers. Besides, the greenhouse was on the small side. Given the amount of risk involved, there was not enough reward at that scale. The more obvious explanation for the cloak and dagger was some kind of bomb-making factory. The structure Tommy had fallen from was clearly meant to represent a building. What type of building was unknown. 2 stories, at least. A balcony with a set of stairs running up the middle and splitting off to the left and right. Sarah knew the men were running drills inside the structure, that they were training for a mission, and that they thought they were at war. So maybe Dash was planning a covert operation where they would sneak into this unknown building, plant several bombs, then sneak out and wait for the moment of destruction. Which could possibly explain the structure, but not the greenhouse and thermal tent, because you didn't need a secluded, shielded glass house to process explosives. You hardly needed more than 10 square feet. There were probably handfuls of people all over the world right now, assembling suicide vests and building IEDs inside garages and apartments. Michelle was the outlier. She was an infectious disease specialist. Dash had not kidnapped her at random. At the CDC, they studied the worst bugs known to man, and probably some bugs that were known only to a few men, or known to Michelle's spivvy. Plenty of nasty biological agents could be synthesized by an amateur chemist, but using them was a different matter. Storage, transportation, delivery, these were all logistical problems that made biological terrorism arduous, if not impossible, for non-governmental groups to successfully pull off. It was much cheaper to build a bomb or store up a supply of ammunition. Dash had already proven that he knew how to build and detonate bombs. He had killed people at the hospital. Sarah had seen his pleased reaction when the numbers came rolling in on the news. Pleased, but not ecstatic. Which meant she had made a giant circle back to the same question as yesterday. What was he planning? Sarah considered the characteristics she had gleaned about Dash. Primary among them was that Dash was a highly organized leader. The camp had not appeared overnight. There was the feeling of a planned community about the place. The 2 separated areas, the greenhouse, the structure, the readily available food, the way the women and men were dressed, the compliant obedience of the followers, the sense that rules were being followed. Rules made by Dash. He was clearly capable of strategizing and long-term planning, which was harder for most criminals to pull off than the average non-criminal would believe. Dash had also passed one of the biggest deterrents to male criminal behavior, turning 30. Sarah guessed he was in his mid-40s. He did not come across as well-educated, but he exhibited a type of intelligence that served a very specific purpose. You couldn't persuade a group of people to give up modern life if you didn't have a certain amount of emotional intelligence, all of which pointed to a very high level of arrogance. People didn't believe in you unless you convinced them that you believed in yourself. Sarah tried to slot Gwen into the equation. She was loath to assign Lady Macbeth qualities to another woman, but there was something sinister about Gwen from the very beginning. Her complicity in the measles outbreak, the way she used Bible verses to scare her children, the callous disregard for life. Sarah wasn't even sure that Gwen was qualified to be a nurse. She was clearly willing to do Dash's dirty work. All she had needed was a nod from her husband, and as soon as his back was turned, Gwen was suffocating Tommy to death. Sarah could easily see someone like Gwen coaxing and cajoling Dash, pushing him toward even greater acts of terrorism. Whatever Dash was planning, Sarah had no doubt that Gwen had approved every detail. Maybe even added some sadistic details of her own. But what? Sarah started pacing the cabin again, this time to work her brain instead of her glutes. Post 9/11, explosions and bombs had not become ordinary in American life, but neither were they wholly unexpected. The shock value had diminished with each attack. Mass killings, shooting sprees, school shootings, all of these attacks still horrified Americans, but by the following week or month they would resume their regular lives, until news came of the next attack. Sarah could imagine that Dash was aware of the diminishing returns of these sudden acts of violence. Every time she tried to put herself inside his head, she came out thinking that what Dash really wanted to do more than anything else was to make a name for himself. Which brought her back to Michelle. Which brought her back to a biological attack. If you wanted an agent that scared the shit out of people, anthrax, with its 90% mortality rate, was highly effective. The 2001 Amerithrax attack had paralyzed the postal service and parts of the government. The spores could be aerosolized, but person-to-person transmittal was not going to happen. Also, because of their earlier attacks, finding a source bacterial strain was nearly impossible. Botox was another option, but you'd need to raid every single plastic surgeon's office in America, and then you'd still end up only having enough to kill a handful of people. And you would have to inject them individually, so... Sarah paced in a circle. She mentally flipped through her basic how nature can murder you knowledge from medical school. Rickettsia sayi, Bunya viridae, Marburg, Chlamydophila psittaci, all incredibly dangerous and all almost impossible to weaponize. Vaccines, antibiotics, and quarantine procedures deprived most of these viruses and bacteria from infecting multitudes. Dash would want multitudes. There were so-called select agents such as ricin, staphylococcal enterotoxin B, botulinum toxin, saxitoxin, and myriad mycotoxins. But the possession, transfer, and use of these organisms was heavily regulated by the Select Agent Program. Not that a regulatory body was necessary. Most of the toxins could be whipped up in the average kitchen. You didn't need a secret greenhouse to cover your tracks. And you didn't really need a sophisticated toxin to make a huge impact. In 1984, a rogue faction of the Rajneeshi had easily synthesized enough Salmonella enterica typhimurium to sicken over 750 people in the state of Oregon. In Chicago, in 1982, a still unidentified poisoner had laced Tylenol capsules with potassium cyanide and forever altered the way medications were packaged. Sarah considered the structure where Tommy had died. At least 2 stories tall. An open main floor, a balcony ringing the second floor, stairs up the middle. Could anthrax be inserted into an air conditioning unit? If that was possible, someone would have tried it by now. Legionellosis occurred naturally in fresh water. Exposure was hit or miss, not person to person, and the bacterium only had a 10% mortality rate. Crap, Sarah repeated. Right back at the beginning again. She had to stop pacing before her muscles cramped. She couldn't do another lunge. She was out of lyrics, except the one she couldn't recall about the waitress working at the bar. Only Will could tell her the name of the song. She would hum it, and he would tell her that she couldn't hum, and in the end he would guess the song anyway. Sarah pressed her fingers into her eyes. She could not let herself fall into another crying jag. She had passed the stage of longing for Will, and had returned to worrying about him. Had he seen the heart she had left for him at the motel? Did he know about the code inside the medication list? Tessa should be in Atlanta by now. Sarah wanted her sister to hold Will. No one ever really held him. Sarah wanted Tessa to tell him that everything was going to be okay. She needed her mother to wrap Will into the family to protect him, because with every passing hour, Sarah found herself closer to accepting the fact that she was not going to make it home to any of them. Sir? Lance was outside the cabin door. Sarah heard him shuffle to his feet. She hadn't known him to take a break in the last 2 days. As usual, whatever Dash told him was too low for Sarah to hear. His soft murmurs made her miss Will's deep masculine tone even more. Lance said, "Understood, sir." Sarah's ears strained as she listened for the key sliding into the padlock. She was as anxious to go for a walk outside as her dogs were when Sarah got home from work. Finally, the padlock clicked. The door opened. Dash stood on the log that served as a step. His sling was crooked. His hand was too low.
Dr. Earnshaw, I'm about to take lunch with my family. My little girls have specifically requested your presence.
Sarah wanted to kiss each and every one of his daughters. She pulled up her toga and stepped down into the sunlight. The sweat on her skin turned to steam in the heat. She had given up longing for fresh clothes. Right now, she'd settle on any part of her body being immersed in clean water. Dash adjusted the sling. The strap had worn a spot on his neck. He said,
I've heard our children are not responding to your ministrations.
They're not responding to the medications, Sarah told him. Are you sure they're legitimate? The black market isn't always...
I appreciate your concern, Dr. Earnshaw. Our source wouldn't sell its bogus goods.
Our source? Sarah wondered if the source was Beau. If Beau was in custody. If Will knew that Sarah was doing her damnedest to reach out to him.
Whoa there,
Dash said. Lance had stumbled. Sarah did a double take as he righted himself. Her sentry looked like he should be on his back. Pale complexion, heavy eyelids, shortened breaths. She had heard him running down to his makeshift toilet most of the night. Sarah continued her walk toward the clearing. Lance should really see a doctor. Dysentery killed around 100,000 people a year. Dash said,
Gwen tells me that Adriel had a fitful night.
I'm worried that the children are developing a secondary issue. Some kind of virus or bacterial infection. She ducked as Dash reached past her, but he was only pushing away a branch. I'd like to check on them again.
I'll make sure you have as much time in the bunkhouse as you need.
Thank you. Sarah heard her voice crack with gratitude. She cared about the children, but the thought of being freed from her cabin cell was elating. Benjamin, especially, is not doing well.
Gwen would say, suffer the children.
Sarah had seen proof that Gwen didn't care who suffered, so long as it served Dash's purpose. He said,
If God does exist, and he knows about the suffering of our precious lambs, then he is no God that I would seek to know.
Sarah's mother would have found it hilarious that Sarah was on the other side of this argument. God has given us the tools to help all of them, but they're being denied access. He laughed.
Your feistiness is one of the reasons I like having you around, Dr. Earnshaw.
Sarah looked at the ground, so that he would not see her eyes roll. She'd known he'd eventually get around to calling her feisty. They had reached the clearing. She could feel the sun baking her bare shoulder. Women were tending pots over open fires, because they were always cooking or boiling sheets and clothes, and the endless number of cloth napkins. Gwen stood with her hands on her hips, barking orders to frightened-looking minions. Sarah felt her stomach clench at the sight of her. If the woman really was a nurse, she would have known exactly what she was doing when she deprived Tommy of a peaceful end to his short life.
Dr. Earnshaw, you remember my lovely little ladies?
The girls were already seated at one of the long communal picnic tables. Sarah ran through their names. Esther, Charity, Edna, Grace, Hannah, and Joy of the wary eye. Their manners were impeccable, as they simultaneously offered, "Good afternoon, Dr. Earnshaw." Grace, the talkative one, excitedly scooted down the bench so that Sarah could sit beside her. She practically trilled when her wish was granted. Sarah stroked the girl's wispy hair. She saw 2 small indentations in the skin of her forehead. Old chickenpox scars. Dash said,
Thank you, sisters.
The women from the fires had approached with the meal. Steak for Dash, bowls of stew for the girls, and a plate of cheese, crackers, and fruit for Sarah. Her stomach growled, but the thought of eating more cheese made her tongue feel thick in her mouth. Grace asked, "Dr. Earnshaw, where did you meet your husband?" "At the hospital where I worked." Sarah felt her lips part in surprise. She had answered the question without thinking, and she had answered it incorrectly. She had met Jeffrey at a high school football game. She had met Will at the hospital.
"What were you wearing?"
Grace asked. Sarah felt weepy again. She chewed a cracker to give herself time to recover.
"At hospitals, doctors wear scrubs, green pants and a matching shirt." "And the white coat,"
Esther said. She'd remembered Sarah's description of the white coat ceremony from the day before.
"Yes,"
Sarah said,
"and a white coat.
and a stethoscope, and black rubber shoes because doctors stand around all day and our feet hurt." Grace steered the conversation back to her favorite topic.
"Did you wear a wedding dress when you went to get married at the courthouse?"
"Courthouse," Joy said, using the "you stupid idiot" tone that Sarah had often adopted with her own little sister.
"It's where the judge is. He can marry people." "Papa Martin's going to the courthouse,"
Edna said. She had a serious look on her face.
"The judge is going to make it so that he won't ever come back."
Dash cleared his throat. He shook his head at Edna. Sarah made a mental note to drive herself crazy with that new factoid when she was locked up later. Martin Novak was the obvious proxy for Papa Martin. The bank robber was going to be sentenced at the courthouse in a few weeks. Sarah knew from Faith's grumblings that Novak had spent time with an anti-government group on the southern border. If Martin Novak was Gwen's father, then her marriage to Dash would have conferred upon him an enormous amount of legitimacy. It also meant that Gwen would have been steeped in the racist ideology of the IPA for most of her life. Grace sniffed to let everyone know her feelings were hurt. Her bottom lip rolled out.
"I was only asking about her dress."
Sarah smoothed down Grace's hair. She thought about Will's favorite black dress, his pleased look every time she went to the effort of grooming and shaving and plucking and wearing heels for him. Actually, any time Sarah made an effort, especially for Will, he was happy. She told Grace,
"I wore a regular dress, but it had pretty little flowers stitched here."
She indicated the neckline.
"He liked me to wear my hair down, so I left it on my shoulders even though it was very hot outside. And I wore high heels that pinched my toes." "How high?"
The question had rushed out of Joy's mouth. She blushed.
"I mean, because you're tall. Men don't like that, is what I hear."
"The right men do," Sarah told her, a lesson that had been hard learned during her teen years as she'd waited for the boys to catch up to her height.
"And the right man isn't intimidated by a woman who's comfortable with who she is."
Amen.
Dash had freed his hand from the sling so he could cut his steak. The knife was long, with a serrated blade. Sarah wondered if they counted the silverware when the table was cleared. Grace said,
"I want to wear a white dress to my wedding with flowers and horses."
Joy rolled her eyes.
"And ice cream."
Grace giggled. Dash said,
"You'll get ice cream tonight."
There was a chorus of cheers. He told Sarah,
"We're having a celebration to mark the completion of our greatest achievement."
His sly smile said he knew that he had her attention. He said,
"Tomorrow is a very important day for us."
Sarah did not give him the satisfaction of asking the obvious question.
"Little ones, listen to Daddy."
Dash jabbed his fork into the potato.
"You must put us all in your thoughts tonight. Enjoy the celebration and the ice cream, but understand that what we are about to embark on is a serious mission. Everything we've been working toward for the last 3 years comes down to tomorrow."
3 years? He said,
"Daddy and his men are going to go out into the wicked world, and we're going to remind them what the framers of the Constitution had in mind when they sat down and wrote that glorious document."
Grace said,
"One nation under God."
"Exactly,"
Dash confirmed, though the line was from the Pledge of Allegiance, not the Constitution.
"The country needs to be shocked back into its senses. It is time to send the message. We have gotten so far off track that the white man doesn't know his place anymore.
He forked a mound of potato into his mouth. Obviously, he wasn't finished with his speech, but he wasn't content to play the game without Sarah. She cleared her throat. What kind of message? He took his time drinking from the glass of water.
The message will make it clear that the white man will not be conquered, not by any other race, not by a certain type of woman, not by anyone or anything.
Sarah waited for the real Dash to make his appearance. She saw the early indications in his cheekbones, which got sharper, and his skin, which blanched with zeal. He told Sarah,
Those people, those mongrels, are trying to breed us out of existence. They're infiltrating our culture with their music and their easy morals. They're taking advantage of our women, selling them a false bill of goods about who they are, where their place is in society.
Like Michelle,
Edna said.
Yes.
Dash slammed his fist into the table. The mask had fully dropped.
Michelle is a living example of the kind of woman whose selfish and hedonistic choices are destroying the natural order. They have to be made an example of. Witches used to be burned in this country.
Wrong again. No witches were burned during the Salem trials. They were either hanged or pressed to death.
It's a man's job to decide what's best for his family.
Dash banged the table again.
Just look at what got us here. White men wielding white power have protected white society for thousands of years.
Sarah bit her lip so that she would not antagonize him. Dash seemed to take note of her reticence. He wiped his mouth with one of the cloth napkins. He slipped back into character, smiling at Sarah.
I'm not racist. I'm for my race. I'm not sexist. I'm for my gender.
He shrugged, as if the logic held up.
The white man is being pushed aside. Our benevolence, our generosity, is leading us to the brink of extinction. We ceded too many rights to women, to the Negro and the brown man. We dangled the hope of opportunity, and they took too much for their own advantage.
The girls were all looking up at their father, as if he was delivering the Sermon on the Mount. To Sarah, it sounded more like neo-Nazi pop psychology. Dash had stumbled upon one of the many vulnerabilities in the contact hypothesis. Levels of prejudice were generally reduced when reasonable people shared interpersonal contact. It was hard to hold on to a stereotype about an entire race when you were face to face with an individual who disproved your prejudice. One of the biggest obstacles to success was the denial of the opposing group's equal status to your own.
Dr. Earnshaw.
Dash put down his fork. He rested his elbows on the table.
You are a woman of science. You understand from your history books that every major leap in history, from the Industrial Revolution to the digital age to the Internet age to whatever comes next, was made possible by white men.
Sarah could think of multiple facts to contradict him, but there was no use arguing with a person who would not accept basic truths. Another hindrance to the contact hypothesis.
Even our mastery of technology is a double-edged sword. Jobs that men do are becoming obsolete.
Dash pointed his finger at Sarah.
The number one occupation for men without college degrees is driving vehicles. What's going to happen when self-driving cars and trucks take over the roads? Technology, innovation, education. White men are being deprived of the dignity of a paycheck. When women control the purse strings, men are demoralized. They turn to alcohol and pills. They leave their families, abandon their children. We cannot let that happen.
Sarah guessed respecting and appreciating your wife was not an option. Dash wasn't finished.
American politicians have spent the last 200 years trying to accommodate and appease the black and brown man. Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Independent, they all do it. We give the mongrels schools and they want white schools. We let them ride the bus, and they want to sit in the front. We pay them to entertain us, and they try to shove their opinions down our damn throats."
"Daddy," Grace whispered, as if swearing was the worst of his crimes.
"Accommodate, accommodate, accommodate!"
Dash had started banging the table again.
"There's not enough clean water and air and food to go around. Not everybody can live in a nice house with a big TV. Letting the mongrels wrongly believe that they are entitled to what the white man has is exactly why we are at this inflection point. We cannot let them take our power."
Another loophole in the contact hypothesis, the fear of competition. He said,
"This is why the framers of the Constitution specified the right to bear arms in the Second Amendment, so we can take up arms and tell the government that they are wrong. White men were the only men endowed with those rights. Our lives are the only lives that matter."
Sarah bit her lip. The framers had not written the Second Amendment. They had devised the process by which the Constitution could be amended. He said,
"The focus of our government has at its own peril turned away from nurturing the white family. It's basic economics. If you take care of us, then everything else will fall into place. There are enough scraps for the rest of them. You're a doctor. You know the scientific facts. Superior genetics preordained the white man to lead the tribes of the world. We cannot allow ourselves to become relegated to second or even third-class citizens."
Sarah could not let that one go. Medical history was riddled with this crackpot nonsense. The study of humors, bloodletting, phrenology, female hysteria. None of it was harmless. The so-called science of the American eugenics movement had inspired the atrocities of Nazi Germany. Will's severe dyslexia was a type of disability that would have qualified him for forced sterilization or outright murder. She told Dash, "It would really suck to be treated like a minority, wouldn't it?"
"You're making fun, but you're hitting my point exactly. White women with their abortion and their birth control and their careers are choosing their own selfish desires over the propagation of the race. Miscegenation, interbreeding mongrels, whatever you want to call it. Every problem this country faces can be boiled down to the coming doom of the Great Replacement."
His eyes glowed as he said the words. Sarah could see where a person as angry as Dash, as isolated and alienated, would think of his philosophy of hatred as the solution to their problems. It's not your fault, brother. It's everybody else.
"My ladies,"
Dash made sure his girls were paying attention,
"listen carefully, because this is the most important lesson that Daddy will ever teach you. The races fall into a pyramid. The white man is always at the top. Then, as his subordinate, you will find the white woman, who need only serve one master. Below you have your various races. Not every person on this earth is equal."
That truth isn't self-evident? Sarah invoked the opening lines of the Declaration of Independence. I thought all men were created equal. He wagged his finger in her direction.
"You don't want to argue the Constitution with me, Dr. Earnshaw."
Sarah held back a pained sigh. Dash was a stupid man's idea of how a smart man sounded, and his philosophy didn't matter. His noxious racism and sexism and xenophobia did not matter. What mattered was the greenhouse, the structure, the message he was planning to send. Everything we've been working toward for the last 3 years comes down to tomorrow. Sarah asked, "What are you going to do about it?"
"The message. That's what we're doing about it. There will be great sacrifices, and I always mourn the loss of life, but we have got to accept losses if we're going to make true and meaningful change. The enablers, the mongrels, they grow like weeds, and periodically we have to cut them down."
Dash shook his head.
"It's terribly sad, but it's a natural order of things. Sometimes you have to cut back a rose bush to make a beautiful flower."
Sarah felt the threat behind his flowery language. How many lives will be lost?
"Multitudes. So many will be dead that I doubt historians will be able to tally a final number."
Dash retrieved his fork and knife. He cut into the steak.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Earnshaw. I am a man of my word. I said you'll be freed, and I meant it. We'll need a witness to the message. I think an articulate, thoughtful lady such as yourself will make a persuasive argument on our behalf.
Sarah tried not to fixate on the fact that the defining trait of a witness was survival. Was he giving her false hope? Joy asked, "Daddy, when will we know if the message worked?" "You'll know when you know." This came from Gwen. She was standing behind Edna, her fingers digging into the girls' shoulders. Her dour demeanor put a look of trepidation on her children's faces. "I want these plates cleaned or no one will get ice cream tonight." The girls obediently picked up their spoons and started to eat. Gwen wrung her hands in her apron as she sat down. She was eating the same food as the girls, but on a plate instead of in a bowl. Sarah noticed a rash on her hands. She had managed to rub the skin raw with her apron. Sarah hated the thought of talking to Gwen, but she asked, "Is Benjamin any better?" Gwen's lips snapped into a straight line. She was no longer trying to hide the hostility she clearly felt toward Sarah. "The Lord will decide his fate." "I might need to adjust his medications," Sarah offered. "I can re-examine all of the children. I'd be happy to help wash them down, change sheets, anything to make them more comfortable. I'm sure you're tired." "I'm not tired." Gwen picked up her spoon. "You will return to your cabin where you belong." Dash said, "I've told Dr. Earnshaw that she can spend as much time as she likes inside the bunkhouse." Gwen's fist tightened around the spoon. Her eyes locked with Dash's. Was she jealous? Dash said, "Gwendolyn, let's remember that Dr. Earnshaw is a guest here. We should make use of any help she offers." His tone was enough to send Gwen into an angry silence. She shoveled food into her mouth so quickly that the sauce dripped down her chin. Her children absorbed her mood. Some of them looked like they wanted to cry. Grace's bottom lip started to tremble. Sarah gave in to a desire to punish Gwen for the misery she brought. "Girls, you know how I met my husband. Do you know how your mother met your father? I bet it's a very romantic story." Gwen's spoon hovered between the plate and her mouth. Sarah felt regret warm her face. The question was not meant to be shitty, but the math made it cruel. Joy was 15. Gwen was in her early 30s. Dash had passed 40 a few years ago. "Well," Dash adjusted his sling. Though judging by the way he'd moved his arms, he no longer needed it. "That's a funny question, isn't it, my little ladies?" The girls silently waited. They had clearly never heard the answer before. Dash said, "We were high school sweethearts. What do you think of that?" Grace gave a dramatically long sigh. To a young girl, the idea was romantic, but she wasn't considering the age difference. The only way Dash would have been in high school at the same time as Gwen was if he was working on the staff. There was nothing romantic about statutory rape. Dash said, "Papa Martin introduced us. Isn't that right, my darling?" Martin Novak. The bank robber was in his 60s. Dash would have been like a son to him. And then Novak's son had married his underage daughter. "We were on a beach," Dash told the girls, contradicting his high school story. "Your mother was walking along the water. The waves were lapping at her feet. The sun was behind her, and I thought it made her look like she was wearing a halo." He winked at Sarah. "She hasn't taken it off since." Sarah swallowed what felt like a mouthful of glass. She asked Dash, "I'd like to go to the bunkhouse if that's okay." Gwen's spoon dropped onto her plate with a loud clatter. "That's fine, Dr. Earnshaw." Dash looked at Gwen as he spoke. "Joy, escort Dr. Earnshaw, please. Your mother and I have to talk through the plans for tonight's celebration." "Yes, Daddy." Joy led the way to the bunkhouse, her head down, her eyes on her feet. Sarah kept a few paces behind her. She felt disgusted by her own behavior. Gwen was fair game, but her daughters were innocent. Sarah was not normally the type of person who deliberately hurt other people. Then again, she was not the sort of doctor who wished her patients dead. Which was no excuse for what had just happened. Sarah thought about how to apologize to Joy. Of all the children, she would have been hyper-aware of the implications. Before Sarah could get a word out, Joy mumbled, "She's worried." Sarah guessed she was referring to Gwen. "About Adriel?" Joy shook her head, but didn't explain further. "You know," Sarah said, "I just realized that Benjamin is the only little boy I've seen on this side of the camp. Are there more on the other side?" "Some little ones." Joy was still keeping her voice low, though no one was close by. "Daddy sends them away when they turn 12. Sarah nodded, her heart pounding, because she could think of only one reason why a grown man would send away all of the boys before they reached the age of puberty. He didn't want the competition. Sarah asked, "Do you know where they go?" "Arizona, so they can train for the war." Arizona. All the pieces that put Martin Novak into the frame were falling into place. Sarah prayed that Will and Faith were finding the same clues. The bank robber was in custody, looking at spending the rest of his life in prison. If there was a deal to be made, now was the time. Joy stopped at the sink outside the bunkhouse. She turned on the water for Sarah. "Are they going to die?" Sarah understood she was talking about the 11 children in the bunkhouse. "I haven't figured out what's wrong, but I'm working on it." Joy started to speak, but her face contorted in pain. She pressed her hand to her stomach. She leaned back against the shower stall. "My tummy hurts." "Is it your period?" She blushed the shade of a tomato. "Sweetie, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's natural. It's terrible, but it's natural." She rubbed Joy's arm, trying to get a response. "I can give you some Advil for the pain." "It's not—" The sentence was interrupted by a torrent of vomit flooding out of her mouth. Sarah jumped away, but not quickly enough to save her shoes. She looked toward the picnic table for Gwen, but the girl's mother was angrily dressing down one of the cooking women. The younger girls sat at the table with their heads bowed, trying to disappear into the scenery. "Let's go inside." Sarah helped Joy up the stairs. The bunkhouse was empty but for the sick children. Sarah wondered where the 3 women had gone. She supposed they had taken their lunch breaks. The timing could work out for Sarah. Joy was old enough to notice what was going on inside of the camp. "Here." Sarah helped Joy climb onto an empty cot. She asked, "Can you tell me what's hurting?" Joy clutched her stomach in response. Sarah took the girl's blood pressure, which was low, and her temperature, which was normal. She listened to Joy's chest and bowels. She checked her pupils. The girl could barely keep her eyes open. Her throat clicked as she tried to swallow. Sarah asked, "Did you have the measles before?" She nodded. "I'll be right back." Sarah found a pitcher of water and filled a glass. She glanced around the room. Most of the children were sleeping. The ones who were awake watched her carefully. Joy tried to sit up, but dizziness immediately pulled her down to the bed. Sarah helped her drink from the glass. Her jaw kept clenching in pain. Her hand was still clutching her stomach. There were several tests that Sarah could order in any hospital that would likely tell her what was wrong with Joy, but none of them were currently at her disposal. "Joy?" Sarah sat down on the cot beside her. "I need you to talk to me." "I don't—" Her tears started to fall in earnest. She was clearly scared. "I'm sorry I got sick on you." "I'm just glad it wasn't spinach. That's the worst." Joy didn't smile. "How long have you been feeling bad?" "Since—" She closed her eyes as another wave of pain shot through her belly. "Since last night." "You're sure it's not your period?" She shook her head. "Are you sexually active?" Joy became a study in mortification. "I haven't. I wouldn't. No, ma'am. The boys aren't allowed around us, and Daddy—" She vehemently shook her head. Sarah had been lied to about sexual experience almost as many times as she'd been puked on.
I'm going to press down here, okay? Tell me if anything hurts.
Joy watched Sarah's hands move around. She blushed furiously when the exam moved below her bikini line. There was no speculum to do a pelvic, and as much as Sarah despised Gwen, she wasn't going to perform one without the mother's permission. At least not for another half hour. Ectopic pregnancy was always Sarah's first concern with a girl Joy's age. Having experienced the same disastrous complication herself, she knew the consequences of not acting quickly. Appendicitis was a close second. Ovarian cyst, bowel obstruction, kidney stone, twisted fallopian tube, tumor. All would require diagnostic tools that Sarah did not have, and surgery that she was in no position to perform. I need to talk to your mother.
No!
Joy sat up, panicked. She grabbed onto Sarah, lightheaded from the drop in her blood pressure.
Please, let me stay here for a minute, please.
She was scared of her mother, which made Sarah scared for all of Gwen's children. It's all right. Sarah gently helped Joy lie down. Has your mother hurt you, Joy? The girl's eyes watered with tears.
She gets mad, is all. Sometimes we don't do what we're supposed to do, and that makes it harder for her. She has a lot of responsibilities.
Sarah stroked the girl's hair. Has your father ever?
Will I be all right?
Joy kept clutching her stomach.
Please tell me. Why does it hurt so bad?
Sarah felt her pediatrician's instincts ringing like an alarm. In any other setting, she would be on the phone to Children's Services, making sure that Joy did not go back to her parents until there was a thorough investigation. Unfortunately, Sarah was not in a normal setting, and she had no ability to control anything but how she responded to this scared child. She told Joy, "You probably ate something that didn't agree with you." This was unlikely, as the girls all seemed to eat the same thing at every meal, and only Joy was showing symptoms.
Are you...
Joy was still terrified.
Are you sure?
I think what you need is some rest, and then you'll feel better. Okay? Joy relaxed into the cot, eyes closed. Guilt weighed on Sarah. Normally, she would have been honest with a patient of Joy's age. Sarah would have told her that she wasn't sure what was going on, but she was going to find out what was causing the problem and do everything she could to make it better. But this was not a normal situation, and there was no way to find out what was wrong other than to wait for the bug to resolve, or for more symptoms to appear. Sarah could at least make herself useful to the other children. She told Joy, "I'll be over here, okay?"
Michelle!
Joy looked like she wanted to grab the word and shove it back into her mouth. Sarah sat down on the cot. She tried to keep the desperation out of her tone. "Did you see her?" Joy tried again. Her eyes closed. She turned her head away from Sarah.
I'm sorry.
Sarah had crossed a lot of lines since being kidnapped, but this one felt different. The girl was scared. She knew something important, and she knew that telling Sarah would get her into a great deal of trouble. Sarah said, "It's okay, sweetheart. Try to sleep."
She's...
Joy stopped to swallow.
Behind here.
Sarah tried to measure her response. "In the glass house?" Joy shook her head.
In the woods. Mama left her in the woods.
At first, Sarah did not understand what she was being told. Her body reacted before her mind could. There was a shaking sensation that traveled from her heart and out to her limbs. The words, "left her in the woods," echoed alongside it. Chained to a post? Left to scorch in a metal box? None of these scenarios seemed beneath the woman who would suffocate a young man to death. "Try to sleep." Sarah pressed her lips to Joy's head. "I'm going to get some air." Joy let out a heavy breath. Sarah walked through the bunkhouse. There were 2 doors, one at the front, one at the rear. She opened the back door. No stairs, just a 4-foot drop. She jumped down to the ground. Her spattered sneakers disappeared into the thick prairie grass. She lifted her toga and walked into the forest. Birds chirped. Sarah looked around. No guards in deer stands. No young men with rifles, knives, pistols. The steady hum of the generator told her that the greenhouse was to the right. Sarah went to the left. Her nose picked up on the unmistakable odor of rotting meat. The body of Michelle Spivey was about 30 yards behind the bunkhouse. She was lying on her left side, snarled in an overgrowth of brambles. Her spine was curved. Her left knee was bent. Her right leg jutted out behind her. She looked as if someone had tossed her into the woods, thrown her out as if she was trash. Her right arm was draped over her head, hand clawing at the air. She was fixed in place, the muscles slowly depleting of oxygen as rigor mortis paralyzed her body. First in the eyelids, then the jaw and neck. Given her age and muscle mass, along with the extremely high temperature, Michelle had likely been dead anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. Sarah looked back toward the bunkhouse. The door had closed. No one was coming. No one had even noticed that she was gone. Running was an option, but Sarah was not going to run right now. Michelle Spivey had been broken by the time the car accident brought Sarah into her world. The woman had barely spoken more than a few sentences. She had stabbed a man to death. She had served as Dash's compliant accomplice. But she had also been a mother, a wife, a doctor, a human being. This was a time for some sort of meditation, a kind word that acknowledged Michelle's life. Sarah was not going to do that either. She got down on her knees. She grabbed the collar of Michelle's dress and ripped open the back. The woman's ribs protruded like whalebone. Red welts had rubbed into the thin layer of skin covering her vertebrae. She'd been carved into with a knife, punched repeatedly in the kidneys. The yellowing bruises indicated that at least a week had passed since she had been beaten. The wounds had scabbed. The burns were more recent. Sarah knew what a cigarette burn looked like. She ripped the dress the rest of the way down. Michelle's underwear was stained. She had started to leak. The intense heat was boiling the fat from her skin and oiling the ground beneath her. The entire left side of Michelle's body was such a dark reddish purple that she looked as if she'd been dipped halfway into a vat of ink. When the heart stops beating, blood always settles to the lowest point. Livor mortis was the Latin phrase used to describe the color of the skin, as heavy blood cells sank through the serum. The process sped up with heat. The stain that went down Michelle's hip and leg, up to the arm that she'd laid her head on, indicated that the woman had died exactly where she'd been lying in the woods. Tossed here, like trash. Michelle was bloated from the bacteria swirling inside of her body. The heat hadn't done the worst of the damage. Gwen had lied about giving Michelle antibiotics. Or maybe the antibiotics hadn't worked. Either way, Gwen was responsible. Sarah knew exactly who had left Michelle to die out here. Her passing would have been agonizing. Falling in and out of consciousness, disoriented, perhaps hallucinating, burning with fever. Sepsis had swollen her abdomen so much that the skin had cracked. Alongside the fissures, Sarah could make out the faint stretch marks where 12 years ago, Michelle's belly had expanded to accommodate the baby she was carrying inside her womb. Ashley. Sarah remembered the child's name from the newspaper article. She closed her eyes and turned her face up to the sun. The heat drilled open her pores. Sarah tried to feel something, anything, but found herself numbed by the relentless brutality. There was no way for Sarah to accurately gauge how long it had taken Michelle to die out here. The place seemed to have been chosen to maximize her suffering. Far from the camp, tossed onto the thorns of a bramble bush, beaten and battered, pain literally slicing open her body. Behind Sarah, the bunkhouse door banged open. She ducked down her head. Sarah was hidden by the overgrowth, but she didn't know for how long. She worked quickly, examining Michelle as closely as she could, checking for chemical discolorations or some indication of what the scientist was doing inside the greenhouse. She smelled her hair, looked at her fingernails. Rigor had sealed shut her jaw, but Sarah checked inside her gums, her nose and ears.
Dr. Earnshaw?
Dash had cupped his hands to his eyes. The sunlight narrowed his field of vision.
Are you back here?
Sarah dug into the pockets of Michelle's dress, slipped her fingers around her bra, the band of her underwear. She was about to give up when she noticed the positioning of Michelle's left hand. The fingers were folded in, but the thumb was straight out in a hitchhiker's pose. Death grips were extremely rare. They came when a chemical reaction inside the body was triggered by abject terror. Michelle had been given ample time to contemplate her death. She had placed her hand under her bent knee, forcing the fingers to stay closed, of her own volition. There was something written on her palm.
Dr. Earnshaw?
Dash was turning his head slowly, scrutinizing the forest in sections. Sarah leaned over Michelle's body to get a better look at her hand. Vomit slid up her throat. The smell of rotting tissue was noxious. Sarah held her breath. Up close, she thought maybe Michelle had written 2 words, or one really long one. Black marker. Only the bottom edges of the letters were exposed. Michelle's fingers covered the rest.
Where are you, Dr. Earnshaw?
Dash's voice was calm, but she did not trust it to stay that way. Sarah picked at Michelle's fingers, trying to pry them open. She was sweating too much. The fingers were too swollen. Sarah couldn't find purchase. Her only option was to break the rigor mortis in the wrist. The muscles had hardened like plastic. Sarah gripped Michelle's fist and forearm and twisted each of her hands in opposite directions. She was rewarded with a loud snap.
Lance?
Dash had heard the noise.
Hey, brother. Do you mind coming out here with me?
Sarah clawed at Michelle's fingers. The nails folded back, but they would not budge. She tried pressing upward with her thumbs. Dash jumped down from the bunkhouse door. A second set of feet hit the ground. 30 yards away. Tall grass, thick trees. He was talking to Lance. Sarah was too panicked to understand him. Her heart was pounding. Her eyes felt shaky. She had to get Michelle's hand open. She had to read the words. She looked around for a stick or something that she could use to force them up. There was nothing. Sarah would have to use her mouth. She bit at Michelle's clenched fingers, trying not to break open the skin.
Dr. Earnshaw?
Dash called. Lance coughed. They were getting closer. Sarah caught the ball of Michelle's first knuckle between her front teeth. She pulled back. Snap. Middle finger. Snap. Ring finger. Snap.
Dr. Earnshaw?
Dash was standing several feet behind her. His voice sounded nasal. He had pinched together his nostrils to ward off the stench. Lance was behind him. He belched once, then vomited against a tree. Dash's crushed nose turned his sigh into a honk. He said her name again.
Dr. Earnshaw.
She's dead. Sarah had already folded herself over Michelle's body. She forced out a cry, feigning grief. You let her die. She was all alone. Dash told her,
I'm sorry you're upset. She was a flawed woman, but she redeemed herself in the end.
Sarah tried to close Michelle's hand. The fingers would no longer hold their shape. He said,
Let's not drag this out, okay? The smell is terrible, and I said you could stay in the bunkhouse. Let's take you back now. It's cool in there, and you can...
Sarah got to her feet.
Doctor?
Dash called. But Sarah was already jogging through the overgrowth toward the bunkhouse. She pulled herself up through the door. Gwen was standing inside. She looked anxious, but she was always anxious. Sarah walked directly to the medicine cabinet. She found the rubbing alcohol. She stuffed a folded bedsheet under her arm and walked toward the front door.
Dr. Earnshaw.
Dash had taken off his sling so he could climb up to the floor.
If you could...
Sarah slammed the door closed behind her. She stepped over Joy's mess and headed straight for the outdoor shower. The latch wouldn't cooperate. She cursed until her shaking fingers managed to close it. She draped the clean sheet over the stall. She wrenched the cap off the rubbing alcohol and poured it straight into her mouth. The bunkhouse door opened. Dash stood at the top of the stairs.
Oh, sorry.
He turned away from her, covering his eyes.
I was hoping...
The rest of his sentence was lost to Sarah, swishing the alcohol between her teeth, trying to kill whatever bacteria she had picked up from Michelle's decaying flesh. She splashed the cool liquid onto her face, neck, and hands.
Dr. Earnshaw,
Dash tried for the 100th time.
If we could just discuss...
Leave me alone! Sarah struggled with her toga, cursing at the knot, the wadded-up material, the pain of getting out of the damn stupid thing. Dash tried again.
I really must...
I said, leave me the fuck alone! Sarah turned on the water. She grabbed the soap. Dash scampered down the stairs. So much for his white male pride, when a woman was ready to rip his fucking head off. Gwen opened the bunkhouse door. She glanced at Sarah, then rushed after her husband. Sarah got the water as hot as she could stand it. She tried to generate lather with the lye soap. The grit felt like a million pieces of sand. She waited for Lance to make an appearance, but he chose to stay inside with the children, or with the air conditioning. Sarah had caught sight of him as she jogged toward the bunkhouse. Lance had stared at her through heavy eyelids. His skin was pale. He had probably caught Joy's stomach bug, unless there was something else going around the camp. Something that Michelle had been working on in the greenhouse. Sarah spat onto the floor of the shower. The rubbing alcohol still burned her gums. She opened her mouth and let the water hit the back of her throat. Her skin felt scalded. She was literally sweating underneath the spray of the shower. Michelle Spivey had survived unspeakable horrors. She had been raped and beaten. She had been pressed into labor inside of the greenhouse. She had been left to rot to death in the heat. The infectious disease expert would have been intimately familiar with sepsis, the most common cause of death in people who have been hospitalized. Sarah imagined the doctor had monitored her Q-SOFA score up until the end. The quick sequential organ failure assessment was a point system that rated blood pressure, respiration, and mentation. The higher the score, the higher the risk of mortality. While Michelle probably hadn't had access to a blood pressure cuff, she could have monitored her own respiration and neurological symptoms. She would have known not only that death was coming, but what it would look like. One of her last acts had been to find a black marker and write a message on the inside of her hand. 2 words. Several possible meanings. A coffin? A device to defeat telephone toll charges? A TV show or film? A type of experimental theater? An FDA warning? The briefcase that carried the nuclear codes? Sarah turned around, letting the sharp spray of water needle her scalp. In computing, the term could be used to describe the transfer characteristics of a device whose inner workings are unknown, or a type of software, or a type of software engineer. She ran her fingers through her hair, trying to break the knots. In aviation, it referred to the recorder that was used to document the flight path data and the pilot's voices. The device was painted bright orange, but the common name was exactly the same 2 words that Michelle had written on her hand. Black box. Sarah rubbed her face with her hands. What did Michelle mean? Why had she chosen those specific words? Sarah had blown her chance to run, had risked her life, her safety, and for what? She was plagued by the same maddening question from before, except now there was a clock winding down on her search for the answer. Dash had told her as much himself. The message would be delivered tomorrow. Chapter 16. Tuesday, August 6th, 2:50 p.m. Will leaned his head against the car door as Interstate 85 rolled by. The hour-long taxi ride to exit 129 had brought on a wave of exhaustion. With every passing mile, he'd slumped farther down in the seat. His knees pressed into the partition between the front and rear seats of the car. His skull vibrated against the glass in the door. Before Sarah, Will had never been in the back of a taxi. She had wanted to leave a party early. The ride wasn't ready to go. She had called a cab. Will had climbed inside and nearly had a heart attack when he saw that the meter already had $5 on it, which was why he had never been in a taxi before Sarah. Will made himself sit up straight. He scratched his jaw. The Brillo pad of his beard pricked at his fingertips. The unfamiliar roughness was a reminder that he had to slice himself off. The man who loved Sarah could not save her. Jack Phineas Wolfe, disillusioned ex-soldier, pissed off at the world, was the man he would have to be for that job. Will looked down at his hands. He pressed his thumb into his knuckle until a trickle of fresh blood came out. Gerald would be Wolfe's first obstacle. If he could not persuade Dash's second-in-command that Wolfe was all in, then Gerald would probably point a gun at his face and pull the trigger. Will didn't think it would go down like that. He'd banked some credit with Gerald during the warehouse mission. The fact that Wolfe had been willing to stab a security guard to death for 15 grand was enough proof of concept. Dash was going to be the real challenge. This close to pulling off whatever he was planning, the leader of the IPA would be highly paranoid, especially about a new recruit. Dash was a racist pedophile and a mass murderer. He had also inspired men as different as Robert Hurley and Adam Humphrey Carter. Will assumed that Dash was a classic conman, always looking for a weakness to exploit. Will puzzled out Wolf's vulnerabilities. Pedophilia seemed like the most obvious way in, but the language of pedophiles was as intricate and arcane as army lingo. The people who raped children were constantly evolving. They coordinated on the dark web. They were extremely careful in public. It wasn't as easy as saying that a child looked mature for her age. Will gladly discarded the approach. He thought about Faith's information on the IPA. They revered the military. Wolfe was a trained fighter with no more battles to wage. Maybe he felt beaten down by the system. He was desperate for money. Couldn't find a job. Couldn't keep a woman. He was angry that his life had fallen into shit. Eager for a fight. Maybe he was a gambler who'd lost his life savings. He would be blaming everybody but himself. Will silently shook his head. A money motivation was too easy. Dash would never trust a hired gun. He would want a warrior for the cause. Bo Ragnarsson was a man in search of a cause. That was why he had capitulated to Amanda, to Will, to Kevin, to anyone who shoved him in a direction. Bo hadn't really relaxed until Gerald had locked them inside the van. His shoulder pressed against Will's. 4 armed, anxious kids across from him. Everyone else had been wired, but Bo had fallen soundly asleep. His fidgeting and his sighing and his Charlie Brown shuffle were gone. Will had interpreted Bo's erratic behavior as a sign that the man was going to betray him. The truth was that Bo Ragnarsson only felt whole when he was part of a unit. Like a lot of ex-soldiers, he was desperately looking for something to fill the hole that war had punched into his chest. That was the same kind of desperation that would be key to Jack Wolfe infiltrating the IPA. Dash would want to fill the hole in Wolfe's chest. He would use racism or religion or whatever it took to bring Wolfe around to his side. With guys like that, it was never about what you believed. It was about who you believed. Will looked down at his hands again. He rubbed his thumb along his bare ring finger. The pieces of Jack Wolfe that he had so carefully stitched together started to pull apart. Will would do whatever it took to get Sarah back. If that meant shooting more people, killing more people, then he was going to do it. He wasn't just fighting for himself. Sarah's whole family was waiting for Will to bring her home. They were counting on him, asking God to help him, praying that Sarah was unharmed. Will had never prayed before. When he was a boy, the local church had sent a bus to the children's home every Sunday morning. Most of the kids jumped at the chance to get out of the house. Will had always stayed behind. The opportunity to be alone, even for a few hours, was more important to him than getting to drink purple Kool-Aid from tiny glasses and eat thin wafers. Now, he tried to remember Kathy's prayer. She had spoken like she was writing a letter. "Dear Heavenly Father, we ask for your blessing in this time of need." Will had known to bow his head, but he had looked to Tessa for further guidance. Her eyes had been closed, so Will had closed his eyes. She had kept silent, so Will had kept silent. The ritual of the prayer had been comforting. The soft cadence of Kathy's voice, the closeness of other people who cared about what he cared about. This was what Will worried about as he held onto Kathy's small hand. That he would not find Sarah. That it would be his fault that her family would never see her again. That Gerald would kill him at the Citgo. That Dash would shoot him before he got to see Sarah. That Michelle Spivey would recognize Will and wig out on him, the same way she had with Carter. That Dash wouldn't kill Will right away, because he wanted to make Sarah watch him die. Then there was the worst-case scenario. Will would beat all of the odds, making it past Gerald, talking Dash into welcoming him into the fold. He would finally find Sarah, but he wouldn't be able to help her because he was too afraid. Will felt tortured by the fear that had gripped him at the scene of the car accident. He had been reaching into Sarah's BMW, inserting the key into the glove box, when he'd seen Hurley holding a gun to Sarah's head. Instead of reacting, instead of turning the key, grabbing his Glock and killing them all, Will had frozen, because he was afraid. Will clenched his teeth. Major Jack Wolfe, airborne, 2 deployments to Iraq, 2 DUIs, 1 restraining order from his last place of employment, over $36,000 in credit card debt. The taxi coasted onto the exit. Will recognized the logos for gas stations and fast food restaurants. Exit 129 would take him into Brazelton, 12.5 square miles spread across 4 counties, all of them within Atlanta's metropolitan statistical area. Less than 10,000 inhabitants, 83% of them white, 4% living below the poverty line. 1 police station, 4 cops, 1 hospital, 1 upscale winery. The terrain was lush and hilly. Most of it was still thickly forested, like every other Georgia town this far into the Appalachian mountain chain. The Chattahoochee National Forest hovered at the top of the state like an upside-down umbrella. The Citgo sign was 2 red lights away. Will listened to the taxi's engine idle at the stop. It was only now that it was too late that he let his mind wander into the worst-case scenario. Dash could have been pretending to be knocked out of the car accident. He could have seen Will's face. He could know exactly what was coming at him and already be planning a way to neutralize the threat. Will's thoughts spiraled down even lower. Sarah could already be dead. The taxi driver pulled into the Citgo. There were 4 cars at the 12 pumps. Will recognized one of the men as a GBI agent from the southern region of the state. Faith's red Mini was parked in front of the dumpster. She had a blanket over her shoulder. She was pretending to nurse a baby. Amanda would be inside the store using a cane, bent like an old woman to render herself virtually invisible. There were unmarked cars at each end of the road that ran in front of the gas station. 2 agents were hidden in the woods behind the building. Amanda hadn't been content to leave it at that. Will had a GPS tracker inside the leather holster at his back. The slim chip of plastic was sewn inside the liner. The power was off in case he was searched for a signal again. Will had spent half an hour blindly reaching behind him and pressing the power button so that the motion was locked into his muscle memory. He wasn't going to touch the damn thing unless he was looking directly at Sarah. There was no guarantee that Dash was keeping her close by. For all Will knew, Sarah could be stashed 200 miles away. If he brought in backup too soon, she could be lost forever.
"This good?"
the driver asked. Will paid the man $120, which hurt like hell, even though it wasn't his own money. His legs were stiff when he climbed out of the car. He stretched out his spine, arms in the air. He adjusted his holster. He looked around, trying to spot Gerald. He looked at his watch. 3:02 p.m. Another car pulled into the station to fill up. Someone else went into the store. Will walked over to the air pump. He stuck his hands in his pockets. He kicked to the curb. He was wearing the same outfit that the kids from the warehouse seemed to favor. Black pants and long-sleeve shirt. Black combat boots. The idea had seemed like a good one until he stood out in the open. Given his height, muscle mass, and complexion, he looked less like a ninja and more like a guy who was probably going to start shooting people.
Wolf?
Will recognized 3 from the day before. The kid had changed into shorts and an Usher concert t-shirt. His ride was a bright red Kia Soul. Not the best car to blend in, but it worked with the Usher vibe. If a cop pulled him over, 3 would look like any other spoiled punk from town. The kid told him,
"Go inside the store. Wait by the back door."
Before Will could respond, 3 peeled away. The GBI agent at the gas pump got into his car and followed the red Kia toward the interstate. Will walked toward the store. He could feel Faith's eyes following his progress. The building was a typical interstate convenience store, wide but not deep, with a low ceiling and glass along the front. Will smelled hot dogs roasting on rollers as soon as he opened the door. Amanda was beside the self-serve coffee machines. Her usual helmet of hair was messed up. Her reading glasses were low on her nose. She leaned heavily into her cane, pretending like she didn't know which button to press. The kid behind the counter glanced up from his phone as Will walked by. 2 was wearing a blue polo shirt with a red and orange Citgo triangle on the chest. He tilted his head, indicating the back of the store. Will found the rear exit by the refrigerated drinks. He tried the handle. Locked. One of Will's many college jobs had been at a convenience store. He assumed there would be a long hall, a small office, and a cramped storage area. The emergency exit door would be alarmed, but you could trick the system with a magnet and a piece of gum. He leaned against the cooler. Cold air wafted from the glass doors. He looked at his watch. 3:05 p.m. "Young man," Amanda called 2 over to the coffee machine. She started lecturing him on how computers were ruining the world. She would have no way of knowing that 2 was IPA. She was trying to justify her lingering presence in the store. Will knew Amanda kept a loaded Smith & Wesson 5-shot inside a Crown Royal bag in her purse. She could draw the weapon almost as quickly as most agents could pull their Glocks from their side holsters. Will heard 2 knocks on the door. He knocked twice in return. He waited. The lock clicked open. Will opened the door. Long hall, small office, cramped storage. Magnet on the exit door alarm sensor, but held in place with Scotch tape instead of gum. Probably smarter. Gum was never as sticky as you thought it was. 1 was waiting for him outside. He was the youngest and shortest of the 4, probably more dangerous because he had something to prove. They did not exchange words. He was holding out the wand, the one that checked for transmissions from trackers. Will held up his arms. He let the kid have his fun. And it was clear that 1 was having fun. All of this Mission Impossible drama was probably busting these kids' nuts. If adult Will didn't know what racist criminal pieces of shit they were, kid Will would have been jealous. 1 finished with the wand. He left the machine by the back door. He nodded for Will to follow him into the woods. Will stuck his hands into his pockets, the signal to the 2 agents hiding behind the trees that everything was good so far. Faith had gamed out the possible escape zones to within 2 miles. With the Citgo behind him, Will knew that the woods would lead into an L-shaped residential area. 2 more chase cars were parked on the streets. That seemed like the most obvious place for Gerald to pick them up. Sweat was dripping down Will's face by the time they reached Chardonnay Trace. He kept his hands in his pockets as he followed 1 across the road. The houses were big, with deep yards. The roar of traffic from the interstate had dampened. 1 picked up the pace, following the line of a fenced-in backyard, heading into another forest behind the neighborhood. Still within the escape zone. Will oriented himself by the beeping car horns on the main road. The aerial maps had shown a lot of clear-cutting for shopping centers and outlet malls. If they kept heading straight, they would find themselves in farmland. Beyond that, Will was clueless. One stopped beside a tree, took out his phone. He was looking at the longitude and latitude on a map. A pin showed that they were close to the right coordinates. He nodded for Will to follow him. Will looked up into the trees. The canopy was thick. A helicopter team wouldn't be able to see down into the forest. If the pilot dropped low enough to use the thermal imaging camera, one would take off, Will would have to chase him, and Sarah would be lost forever. One dropped his phone into his pocket. A dirt bike was flat to the ground. Tau DB2110. Air-cooled, single-cylinder four-stroke, street legal, but no license plate. The plastic seat raked back like a fin over the rear wheel. One had done a piss-poor job of covering the bike with leaves and broken limbs. He started clearing them off. Will didn't help him. He thought about taking his hands out of his pockets. The two agents behind the store would have followed them from a distance. They were on foot, but to Will's thinking, that was not the biggest problem. 2 helmets, 1 bike. Will knew how to handle a bike. What worried him was the thought of one's arms gripping his waist while they rode through the forest. Whatever thing that was torn inside of Will's ribcage was not getting any better. He had 4 emergency aspirin in his pocket that Amanda had sealed in a plastic pouch. Will knew from experience that it would take at least half an hour for the medication to kick in. One was a foot shorter than Will, and at least 50 pounds lighter, most of it baby fat. If Will rode on the back of the bike, either the plastic fin would break off, or the front wheel wouldn't touch the ground. Pulling a Patrick Swayze helping Demi Moore at the pottery wheel would not be ideal for either of them. Will was mindful of the several inches that 1 through 4 had kept between them in the van. They clearly had firm ideas about what gay looked like, and none of them were going to cross that line. At least, not in front of their friends. One's problem was Will's solution. He scooped up a helmet. He asked One, "You gonna go butts to nuts with me on this thing, little princess?" One's mouth went slack.
No, man. Shit, no. I'll hold on to the seat.
He added another
shit
to prove he was serious. Will buckled the helmet strap tight under his chin. There was no guarantee he wouldn't hit a rut or spin out over a rise. If that happened, One would instinctively grab onto Will, and Will would probably end up driving them into a tree. One struggled to lift the 100-pound bike. Will didn't help him, and not just because Jack Wolf was a dick. If he was going to pop one of his ribs, it would not be to help this junior Nazi idiot save face. The kid finally managed to lever the bike up onto 2 wheels. Will got on. He waited for One to get settled behind him. The muffler was directly under the seat, so it was going to be interesting to see what happened first. Either One was going to fall off the bike, or the flesh was going to melt off of his fingers. Again, this was a One problem. Will put the gear in neutral. He engaged the electric starter, glad he wasn't going to have to deal with a kickstart. He revved the engine, letting it screech like a cat. If the agents in the woods had lost him, they would know where he was now. He was glad he wasn't the one who was going to have to tell Amanda that they had lost Will again. One pointed into the woods. Will twisted the throttle about 1/8 of an inch and slowly let out the clutch. The rear tire slid out. One's hands went to Will's shoulders, which was an option that had not occurred to either of them until now. Will drove into the woods, leaning into the roller coaster turns around the trees. He gave the throttle a little more throat. He used his fingers to coax out the clutch's sweet spot. The bike picked up speed as he ran through the gears. He wondered if the bike belonged to One. They would get to the end of this ride eventually. Faith would locate the dirt bike if she had to walk every inch of the forest. Amanda would crack the kid open like a walnut. And Will would find Sarah. The bike caught air as they crested a hill. The forest peeled away. They were traveling through farmland, which gave way to more forest. Then One pointed again, and they were following a clear-cut strip for high-voltage power lines. Will gave up on worrying about the pain in his body. He let out the clutch, figuring the best way to endure the ride was to get it over with as quickly as possible. One's fingers dug into his shoulders. The kid's ass kept popping off the fin. Will was so intent on moving forward that he didn't register one furiously tapping his shoulder to slow down. The road came up quickly. The bike lurched against the rear brake. One's face popped against the back of Will's helmet. He slid to a stop, using his heel to drop the kickstand, peeled his aching fingers off the grips. One stumbled from the bike. His lip was bleeding. His face had gone white. He looked like he couldn't decide whether to throw up or piss himself. Will took off his helmet. He counted 3 houses. The lots were at least 5 acres each. Will looked at his watch. 3:58 p.m. Faith would be panicked. Amanda would be furious, especially when she realized that he wasn't going to turn on his tracker.
There he is.
One wiped his mouth. Blood smeared across his chin. Will looked up the road. 2 was the only kid he hadn't seen today, but it wasn't 2 who pulled up in a white van. Gerald rolled down the window. He told Will,
"In the back, Wolf."
Will opened the rear doors. No seats, just a bunch of racks with painter's supplies. At least the air conditioning was on. Will climbed inside. One shut the doors. The big boy got to ride up in the front this time. As with the other van, the windows were blacked out. There was a cooler with ice and water. Will drank 2 bottles in quick succession. He rubbed the ice along the back of his neck. He dug into his pocket and found the pouch of aspirin. The plastic bag was wet from his sweat. The tablets had turned mushy in the heat. He considered for a moment what all this moisture was doing to the battery in the tracker. He bit off a chunk with his teeth and washed it down with cold water. Will closed his eyes. He leaned back his head. He gamed out what would happen when those doors opened again. Gerald was going to shoot him. Gerald was going to take him to Dash. Dash was going to shoot him. Dash was going to welcome him to the IPA. Sarah was being held somewhere else. Sarah was being held wherever they were taking him. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask for your blessing in this time of need. Will felt the temperature slowly drop to a bearable number. The rural feel of the terrain did not change. Gerald was using back roads, some paved, some gravel. Gravity told Will they were heading up. Or maybe Will had no idea, and Gerald was driving around in circles. Almost an hour had passed when the van finally stopped. The gear went into reverse. The van swung around, then the engine was cut. Will had heard dirt kicking into the side panels. They had left any semblance of a cleared road a few miles back. 5:03 p.m. One opened the doors. Will felt like the sun was reaching into his brain. He squeezed his eyes closed. He scooted along the floor of the van until his feet found the edge of the bumper. Will could only look down at the ground as he waited for his eyes to adjust. The van wasn't the only vehicle that had driven in this area. Deep tire tracks indicated a box truck had recently backed into the grass. A box truck had backed up to the motel where Sarah had left him the message. One said,
"Cool, right?"
Will rubbed his jaw. He looked around. Beside him, one did the same. He was something between a sponge and a shadow. Will walked, so one walked. He had to double step to keep up with Will's longer stride. Will had to stop caring about one. They were clearly in a staging area. 5 black vans were parked in a row. 24 AR-15s were in a rack. 3 men were loading magazines, 55 grain, full metal jacket, with a lead core and a gray polymer-coated steel case. The FMJ didn't expand on impact like a hollow point, so you could hit your target, then accidentally hit another target downrange. For unknown reasons, the cartridges were laid out in rows on top of terry cloth towels. The men handling them were wearing black nitrile gloves. The loaded magazines were handed off to more gloved men, who packed them into plastic containers about the size of a file box. 8 boxes had been filled so far, about 1,000 rounds each. 2 men holding clipboards monitored the progress. 2 more guys were carrying coolers filled with bottles of Gatorade up the hill. Another group was taking a break at a picnic table. They were all dressed in tactical black, all wearing gloves. Will counted 16 men total, most of them in their mid-20s, with a couple of gray-haired older men ordering them around. The air felt different. No one was joking around. They were doing serious work here. Will got the feeling they were ready to leave this place at a moment's notice. But where exactly was this place? They were definitely in the mountains. Trees were everywhere. Birds were chirping. A stream or a river was nearby. What caught Will's eye was a metal storage building just beyond the vans. The doors hung open. Sealed cardboard boxes were stacked inside. All the same size, about 30 inches square. All with packing slips in clear plastic pockets. All with the same number stamped onto the side. 4935-876.
Wolf.
Gerald had finished talking to a man with a clipboard. He waved Will over.
We're gonna put you straight to work, soldier. That good with you?
Will grunted, lifting his chin. Gerald said,
Dobie, you too.
Cool.
The kid Will had named one ran ahead of them. Dobie. Gerald kept a slower pace going up the hill. Will's fists were clenched. Everyone was armed. His Sig Sauer had 10 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber, but Will would be dead before he could reach for his holster. He was getting that same shaky feeling he'd had at the car accident. What if Sarah was at the top of the hill? What if he found her tied up? What if he found her dead? What if he didn't find her at all? Will's hand went up to his cheek. The beard had turned into a talisman. All he had to do was rub it, and he changed into Jack Wolf.
What's the kid's story?
Dobie?
Gerald watched him trying to navigate the hill. The kid's feet slipped in the grass. He jumped up and disappeared over the top.
He's like all of them. Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Will felt his teeth grit. He couldn't square the idiot kid with what he knew about groups like the IPA. Was Dobie a violent racist who wanted to kill all the Jews? Or was he just a rudderless young man who'd met the wrong people at the wrong time? At this point, it was a distinction without a difference. Gerald told Will,
We'll let you watch a few times before we put you in.
Will didn't ask what the inn was, because he saw it for himself at the top of the hill. Only the framing existed in the 2-story wooden structure. Will could tell by the gray color that the fake building had been left to the elements for at least 6 months. Plywood served as the floor. There were openings to indicate doors, but no windows. Safety railings marked the upstairs balcony. The stairs were open-backed, too skinny to be practical. They split into a T in the middle, feeding into either side of the balcony. There were cardboard bad guys with targets on them. A patchwork of tarps served as the ceiling. 2 layers, one camouflage, the other thermal blocking to defeat heat-sensing cameras. A lot of work had gone into building and hiding the fake building. Will guessed the space was slightly larger than 2 regulation basketball courts. He counted 8 men standing watch, all suited up for a raid, only their eyes showing behind clear plastic goggles. 5 more men were already inside the fake building. 2 were on the ground floor. 3 were running up the stairs to the balcony. Their AR-15s were at their shoulders. Their knees were bent. At the landing, they swiveled in perfect synchronicity and teed up the next flight of stairs toward the balcony. Another few paces, then the lead man held up his fist to stop. He walked in a crouch. 3 steps, then he was at the wall. He pretended to open a door, and everyone started firing. Will saw Dobie jump at the tap-tap-tap sound. The kid said,
So fucking cool, bro!
He wasn't afraid. He was excited. Will could tell that this wasn't the first time the fake building had been raided. The wood was spattered with pinpricks of orange, red, and blue paint. They were using simunition, a type of non-lethal ammunition. Will had fired the marking rounds during training exercises. The GBI required all agents to complete active shooter simulations inside of school buildings, abandoned houses, warehouses. They hired actors to play bad guys and civilians. Music was usually blaring. The lights flickered constantly, or sometimes they were off. You couldn't do this with real bullets. Your adrenaline ran too high. You couldn't do it with fake guns, either. The feel had to be the same. So they used blue conversion kits to replace the bolt carriers and rifles, and the slides and chamber blocks on 9mm. The magazines were clear plastic. The dummy rounds had colored paint inside the points, so you could tell whether you'd hit a target or killed your partner. Even though the marking rounds weren't lethal, they hurt like hell. Agents were always made to suit up in black hoods that covered everything but their eyes. Helmets, plastic goggles, padded vests, gloves, and padded jocks. There was no better way to train for a real-world force-on-force environment, which was exactly what the men inside of the fake building were doing. Hotel lobby? Office building? Synagogue? Mosque? The men were entering on the ground floor, not through a basement or loading dock. There would be security, but 13 guys against 2 retired cops who were supplementing their pensions was not a fair contest. And that didn't even include the number of civilians who would be inside. They were planning for a massacre. Gerald asked Will,
"You ready to suit up?"
Will was ready to turn on the tracker inside his holster. These men were planning a full-scale infiltration. They had to be stopped. But what about Sarah? Will found the tactical equipment piled up on the ground. Guns had been tossed onto the grass. Typical law enforcement issued Glock 19s, but Will's Glock 19 was not among them. Nothing looked right. Magazines were half-filled. Some of the AR-15s were caked with dirt. Conversion kits laid around in pieces. Someone had known enough to order the gear, but had not taken the time to instruct them in the proper handling. Dobie was already strapping down his helmet.
"Hood first,"
Will told him. Dobie turned red. He took off the helmet. His eyes followed Will as he put on the gear, the same way Will had looked to Tessa for cues during Kathy's prayer. The kid was so amped up he couldn't stand still. Was this why Dobie had joined the IPA? Running around playing soldier was a hell of a kick. But the point of drilling was to prepare you for the real thing. Will knew for a fact that Dobie wasn't ready for the real thing. Watching the guys in the fake building, he wasn't confident they would do any better. But it didn't take skill or even luck to kill a lot of people. Only the element of surprise and a willingness to pull the trigger. Will tightened down his belt. He checked his weapons. He made sure the magazines and chambers were filled with blanks because he didn't trust these people. Technically, he should take the Sig Sauer out of his holster and clear the chamber. During simulated drills, no live rounds were allowed on the premises. But nothing about this was a simulation to Will.
"Wolf, you're C team."
Gerald pointed up the stairs.
"To the left."
Will had wondered why the 3 men had peeled off in the same direction, leaving their rear open to attack. Another mistake. You didn't drill one team at a time. It was all or none.
"Dude, it's cool, right?"
Dobie was still bouncing like a meth head. All that Will could see of his face was his bugged-out eyes behind the goggles. His vest had been hit at least 6 times with simunition. His jock looked like a multicolored Rorschach. He should have been anxious. This wasn't a game of paintball. They were going to take this building in real life one day. Probably soon, if Faith's contact at the FBI was right about the recent chatter. Will pulled the hood up over his nose. He adjusted his goggles. He told Dobie,
"There's a difference between shooting a piece of cardboard and killing a human being."
Yeah.
Dobie's breath flexed against the hood over his mouth.
"I got it, bro."
Will wanted to punch some sense into the little shit. Instead, he showed Dobie how to hold the rifle.
"Put your finger here, along the trigger guard. Never ever touch the trigger unless you're ready to kill somebody."
"He's right, brother."
Another suited-up man had joined them, bringing the team to 16. He started firing off orders.
"Alpha, take the breach. Secure the first floor. Bravo and Charlie, your second wave. Up the stairs. Bravo, go right. Charlie will take the left."
For Will's benefit, he explained,
"You're Charlie. We'll go to the rear. We'll wait for the cue. Dobie will open the door. Let's go."
They didn't run up the stairs. They all stood outside the fake building. Will looked down. The grass had been worn away from dozens of men standing right here and waiting to go in. The framing was open to the width of a set of double doors. They should have used real doors. You couldn't see through walls in a real building. You couldn't look through doors and spot the bad guys. The paper targets in the middle of the room were covered in paint. They probably hadn't moved them during a single drill. You had to know a basic set of facts before you stormed a public space. Where was the furniture? What were the obstacles? Roughly how many people were inside? Which direction would they run in when the bullets started flying? Where were your exits? Who was your target? How were you going to keep yourself and your team safe?
All right, brothers.
Gerald had a stopwatch in his hand. He shouted,
Go!
8 men rushed inside, rifles pointed, knees bent. The 2 targets were double-tapped. The men split off into teams of 2, covering all 4 walls. They moved silently, stealthily, using hand signals, tapping each other on the leg to stop or go. Fake doors were opened. Triggers were pulled. Paint hit the trees outside the building. Magazines were reloaded.
Go!
Gerald repeated. The 3 men in front of Will moved forward. Dobie followed. Will kept his rifle pointed down. Adrenaline shot through his body like fire. His vision narrowed. His heart started pounding. He forced himself to breathe in and out. This was why you practiced. This was why you wore the gear, and you hid behind walls, and you opened real doors, because your body was dumb, and it didn't know the difference. Bravo team pounded up the stairs and swiveled up the T. Charlie was close behind. Will saw 2 letters spray-painted on the floor. LG. Will followed Dobie up the opposite side. They ran down the balcony. They stopped in front of a fake door. There was another letter painted on the plywood. G. Dobie looked at Bravo. He got the signal. He pretended to open the door. Will kept his rifle down. Dobie unloaded into the opening. He kept pulling on the trigger until his magazine was empty. Gerald called,
All right, that's it. 28 seconds.
The whole thing had felt like 10 minutes. Will's heart was pushing its way up into his throat. The heat was getting to him. He took off the helmet, pushed back the hood and goggles.
Tell me, brother.
Will felt a hand on his shoulder.
Why didn't you shoot?
Will looked at the man. He'd taken off his gear, too. Average weight and height. Brown hair and eyes. His thumb was hooked over his belt buckle, but his arm was bent at a strange angle. He wasn't resting his hand. He was trying to take the weight off of his shoulder because he'd been shot 2 days ago. And then his men had kidnapped Sarah. Dash tightened his grip on Will's shoulder.
Major Wolf.
Will had to say something. He couldn't grunt and nod his way through this. He rubbed his beard, summoning up Jack Wolf.
Don't touch the trigger unless you're ready to kill.
He shrugged.
There was nothing to kill.
Ah, Dash said.
Following your own advice. Training,
Will managed. Every ounce of his energy was being used to study Dash's face for any sign of recognition.
If you shoot, shoot to kill.
Dash said,
Why don't you walk with me? We're planning a little celebration. I bet a big fellow like you enjoys a rare steak.
Will's stomach rolled itself into a fist. He should turn on the tracker. Dash was right here. The entire plan would fall apart without him. But what about Sarah?
Let's go.
Dash made his way down the stairs. The men opened a path around him. He told Gerald,
Drill Team 1 again. I want them under 10 seconds before we breach.
Yes, sir.
Gerald gave him a crisp salute. The men from the staging area were pulling on hoods and helmets. 16 more men. Glocks and rifles at the ready. Will said,
I've never been on the second team before.
Dash laughed.
It's good news for you, brother. The first wave always has the highest number of casualties. The generals call them cannon fodder.
He said this right in front of his men. They didn't seem to mind the casual disregard for their lives. In fact, they looked energized by it. Dash told Will,
We'll take another turn after the celebration. Celebration? We go in tomorrow. We have a message to deliver. It can't wait another day.
Will felt like thumbtacks were rolling around in his gut.
Don't sweat it, Wolf. I can tell from one run-through that you know what you're doing.
Dash tossed his gear onto the pile. He didn't bother to change out his simunition. The blue plastic frame was like a beacon inside the holster. Will recognized the grip of his own Glock 19. Dash had taken his gun out of Sarah's car. He had used it to kill 2 people and probably to threaten Sarah. No matter what happened next, Will was going to take back his gun and jam it down Dash's throat. Dash said,
We've trained over 1,000 hours for this mission.
Will nodded, as if the number wasn't idiotic. SEAL Team 6 had only a few days of training before they'd raided bin Laden's compound.
We've built something here,
Dash said.
Our community is young, but we're driven. There will be some sacrifices, some casualties, but the message is more important than any one man. You'll see that when you meet the rest of the group. I want you to sit with my family. Get to know us. You'll understand what we're fighting for.
Will doubted Dash was going to sacrifice himself. Megalomaniacs talked a big game, but they always came out without a scratch. The highest casualties would be all the brothers who thought running around in black tactical gear made them ready for war. Will said,
A lot of young guys here. They are indeed. That's why we need tough, battle-hardened soldiers to train them up. Maybe you could be one of those soldiers, Major Wolf.
Will gave a non-committal shrug. They were heading into the woods. He noticed 2 older guys with rifles. There was a platform built into one of the trees. A gray-haired man was leaning on the railing. His AR-15 was slung over his shoulder. The Sig Sauer could take out one of them before Will was shot down. If they were using the same FMJs from the staging area, the bullet would run through Will's chest like water and go straight into Dobie's head.
This way, Major.
Dash led Will toward a cleared trail. Dobie was tagging behind them like a puppy. The B and C team straggled a few yards behind.
I think you'll like it here.
Dash walked beside Will, though the trail was narrow.
Gerald tells me you're a friend of Beau's. Yeah, but I'm not.
Will feigned injecting a needle into his arm.
That's not my thing. What is your thing, brother?
Will shrugged. He couldn't make this easy. Dash said,
$250,000 is a lot of money.
Will could feel Dash studying his face.
It is. What are you going to do with it, Major Wolf?
The question wasn't as simple as Dash had made it sound. Will took his time thinking through an answer. Now wasn't the time for Jack Wolf to go into some racist tirade or rail against the government for failing him.
I guess I'll go somewhere like this. Just me and nobody else. You wouldn't take a woman with you?
He shook his head. He glanced at Dobie, who was listening intently.
I don't like complicated.
Dash nodded, but Will couldn't tell if he'd given the right answer. It didn't matter. There was no taking it back. They'd reached a clearing. Small cabins were tucked into the tree line. Women were cooking over open fires, filling up bowls and plates. 8 in all. 3 old guys on platforms in the trees. 3 more on the ground. 12 younger women at the picnic tables putting down silverware and plates. Children were running around, spinning in circles, screaming, laughing. There were too many for Will to count.
You like kids?
Dash asked. Will felt like his breath was trapped in his chest. If there were kids here, then Sarah might be close by. But there were so many of them. Will couldn't start shooting if there were children. Some of them were barely old enough to walk.
Major Wolf?
Will realized that he was staring at the girls. And then he realized that a man like Dash wouldn't find that creepy.
They're pretty? The little blonde ones?
Dash chuckled.
My girls love their daddy.
Will swallowed down his disgust.
How many are yours?
Dash looked Will in the eye and said,
Every single one of them belongs to me.
He meant it as a warning. Will forced his fingers not to curl up into fists. He turned around slowly, looking at Dobie. The kid had stuck a piece of grass in his mouth. He swatted away a fly. Will asked Dash, "You got anybody coaching him up?" Dash smiled, as if he finally understood Major Wolf.
"You can have 'em if you want 'em."
Will nodded.
"Sure."
Dobie grabbed at the fly, trying to catch it in his hand. Dash called to him,
"Dobie, brother, keep an eye on Major Wolf for me."
He patted Will on the shoulder.
"I'll find you after the celebration, my friend. That's when the real work starts."
Will nodded. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets as Dash walked toward the children. They ran toward him, yelling, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy!" Will spit out the bile that had filled his mouth. Dash wasn't really training these toy soldiers. He didn't have a plan other than to murder a hell of a lot of people. If Will had to guess, he would say that the only brother who had practiced making it out of that building alive was the racist pedophile who was leading them into it. This was a suicide mission, plain and simple. He thought about the GPS tracker. He was running out of time to find Sarah. Will would give himself 15 more minutes. More than that, and he wouldn't be the kind of man that Sarah would want to come back to.
"Did you see those bullets, man?"
Dobie hovered at Will's elbow.
"They spray them with pork brine in case we hit any Muslims."
Will couldn't think of a more asinine idea. Salt-corroded metal. Guns were made of metal. These people sure liked jamming their weapons. Dobie asked,
"Did Dash say anything, bro? Did he tell you what we're gonna do? Nobody knows. He's always talking about the message, and we've been training, but—"
"Shut up."
Will let his eyes travel across the clearing. He counted 40 men so far, 41 if he included Dobie. The 8 cooking women were older, but the 12 women at the tables were all in their early 20s. Even in the weird wedding dresses, Will could tell they were attractive. That explained what kept Dobie and his 3 amigos here.
"Come on, bro,"
Dobie begged.
"We're a team now. Tell me what Dash said."
Will saw a long, low building across the clearing. There was a sink and shower stall by the steps. The windows were covered in white paper. Will watched the door open.
"Go find us some Gatorade."
Dobie said,
"Dash told me to keep an eye on you."
A woman came outside. Tall, willowy, white dress, white scarf around her head. Dobie started to speak, but Will palmed his face and shoved him backward onto the ground. The woman sat down on the stairs. She was putting on her shoes. Will held his breath. Dobie whined,
"Fuck, man! What'd you do that for?"
The woman looked up at the sky. Her pale skin was already burned from the sun. Will couldn't remember how to exhale. His lungs started to fold in.
"Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?"
The woman wiped her face on the hem of her dress. She pulled off her scarf. Her long auburn hair fell around her shoulders. Sarah. Chapter 17. Tuesday, August 6th, 5:32 p.m. Sarah folded her impromptu scarf into a neat square. She had wrapped one of the cloth napkins around her head in hopes that it would keep her hair from curling up as it dried. She wanted to press her face into the material and cry about Michelle and Tommy and every other appalling thing she had witnessed, but she lacked the will to summon any emotion but hopelessness. None of the children were improving. Joy could not stay awake. 3 more adults had shown up at the bunkhouse reporting nausea, fatigue, and breathing issues. Benjamin was in a stupor. Lance's dysentery had resolved, but he was slurring his words and complaining of double vision. The varied symptoms could point to anything from a tick-borne illness to Guillain-Barré to glaucoma to mass psychosis. Nothing Sarah had tried was working. The medications had to be bad. The various antibiotics and prophylactics were either mislabeled, placebos, or poison. Poison. Was Gwen some kind of dark angel? In the course of her medical career, Sarah had heard plenty of talk about hastening the death of a terminally ill patient. Wanting to end a person's suffering was a natural desire. Sarah had never seen anyone act on the impulse, no matter how dire the situation. The children in the bunkhouse were ill, but there were treatments, medications that could help them rally. 2 days ago, Sarah had assumed that Adriel would be protected by her mother. Now Sarah knew that Gwen was not above murder, if the calculus was in her or Dash's favor. The woman shared her bed with a mass murderer. She parented her children by fear and intimidation. God only knew what else she was capable of. Sarah looked around the clearing. Women were rushing back and forth, making preparations for the party, staying well out of Gwen's way in case they invited her rage. Tonight's celebration was all about gearing up to deliver the message. If Dash got his way, everything would change tomorrow. Sarah was supposed to be his witness. She shuddered to think what that would entail. He had predicted more deaths than could be counted. She was yards away from the greenhouse, but getting inside would not stop what was going to happen. It would only burden Sarah with the horrific knowledge of what was to come. She had never felt so alone on this God-forsaken mountain. Sarah made herself stand up. She walked down the stairs, across the grassy clearing. She lost count of the new faces, the young ladies setting the tables, the little boys who had joined Dash's brood of little girls. The armed men were still on guard. The hum of the generator had died down a few hours ago. She kept hearing loud pops from over the hill. She assumed the preponderance of gunfire meant that Dash had stepped up the drills. Sarah's brain had given up on song lyrics and replaced them with a mantra. Black box, the greenhouse, the message, tomorrow. She was rethinking her biological agent theory. Sarah had been too focused on the infectious disease part of Michelle's job title. The CDC's clinical chemistry branch serves as the world reference laboratory for certain infectious disease. Their national biomonitoring program measures levels of exposure to toxins such as anthrax, botulinum, pertussis, and aflatoxins. In order to translate that data into practical treatments, Michelle would have to have a deep understanding of chemistry. Sarah had minored in chemistry as part of her pre-med. She knew that thermite was made from aluminum and ferric oxide. Naphthenic and palmitic acids combined to make napalm. Phosphate rock, heated in the presence of carbon and silica, creates white phosphorus, a waxy solid so volatile that it has to be stored underwater to keep it from self-igniting. Any one of these substances could be synthesized in a commercial lab, or a greenhouse with a commercial lab inside. With proper handling, you could insert an incendiary munition into anything from a hand grenade to a missile to a black box. The resulting explosion would be catastrophic, especially in a heavily populated area. Phosphorus could burn a hole through skin and organs. Pouring water on thermite created a steam explosion, spraying hot fragments in every direction. Napalm could cause an array of maladies, from subdermal burns to death by asphyxiation. If Dash was planning to detonate the black box inside a building like the structure, hundreds, if not thousands of people could be murdered. How is she? Gwen's raw hands were in her apron. She was standing beside a table with several ice cream churners. She had been cranking them by hand. Adriel, is she any better? Sarah shrugged and shook her head, conveying her exact feelings. Why? You're not going to do anything to help her. Gwen started cranking one of the churns. Chunks of rock salt hit the table. The scent of fresh vanilla was in the air. All that Sarah could think was that cyanide had a similar odor when it was processed through the body. Good evening, ladies. Dash was grinning as he struggled to walk. A child was wrapped around each leg. Esther and Grace were giggling like monkeys. He asked Sarah, Everything good, Dr. Earnshaw? Sarah nodded. She had not spoken to him since she'd told him to fuck off. She supposed that, like most psychopaths, he couldn't handle confrontation. He asked, Tell me, how are your patients doing? She tried. I'm not pleased with their progress. Are you sure the medications are... Grace gave a squeak. Her mother had filled 2 small paper cups with ice cream. Gwen said, "Share with your sisters." The girls ran off, squealing with delight. Dash said,
"I'm not a medical expert, Dr. Earnshaw, but am I correct that little children often get sick for no reason at all?"
Sarah was annoyed by every part of the question. "As a medical expert, I can tell you that the symptoms are not sequela to a measles infection." He made a show of thinking, while she enjoyed the fact that he had no idea what sequela meant. Gwen said, "You should probably say something before we begin." Dash smiled at his wife. He asked Sarah,
"If you don't mind, Dr. Earnshaw, I'd like it if you walked with me."
He didn't lead her toward the picnic area. Instead, he indicated the direction back toward her cabin prison. If he thought confining her was a punishment, he was wrong. Dash said,
"It's a lovely evening. I think we're getting a break in this heat."
Sarah did not respond. The gun in his holster looked different. She recognized the blue slide that retrofitted the gun for simunition. Dash said,
"I'm sorry to have to bring this up, Doctor, but it appears that you've upset my wife."
Sarah chewed her lip. He had never admonished her before. He said,
"I really can't have discord in the camp, especially not tonight. What we're doing tomorrow is too important."
Sarah turned around to look at him. She could tell he had no intention of backing down. One side of his smile was higher than the other. This wasn't the mask slipping. This was a joyful anticipation of cruelty. He said,
"I had hoped that, given Michelle's rapidly declining health, you would be able to take over her job as our witness."
Sarah looked away first, chiding herself for playing Russian roulette. She was a hostage. He was a murderer. She had seen him shoot 2 men. She knew that he'd set off those bombs at Emory. He was planning something even more spectacularly awful. Confronting him, pushing him, was the quickest way to her death. Dash told her,
"Gwen says I've given you too much freedom."
Sarah watched him lift the gun from his holster. The blue slide stood out on the top of the frame. He had no idea that Sarah knew the marking rounds were not lethal. He was enjoying the idea of toying with her. "You're right." She tried to talk him down. Dash's gun wasn't a threat, but there were 36 men in the clearing who carried the real thing. "I've been frustrated because of the children. I shouldn't have talked to Gwen that way. Or you."
"It's not for my sake I'm doing this."
Dash didn't point the weapon at her. Instead, he tested the weight in his hand.
"Between you and I, it's not often I meet my intellectual equal. Perhaps I've let myself enjoy parrying with you too much."
He pointed the gun at her belly.
"Let's finish this by the river."
"Wait." Sarah's eyes desperately scanned over his shoulder, as if anyone would help. The girls were seated at the picnic table. They were surrounded by men dressed in black. Young faces, old, all clean-shaven, but one. Tears flooded into Sarah's eyes. She gasped.
"Dr. Earnshaw?"
She covered her mouth with her hands. "Will?" Standing by the picnic table, laughing with the girls. Was it really him? Dash said,
"Doctor?"
"I'm sorry."
Sarah blurted out the words.
"Please, I'm so sorry."
She clasped together her trembling hands, begging him,
"Forgive me, please. I'm sorry, please."
She couldn't stop pleading. Had Will seen her? He wasn't even looking this way.
"I'll be better. I promise. Please, just let me. You said I'm your witness. Let me. I'll tell him that you are a community, a family."
Dash's eyes narrowed. Her reaction had been too delayed.
"Please."
Sarah's hands were shaking so hard that she couldn't hold them together. Will had turned away from her. She saw his back, his broad shoulders.
Dash, please, I'm so sorry. Please don't hurt me. Please, I don't want to be hurt. Please.
What is this? He demanded. You think I'm going to rape you?
No!
Sarah was so desperate she almost screamed the word.
No, of course not. I
assured you that you would remain unmolested.
I know you did, but...
A sob rolled out of her mouth. She looked at Will, begging him to turn around.
Please, I saw the gun and I thought...
We adhere to the rules of the Geneva Convention.
Dash waved the gun around as he spoke.
I told you we are not animals, we are soldiers.
I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said... I'm upset about the children. They're so sick. And Michelle...
Turn around.
Dr. Earnshaw, I'm a married man.
I know.
Sarah gave up trying to wipe her tears.
I'm sorry. I should know you better by now. I realize you would never... That you're an honest man. You always keep your word.
I do.
Dash, I'm so sorry. I saw the gun and I panicked because my husband was shot with a gun like that.
She had no idea where the lie had come from, but Dash seemed to like it. He said,
Shot by a filthy mongrel, no doubt.
I'm scared of guns. They terrify me. And they're all around, everywhere. And I'm so scared all of the time. I'm sorry, I'm not...
Dash gave a dramatically drawn-out sigh. He slowly returned the weapon to its holster. He tightened the Velcro strap to make a point.
It is my ardent wish, Dr. Earnshaw, that what we're doing tomorrow will ensure that good white women such as yourself are no longer afraid.
His hand went to her shoulder.
Once the world is wiped clean of the mongrels and their enablers, we will be free of the kind of crime that took your husband away from you. Police officers will be safe on the streets again. Law and order will be restored. You will be the last widow of your kind.
Sarah nodded. She couldn't give him more than that. She was shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes went to the ground. Tears slid down her nose and pooled into the dirt. Dash patted her shoulder.
Straighten yourself up, Doctor. We don't want the children seeing you like this.
Sarah's teeth were chattering as she followed him back to the clearing. She could barely lift her feet. Every nerve was exposed. After feeling nothing for so long, she could not stop feeling everything. Sarah kept staring at the ground because she was afraid that if she looked at Will, she would collapse. At the picnic table, Gwen was hectoring the girls about manners. Sarah allowed her gaze to skip over Will's face. His hair was stringy with sweat. Dark circles rimmed his eyes. The beard was patchy and disgusting. She was suddenly lightheaded. The sense memory of the man who had raped her flooded Sarah's body. The rough beard that smelled of cigarettes and fried food. The clamminess of his pale skin when he thrust against her. Bile surged into her mouth. She swallowed it down, her eyes burning.
Have a seat, Dr. Earnshaw.
Dash snapped out his cloth napkin and laid it across his lap.
Major Wolf, this is our resident pediatrician. We've had some sick children up here. Thankfully, most of my girls have weathered the storm.
Will grunted. He was looking down at his steak. Sarah took her usual spot by Grace. Will was across the table at the opposite end. A teenage boy was beside him, arms crossed, spine straight, mimicking Will's posture. She dug her fingernails into her palms. She struggled to pull herself back into reality. It was just an ugly beard. Sarah was not chained to a bathroom stall. Will would never hurt her. She loved this man. He loved her. He was here because of Sarah. To save her. She looked around the clearing. The guards in the woods. The rifles and Glocks and hunting knives. And the children. How could he save her? Dash told Sarah,
Major Wolf served in the airborne forces alongside our friend Bo.
Sarah's hands were still trembling. She concentrated on the food. She had cheese and crackers again. An apple was by her plate. The other women had bowls of stew. The men had steaks and potatoes, bottles of water and yellow Gatorade. Dash told Sarah,
We were down a few soldiers after our last incursion. I feel confident the Major will be instrumental in helping us send the message.
Sarah couldn't keep ignoring Will. She made herself look at him, to really see him. He was cutting into the steak. Blood seeped from the middle. Sarah recognized his abject disgust. Will preferred his meat cooked into a rubber puck. She had treated him to one of the best steakhouses in Atlanta for his birthday, and watched him pour ketchup onto a $90 Wagyu New York strip. Her breath suddenly came back. She felt dizzy from the sudden rush of oxygen. This was the memory she needed to hold on to. The first time Sarah had worn Will's favorite black dress was for that dinner. She had read the menu to him in a sexy voice. She hadn't let him see the prices, because he would have mathematically quantified the volume of T-bones he could have consumed for the same amount at Waffle House.
Dr. Earnshaw?
Dash was too keyed into her moods. She had to stop this emotional roller coaster. Sorry. Sarah broke off a corner of cheese. She pushed it into her mouth. She could do nothing to stop the tears that formed a river down her cheeks. She had made Will taste her scotch at the restaurant. He'd nearly coughed up a lung. They had held hands all night, made out like teenagers in the car. Grace asked,
Daddy, can I ask Major Wolf if he's married?
Dash smiled.
I think you just did, Sweet Pea.
Grace bounced with excitement.
Major Wolf, are you married?
Will chewed the steak the same way Sarah's greyhounds chewed the bitter medication she gave them for heartworms. He swallowed audibly.
Nope.
Grace deflated like a balloon. Will swallowed again.
I went to a wedding once.
Sarah knew that Will had barely attended his own wedding. The entire shit show was predicated on a double dog dare. Will said,
They served fresh muffins at the reception.
Oh.
Grace was intrigued.
What kind of muffins?
Chocolate chip, Oreo, cranberry, blueberry, snorkelberry.
Will scratched his hideous beard. The girls could not tell if he was being serious or not.
Did you hear about the 2 muffins that were baking in the oven?
Grace was so excited, she could only shake her head.
One muffin, he's looking around the oven, and he says, Wow, it is really, really hot in here.
Will wiped his mouth, drawing out the suspense.
And the other muffin, he starts screaming, Help! A talking muffin!
The girls were not used to jokes. There was a slight pause before they erupted into laughter. Even Gwen smiled. Grace was so taken in that Sarah had to keep her from falling backward off the bench. Dash started tapping his fingers on the table. The laughter stopped abruptly. Sarah thought about the prepubescent boys Dash had sent away. He did not want the competition. Dash said,
I didn't realize you were funny, Major Wolf.
Sarah tried to break the tension.
Grace, did I tell you about...
Dobie,
Dash said,
could you escort Dr. Earnshaw to her cabin? I'm afraid Lance is still under the weather. And Major Wolf, you'll keep him company. You can drill with the team later. It's better in the dark anyway. I'll send someone to find you when we're ready for you.
Sarah felt a rush of heat go through her body. Will taking her to the cabin? That silly kid hanging around? Will could easily knock him out. They could run. But where? Will had to have a plan. He always had a plan. She gripped her hands together under the table to keep them still. Dobie stood up. He sat down again when he realized Will wasn't joining him. Sarah felt her teeth on edge. What was he doing? This was their chance. They could run into the woods and get shot by the men in the deer stands, or the guards in the forest. Or Will could return fire and end up killing one of the children. Sarah's tears began their endless flow again. Will swirled the Gatorade in the bottle and gulped the rest of it down. Beside him, Dobie did the same. His throat worked like a stork's. Will finally stood. His little shadow followed him around the table. Will grabbed Sarah's arm. She cried out, though he hadn't hurt her. Dash said,
"Gently, Major Wolf. Dr. Earnshaw is a very important part of the message."
He nodded to Dobie.
"Keep an eye peeled."
Sarah stood up. She felt like her knees were going to give out. She walked ahead of them through the clearing, down the path. The entire time, she thought about walking to her BMW 2 days ago, the fear that had welled up inside of her chest as she'd realized that she was going to be taken. What now? What now? Will's footsteps were solid behind her. Dobie was dragging at a slower pace. Sarah wanted to turn around, to pause the world and let Will hold her for just a few seconds. They were at the cabin. Sarah stepped up onto the log. Will's hand was at her back. He barely touched her, but her body shivered from the idea of him. The door shut behind her.
"Dude, I guess we're being punished."
Dobie's voice was close by as he fumbled with the padlock. Sarah wanted to scream. Only Dash had the key. Dobie said,
"I wanted ice cream."
Will offered,
"You can go and get some."
"Shit, no, bro. Dash'll rip my hide."
He howled out a tremendous yawn.
"Damn, I'm tired."
"Adrenaline."
Will was sitting on the log outside the door. His voice was different. Deeper. Rougher.
"Go ahead and get comfortable. We're going to be here for a while."
Sarah laid flat to her belly. She looked under the door. She could see Will. The gap was wide enough for her to slip her hand underneath. She could touch him. Her heart fluttered with longing and fear and panic. The boy might see. Could she risk it? She could just brush her fingers along his back to anchor herself again. Couldn't she? Dobie yawned.
"What I think is..."
Another yawn broke his train of thought. Will said,
"It's a big day tomorrow."
"Yeah, the message. Whatever that is."
Dobie's head thumped repeatedly against the door. The padlock rattled.
"Did Dash tell you what we're doing?"
Will must have shaken his head.
"Do you know?"
Dobie must have shaken his head, too. The rattling had stopped. Will said,
"I've got to admit, I'm a little scared, man. It's not easy doing something like this. People are going to die. I counted around 10,000 rounds in the staging area. 3 dozen AR-15s, 40 men, 5 black vans, 2 teams training to take over a hotel lobby or a mosque or a shopping center or I don't know what."
Sarah felt a switch flip on in her brain. He was telling her what he had seen. Will said,
"Bravo goes in one direction, Charlie goes in the other. We're Charlie, right? That's 6 of us, all in Team 2. But what about the 32 guys in Team 1? What are they going to do before we get there? And I keep wondering, why go to the trouble to cover the bullets in pork brine? Dead is dead, am I right? And what about those boxes we replaced at the warehouse?"
"Black boxes?" Will said,
"Why replace a bunch of boxes with the exact same type of box? There were at least 2 dozen. Brown cardboard with shipping labels, about 30 by 30 inches. The ones we stole are stuck over in that metal storage building on the other side of the fake building. What happened to the ones we left in the warehouse?"
"Dunno."
Dobie's voice was faint. He sounded like he was drifting off to sleep.
"We're running those drills,"
Will continued.
"Up the stairs. Tee off at the top. There's an LG spray painted on one side, a G on the other. What does that even stand for?" The LG is close to the top of the stairs, but the G is at the other end of the balcony. Maybe it's not an L in the LG. Could be a capital I.
Dobie smacked his lips. Will said,
It's crazy. Right, bro?
Dobie offered no response. His breathing was deep. Sarah looked under the door, but she could only see his narrow shoulders. She heard Will snap his fingers. The sound was like a stick breaking.
Dobie?
He asked. Then,
Hey, kiddo.
Sarah watched Will lift him up like a child. He turned away from her. He walked into the woods. She saw him disappear in pieces. His legs, then his shoulders, then the top of his head. Sarah waited. And waited. She got up on her knees, pressed her palm to the door. What was he doing? Was he leaving? Would he come back?
Sarah?
Will's hand reached under the crack in the door. He wriggled his fingers, searching for her.
Sarah, are you there?
She was overcome. All she could do was lean over and press her lips to the palm of his beautiful hand.
Sarah.
Will's voice was strained.
Are you okay?
She sobbed quietly, her face resting against his palm. His fingers held onto her. All of the longing from the last 2 days broke open inside of her. I love you. I need you. I missed you so much. Please don't leave me.
I'm here.
Will cleared his throat. He sniffed.
I'm here.
Sarah cried harder, because she knew he was trying not to.
Babe.
His voice raked up on the word. He cleared his throat again.
Is that a new dress?
Sarah laughed through her tears. He said,
It really brings out the red in your skin.
She laughed again. She held onto his hand with both of hers. I made it myself.
Really?
Relief filled his voice.
I couldn't tell. It's beautiful.
Sarah leaned her forehead against the door. She closed her eyes, banishing the piece of wood that separated them. Her head on his shoulder, her arms around his waist. What happened to Dobie? Can he hear us?
Well, there's a funny story behind that.
Will paused.
I've been taking some pills Amanda gave me. I think it's Percocet.
What? Sarah's shock overrode her concern. He never took anything for pain. He just winced and groaned until she wanted to strangle him.
Amanda told me it was aspirin, but then I realized it was the same thing she gave Bo when we went to the park.
Will skipped the details.
Anyway, it all got smushed in the pouch, because I got too hot. But I guess I put about 2.5 tablets in Dobie's Gatorade.
He paused.
Did I kill him?
I don't know. Sarah shook her head in frustration. Why the hell was he drawing out a stupid story about Dobie? Her heart sank. Will was talking about Dobie, because there was nothing else to talk about. He didn't have a plan. At least, not a plan that would get Sarah out of this living hell. He had seen the structure. There was something new about cardboard boxes. 10,000 rounds of ammunition covered in brine. 40 armed men. All for an attack that was going to take place somewhere, anywhere, tomorrow. Will said,
I have a tracker in my holster. I tried to turn it on, but I think the battery shorted. Or maybe we're too high in the mountains. It doesn't have a satellite uplink. It works off cellular networks.
Sarah leaned against the door. She laced her fingers through his. He gripped her hand.
I could shoot a lot of people, but...
The children. Sarah knew there was more to it than that. The only way for Will to stop Dash was to keep pretending to be Major Wolf so that Dash took him on the mission. Every ounce of her being was yearning to be away from here. But Sarah told Will, Dash wants me to be his witness, whatever that means. He promised me that I would be freed tomorrow. Will was silent, but she felt his skepticism permeate the door. Sarah took a deep breath.
I'm okay up here. He's not hurting me. No one is hurting me. And there are children. They're very sick, Will. I thought it was measles. Well, it was measles. But now it's something else. I don't know what's wrong with them. People keep falling ill, and I need to stay here to take care of them. Michelle was working on something in a greenhouse. It's
on the other side of the trail. Will finished. I saw it. The thermal tent. There are 2 guards outside, one in the trees. I don't know who else is there. I can't get inside now. Maybe later, but I don't know.
Sarah felt herself sinking into despair. Michelle wrote a message on her hand. I found it when I found her body. She bit her lip, so the pain would keep her from crying. She wrote the words, "Black box."
Black box, he repeated. Like on an airplane?
I don't know. It could be a bomb. It could be a biological agent. She told him, Will, you have to stop them. You can't worry about me. This is bigger than one person. You must have seen what they did at Emory. I know Dash. He's planning an even more spectacular display. That's what the message is. He's going to murder hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Will did not respond. She knew that he had already thought this through, tested the weak spots, looked for the angles. There was no way out of this but forward. He would not be worrying about the danger he was going to face tomorrow. He was agonizing over the thought of leaving Sarah. It's okay. She couldn't be strong for herself, but she had to be strong for him. Baby, I'll be okay. Will took a stuttered breath. My love. Sarah's throat tightened into a fist. I'll be okay. We'll both be okay. We'll get through this. I know we'll get through this. He cleared his throat again. She could feel him doing the same thing that she was doing, trying to hold himself together, to be strong for her. He said,
Your family prayed for you. Your mom asked me to do it too. We all bowed our heads. I think I did it right.
Sarah closed her eyes. Her family. They had taken him in. He said,
Your sister is a touchy kind of person. As in, she touches people. A lot.
Sarah smiled as she imagined the look on Will's face when he got the full Tessa treatment. You are going to have to get used to that.
Yeah.
Will sniffed again.
You know, I need to tell you something else. Confess something else.
He paused, purposefully drawing it out.
I watched the Buffy episode where Giles gets fired for messing with the Cruciamentum.
Sarah made herself play along. You motherfucker. His laugh sounded just as forced.
You've been gone for 2 days. What was I supposed to do?
Sarah let herself revel in the deep pitch of his voice. The roughness was gone. This was her Will. She asked, Hey, babe, do you know that song, the one where the guy's like, you were at a motel bar, but you got too big for your britches, and the girl is like, yeah, I was at the bar, and it was great, loser, but I'm out of here? He cursed under his breath. And then he's like,
Don't you want me? Human League. And it was a cocktail bar.
Damn it, I was so close. Sarah didn't have to fake her relief. Also,
Sarah, if you fuck up another song, I swear to God I'll leave.
She grinned, because everything about this felt so normal. It's not another song. It's that fungus growing on your face.
Babe, it's my disguise.
It's gross, and it has to go. Sarah felt her smile start to falter. She was running out of things to talk about, while they tried not to talk about the things that mattered. Will?
What now? You don't like my outfit?
She looked down at their hands. His left, her right. She said, Thank you.
For what?
For letting me love you. He went quiet, his fingers wrapped tightly around her hand. Sarah had railed against him so many times for his silence, but in this precious moment, words were unnecessary. Will's thumb traced along the inside of her palm.
He gently caressed the lines and indentations, then pressed into the pulse at her wrist. Sarah closed her eyes. She leaned her head against the door. She listened to her heartbeat through the peaceful, easy silence until it was time for him to go. Part 3. Wednesday, August 7th, 2019. 1 hour before the message. Chapter 18. Wednesday, August 7th, 8:58 a.m. Will sat in the back of another van, his AR-15 gripped between his hands. Dobie was on one side of him. Dash was on the other. The 3 men from Bravo team were on the opposite side of the van. They were suited up in their training gear, including the padded vests that would stop a BB pellet, but not a real bullet. Their black hoods were rolled back to fight the heat. Their rifles pointed up at the ceiling. Their holstered guns and sheathed 8-inch hunting knives tapped the metal floor as the tires rumbled over asphalt. They were in slow traffic, probably on the interstate. Rush hour stop and go. Possibly heading into Atlanta. Possibly not. Will looked at his watch. 8:58 a.m. The vans had left the compound 2 hours ago. Will hadn't had a chance to return to the clearing. They had practiced infiltrating the fake building until midnight. They had slept together, pissed together, eaten breakfast together. The world had closed in. The compound had gone eerily quiet. The sun wasn't even up when they were told that it was time to prepare for battle. Gwen had been the only woman to preside over their leaving, feeding them a cold breakfast, blessing them with a prayer as she stood in her white wedding dress. She had read a short verse from her Bible, a warning about destruction being in their midst, oppression and deceit in the streets. Everyone had bowed their heads, clasped together their hands. Gwen's prayer was nothing like Kathy's humble request that Sarah be returned to her family. Her voice had been filled with hatred and righteous indignation as she commanded God to rid the world of the mongrels and their enablers. "Blood and soil!" she had screamed, her fist raised. Every single man but Will had chanted along, "Blood and soil!" 40 men in total, armed to the teeth, clad in black, sitting in the back of 5 vans rolling down the interstate toward a scene that would soon erupt into unspeakable violence. "Fuck!" Dobie shifted on the floor beside Will. He was sullen and confused. He didn't understand why he had woken up in the woods. He was angry about missing the drills. He was mad at Will for teasing him about it. He was clearly hung over from the Percocet. He was still a boy, but he was just as willing to commit murder as the rest of the men. Will looked away from Dobie's miserable face. He had seen the aftermath of a mass shooting before. For obvious reasons, the news reporters always fixated on the number of dead, but it was the survivors Will thought about now. The ones with traumatic brain injuries, lost limbs, deep scars, wounds that would not heal. Some of them would live in fear for the rest of their lives. Others would be paralyzed by guilt. They would live, but life as they knew it would be over. Unless Will could stop it. "Fuck!" Dobie muttered again. He was looking for attention. Will kept his voice low, telling the kid, "You don't have to do this." "Shit!" Dobie angrily crossed his arms. "What am I supposed to do, bro? Sit behind a cash register at the Quickie Mart like some raghead?" Will couldn't stand to look at him again. He knew that the core thing he hated about Dobie was the same rotten core that had festered inside of Will's own 18-year-old self. Dobie had no real autonomy, no moral compass. He was nothing but a loaded gun, waiting to be pointed in any direction. The difference for Will had been Amanda. She had descended into his life 6 months after he'd been forced to leave the children's home. Will was sleeping on the street, stealing food, working for bad men who paid him to do bad things. Amanda had dragged Will away from a life of crime. She had pushed him into college. She had forced him to join the GBI. She had made it possible for Will to be the kind of man who could be with a woman like Sarah. He told Dobie now what Amanda had told Will all those years ago. "You do what's right, not what's easy. Dash said.
Amen, brother.
Will gritted his teeth so hard, his jaw throbbed. He'd spent the last 12 hours looking for opportunities to kill Dash. The man was never alone. Gerald shadowed him. At least 2 brothers were always flanking his sides. The blue simunition kit on his Glock 19, Will's Glock 19, had been changed out by the time Will had left Sarah's cabin. Even now, Dash kept habitually checking the chamber to make sure the gun was loaded. Will was not against a suicide mission, but there had to be at least a 10% chance of success. Dash said,
"We do the Lord's work today, Major Wolf."
Will grunted. He didn't need to be Jack Wolf anymore. He slipped his fingers under the padded vest. Sarah's headscarf was folded against his stomach. Will had found it where she'd left it at the top of the stairs. A single red hair was wrapped inside. Now, he rubbed the hem between his fingers. He could feel her lips pressing into the palm of his hand. "My love." Dash tapped the butt of his rifle on the floor. Every time he felt the men start to lag, he made another speech.
"Brothers, today we reclaim our dignity. That is our message. We won't be ignored. We are the leaders of this world."
Feet started banging on the floor. Fists were raised as they cheered. This was what Will was going to do when they arrived at their destination. As soon as the van doors opened, Will would use his Glock and his Sig Sauer to kill as many of these men as possible. The rifle was too risky. Will didn't know how many civilians would be on scene. The fact that all of his targets were wearing black uniforms easily identified them as the enemy. They were overconfident from the endless drilling. They would panic the second bullets started firing back at them. Will had 16 rounds in the Glock, 11 in the Sig Sauer. 2 more magazines on his belt increased the total by 30. 40 men, 57 bullets. The first 2 shots were going to stop Dash's heart. Chapter 19. Wednesday, August 7th, 8:58 a.m. Faith looked at her watch. 8:58 a.m. She was sitting on a bench inside Atlanta Airport's International Terminal. Her head was in her hand. Her cell phone was burning the tip of her ear. Amanda had been livid since they'd lost Will yesterday afternoon, and her temper had reached DEFCON levels when she'd been ordered to brief the governor at the Capitol this morning. She told Faith,
"Everything we found out so far points to the airport. Michelle Spivey was there right before the bombing. Dash and his crew must have been with her. What were they planning? Why did they risk exposure? Did they succeed? Is there a second part to the plan?"
Faith didn't need to be reminded of the questions. She had worried them around in her head like an oyster making a pearl as she fought traffic to get to the airport this morning. Amanda said,
"The last thing I should be doing right now is standing around watching a bunch of greedy politicians shove biscuits into their mouths."
In the background, Faith could hear footsteps and voices echoing around the Capitol's marble atrium. The governor had called a special session to vote on funding the latest hurricane cleanup. The building didn't have a cafeteria, but where there were politicians, there were always lobbyists willing to bribe them with free food. Amanda said,
"Lyle Davenport didn't pick his attorney out of the phone book."
Faith got a bitter taste in her mouth. Davenport was the punk who'd driven the red Kia up to Will at the Citgo yesterday. Amanda had sent a highway patrolman to pull him over for speeding. The subsequent search had revealed an unlicensed weapon in his car. The kid was already holding his lawyer's card when he was told to lace his fingers behind his head. Faith told Amanda, "Spending a night in jail hasn't persuaded Davenport to mention Dash or the IPA. His arraignment is in 3 hours. First-time offense, white kid from the suburbs. He might get bail."
"And if we tip off the prosecutor to who he is, then Will's cover will be blown."
Amanda uttered a very rare, very nasty curse. Faith silently ran through several of her own. Her anger was not restricted to the jackass kid who'd invoked his legal rights. Faith had spent 2 hours hanging out of a helicopter with a pair of binoculars, looking for Will. It was only by sheer perseverance that she'd spotted the dirt bike outside of the 2-mile radius. None of the residents in the area had recognized the bike. No one reported seeing a teenager and a man on the road, let alone another vehicle picking them up. The bike's VIN number had been scratched off with a grinder. She told Amanda, "Forensics is going to try an acid treatment to raise the VIN. If that doesn't work, I have some other ideas." There was a loud noise on Amanda's end, a bunch of men laughing. Faith heard Amanda walking away from them. There weren't a lot of areas in the capital for privacy. The Gold Dome was basically an echo chamber. "Talk to the airport commander," Amanda ordered, as if Faith wasn't at the airport right now to do that very thing. "I don't care what you have to do or what lies you have to tell, but find out what Michelle Spivey was doing on that service road Sunday morning and report to me the second you hear. The very second." The background noise abruptly stopped. Faith looked at the time. 9:01 a.m. The commander of the Atlanta Police Department's airport precinct was officially late for work. Faith had a feeling that he wasn't going to be much help anyway. Everybody had a piece of the airport. The man couldn't take a crap without coordinating with the FAA, the TSA, Homeland Security, and various law enforcement agencies representing Fulton and Clayton County, as well as the cities of Atlanta, College Park, and Hapeville. Then there was the FBI. Faith assumed that Van had confiscated any relevant security footage of Michelle Spivey. This entire morning already felt like the worst Groundhog Day ever. Will had disappeared again. Sarah was still missing. So was Michelle Spivey. There were no more leads to follow. They had no idea what Dash was planning. Another night had dragged out, with Faith pacing and cursing and fuming, and looking up useless information online. She had never for a minute trusted that stupid GPS tracker in Will's holster. The device was too thin. It wasn't waterproof. The signal relied on the old 3G network. Despite Amanda's orders, there was no way in hell that Will was going to turn it on, unless he was actually physically in possession of Sarah. God only knew what he was doing right now. He could be injured, or lying dead in a ditch. Dash was a psychotic killer. Michelle was stone-cold crazy. Sarah had no way of protecting herself. The IPA was so terrifying that the woman who was in charge of monitoring them was losing sleep. Faith dropped her head back against the bench. She stared at the squiggly blue neon arcing across the high ceiling. Every agency in the state was on high alert, but no one knew what they were supposed to be looking for. They were in Bin Laden expected to attack in U.S. territory. The presidential briefing had hit a month before 9/11, but in what intelligence agencies called a failure of imagination, no one had thought something so outrageously brazen would ever happen. As Aiden Van Zandt had said, there wasn't a lot of there. The piercing wail of a toddler pulled Faith out of her misery. There was a certain amount of peace in knowing that she was not the mother on the other end of that wail. Faith stared at the massive security screening area. The precinct commander would exit through the employee line. Passengers slowly funneled through the 8 open lanes, unpacking their bags, taking off their shoes, standing with their hands up in the scanning machines. Faith couldn't believe the airport was so busy this early in the morning. The international terminal was huge, almost as big as a soccer field, with a balcony ringing the second story of the atrium. There were fast food places and a fish restaurant, and a bookstore and cafes, and airplanes, waiting to whisk you away from your life. Faith had never been on an international flight. Her cop salary, along with her propensity for having children out of wedlock, had put a major dent in her travel budget.
"We've got to keep meeting like this."
Faith didn't bother to turn around. The sound of Aiden Van Zandt's voice had drilled into her brain like an earwig. He sat down beside her. He was cleaning his glasses with his tie.
"Good morning, Agent Mitchell."
She got to the point. "Why are you here?"
"There's a lot of us here."
Faith took a closer look at the passengers inside of the terminal. Not all of these things were the same. 2 businessmen stood with rolling suitcases at the top of the stairs. To the right, a woman leaned over the balcony railing, reading her texts. To the left, another businessman paced down the corridor as he talked into his phone. On the ground floor, 2 women were having breakfast at the bookstore cafe. Another man stood in a TSA uniform by the exit for security. The fact that Faith had only been here for 15 minutes was no excuse for not noticing that they were all wearing the springy earbuds that FBI agents favored. Her brain quickly jumped to a conclusion. The chatter from the hate groups must have picked up. Michelle Spivey had been at the airport last Sunday, so the FBI was at the airport, just like Faith was at the airport. She thought about calling Amanda at the Capitol, but she didn't want to get her head bitten off for telling her boss something that she likely already knew. Whatever information exchange Amanda had going on with the FBI was not something she was choosing to share. Faith told Van, "You've got a lot of agents here."
"I like to think of them as my posse."
Faith knew better than to ask a direct question. She leaned back against the bench. She asked him, "When did the right to hate become conditional?"
"I'll need more context."
"I've been reading about these militias and anti-government groups."
"Ah,"
Faith said. "At the Bundy standoff, militiamen pointed guns at federal agents, and they were allowed to walk away. At Standing Rock, a bunch of Native American protesters were shouting and holding up signs, and they got attacked by dogs and shot with water cannons."
"Both of those things are true."
"It reminds me of my son when he was a little boy. All kids do this, really. They get to this point in their lives where they realize that things are unfair. It pisses them the hell off. They can't bend their little minds around it. They whine about it constantly. It's not fair. It's not fair."
Van nodded. "That is a familiar whine."
Faith didn't ask how it was familiar. She was more concerned with her brown-skinned daughter and how armed groups like the IPA might get away with hurting her. "I've put up with a lot of shit in my life, but I've never gotten shit because of the color of my skin. I'm sick of things only being fair for some people. It's not right. It's not American." Van seemed to think about what she'd said.
"That's a fairly provocative statement for a law enforcement officer."
She shrugged. "Provocateur is going to provocate." Faith watched a kid begging his mother for a pack of cookies. The two female agents in the bookstore were studiously avoiding the conflict. She silently returned to her original question, the one that Van wasn't going to answer. Why was he talking to her? The FBI had taken Beau into custody 2 days ago. Faith assumed that because Beau had flipped for one agency, he would flip for the other, which meant that Van knew about the plan for Will to infiltrate the IPA. Either Kate Murphy had sent him here for information, or he was trying to hone his way in. Faith tested her theories. "This is the part where you tell me how Michelle met Beau, and what you've gotten out of him since you snatched him out from under us."
"I thought this was the part where I asked if I could buy you a cup of coffee."
Faith had to nip this in the bud. "Listen, I've spent the last 20 years of my life raising children. There is not one item of clothing in my closet or in a drawer that isn't stained with some kind of fluid. I cheat at Chutes and Ladders. I have sacrificed my own son's life to win at Fortnite. I will destroy any stupid moron who claims that Jodie Whittaker isn't the best Doctor Who, and I will quote every single line from Frozen until your eyes start to bleed." He asked,
"Do you really expect me to believe that you hang up and fold your clothes?"
"Let it go." Van laughed.
"All right, Mitchell. Follow me."
Faith picked up her messenger bag and looped it over her shoulder. She looked up at the balcony as they walked toward the gates. The agent talking into the phone was tracking their progress. The businessmen had started rolling their bags. Van took a right, leading her down a long, anonymous hallway. His badge worked on the door, because his badge apparently worked on every door in every secure building. Faith heard a loud buzz. Then they were inside a darkened room with dozens of large color monitors and rows of tiered desks with people intently studying their screens. She bit her lip. She was going to end up blowing this guy just for his access to secret government control rooms. Van said,
"This is the nerve center for F concourse. The ones for T and A through E are even more amazing than this. Then there's the north and south terminals, the plane train, the parking areas. Holy Moses, don't get me started on parking. It's like Frogger over there."
Faith was more interested in what was right in front of her. Every gate, Every restaurant, every entrance to a toilet, had at least 2 cameras pointing at it. Even the outside grounds were covered, down to the surface roads. Van stopped at an empty desk and tapped on a keyboard. The monitor showed a second-story view outside the international terminal. Van toggled out until the shot widened to the adjacent buildings. He pointed to a street. Faith said, "The Maynard H. Jackson Service Road." She watched a silver Chevy Malibu drive slowly up the road. The windows were tinted, but she could make out 2 people up front, 2 in back. Faith looked at the timestamp. "This is from Sunday morning, 5 hours before the bombs went off." The Malibu came to a slow stop. The camera was high resolution, but it wasn't a magnifying glass. Faith could only guess by the platinum blonde hair and slim build that the woman who got out of the car was Michelle Spivey. Michelle took 4 steps, then started to fall forward onto the grass. Van paused the image.
"She got sick earlier. This is the second time he pulled over for her."
Faith nodded, but that wasn't exactly how she saw it. She'd been behind the wheel of a car when someone was about to blow. You didn't glide to a stop. You stood on the brakes and pushed the person out the door. Van said,
"We think Spivey's appendix must have been hurting for some time. She passes out from the pain, and then—"
He tapped another key, and the driver was running to Michelle. Tall and wide, most likely Robert Hurley. He lifted up her unconscious body. He placed her in the front seat of the car. He ran to the other side and drove away. Van said,
"That's it."
Faith said. That wasn't really it. The video had been edited. This is what Faith had been shown. The car had stopped. Michelle had gotten out, walked 4 paces, collapsed. In the frame where she was dropping, Hurley was already climbing out of the car. He was holding something in his hands. Then the image skipped ahead 1.13 seconds. Michelle was already lying on the ground. Hurley was twisting back toward the car, placing something on the seat that was heavy enough for him to have to use both of his hands. That was a part that Van did not want Faith to see. That Hurley had started to get out of the car to join Michelle. That he was carrying something heavy or cumbersome, like bolt cutters that could be used to cut a hole in the fence. Faith asked Van, "Is that fence electrified?" He shook his head. She pointed at the building that Michelle had been walking toward. "What's this?"
"Air Chef, where they make all of the food for the planes. Alleged food."
He jabbed around the screen, identifying the white squares.
"Cleaning and janitorial services for the planes. Concourse maintenance, sign shop, machine shop, Delta operations."
He was a regular MapQuest. She pointed to the only square he'd left out. "What's this?"
"Government building."
Faith looked at him. "A CDC government building?" He squinted at the monitor.
"Is it?"
Faith reached down and tapped the keys to zoom in on the door. There was no sign, no indication of what was inside, but there was a hell of a lot of security. She pointed it out for him. "That's a camera. That's a card reader. That's a handprint scanner."
"You don't say."
The day Michelle was abducted, she left work early, picked up her daughter from school, then went to the store. Her purse was never located at the scene. Her CDC badge would have been inside.
"Would it be?"
Faith leaned in for a closer look. There wasn't even a doorknob. A red light was mounted over the jamb. What did the IPA want that was stored inside of that building? They had risked exposure by bringing Michelle here. Then they had risked taking her to the hospital. Had they been planning to drive her back to the airport once she'd had surgery? The handprint scanner wouldn't work without her actual hand being attached to her body. Faith stood up. She faced Van. The room was so dark and the monitor was so bright that her own reflection stared at her from his glasses. "You facilitated that briefing for me at the CDC. You gave me case files on Michelle that would lead me to the airport. You had this edited video queued up for me before we walked into this room."
"Edited?"
Michelle and Hurley were supposed to get out of the car together. Hurley was going to use bolt cutters to cut open a hole in the fence. Michelle was going to use her CDC ID card and her handprint on the biometric scanner to open that door, and then they were both going to go inside that building.
You think?
Here's what I think. Your boss and my boss are friends, but they're quarterbacks playing in different conferences. So your boss told you to tell me some things, but not everything. But you think I can actually help you, which is why every goddamn interaction I have with you gets turned into a teaching moment.
I love that you know about football.
Faith hissed out air between her teeth. Amanda was waiting for her at the Capitol. Faith was supposed to be finding out what the hell had happened at the airport with Michelle. All she had right now was what she always had: supposition and gut instinct. The only tactic that had ever worked with this maddening FBI asshole was honesty, so she tried a version of it now. This is what my boss doesn't want me to tell you. My partner is missing. He's undercover with the IPA. We haven't seen him since 3 yesterday afternoon, and I'm worried that whatever Dash is planning is going to happen today, as in right now. And I think that you feel the same way too. Van gave a curt nod, as if this was what he'd been waiting for.
Let me buy you that coffee.
Chapter 20. Wednesday, August 7th, 8:56 a.m. Sarah sat in the cabin with her back against the door. She had Will's pocket knife in her hands. He had slipped it under the gap before he'd left last night. She kept pressing the button and springing out the blade. The noise had a rhythmic comfort. After so many days, so many wasted hours of feeling helpless, the knife gave her a feeling of power. Dash didn't know that Sarah was no longer defenseless. Gwen was clueless. The sentry outside had no idea that Sarah was armed. She could hurt someone with this. Kill someone. At the motel, Michelle had provided a road map with Carter. The jugular, the windpipe, the axillary arteries, the heart, the lungs. Sarah folded the knife. She pressed the button again. The blade flicked open. Her distorted reflection showed in the stainless steel. She folded down the blade. She could feel Will on the knife, on the other side of the door, wrapped around her hand. His essence had infiltrated every part of the cabin. Sarah was reminded of the first time she had walked through the house after Jeffrey had died. One of the most devastating parts of losing him was that she had not lost their things. The bedroom furniture they had picked out together, the massive TV he had hung over the fireplace, his tools in the garage, the smell of him that had lingered on the sheets and towels, and in his closet, and on her skin. Every item, every scent, had been a stark reminder of her loss. Sarah thought back to 3 days ago, a lifetime ago, when she'd watched her mother snap beans in Bella's kitchen. Kathy had been right, or close to right. Sarah's weepiness was not because she could not let go of Jeffrey. It was because she was terrified of holding on to Will. She folded the knife closed again. She studied the lines across the floor, checking her crude sundial. The blue light filtering through cracks in the walls had long ago turned yellow. 8:30? 9 o'clock? Her head pressed against the rough boards. She was exhausted from doing nothing with her body. She tried to tune herself into the regular cadence of the camp. The cooking women, the little girls spinning like tops, Gwen glowering over every perceived slight or misstep. Sarah was not one to believe in auras, but something felt different in the air around her. Was she missing the pops as the men trained inside of the structure? The giggles and cheers of the children? The smoky scent of wood burning, laundry boiling, food cooking? Were they gone? Was this part of Dash's message? To send away his followers so that Sarah could bear witness to their utopian mountain community? She stood up. She stored the knife in her bra. The underwire was already stabbing her in the side, so the discomfort was added to a very long list. Her desire to pace had left with Will. Sarah's hands went to her hips. Dash had usually unlocked the door by now. She assumed he had left the camp, delivering the message, or trying to. Sarah had to think that Will would stop him. He hadn't put much trust in the GPS tracker, but Sarah knew that he wouldn't stop until Dash was taken down. She pressed her hand against the door, testing the padlock. She heard metal scrape against metal. The hinges groaned, but did not give. Gwen would have the key. It would be exactly like the heinous bitch to let Sarah stew inside the cabin. She listened for the sentry outside the door. The new man had not bothered to introduce himself when he'd replaced Will. Sarah assumed Lance was still in the bunkhouse. Not Lance had sat on the log all night. He was heavy-set and clearly suffered from sleep apnea. He kept gasping himself awake with panicked gurgles between deep snores. Sarah got down on her knees. She looked under the door. Not Lance was broad through the back, blocking her view of anything but his black shirt. "Hello?" Sarah waited, but there was no response. "Can you open the door, please?" Still nothing. Sarah thought about the knife in her bra. Will's hand had barely fit underneath the door, but she could wedge under most of her forearm. She could stab Not Lance below his left shoulder. The blade was long enough to pierce his heart. "Hello?" She decided against murder. She pushed out her hand, her fingers stretching to jab at him. "Help!" He tumbled forward, slamming head first into the ground. Sarah backed up in surprise. She listened. She waited. She put her eye to the gap under the door. Not Lance had fallen face first onto the ground. The impact had pushed him over to his side. His body was still locked into a sitting position. The fall had been hard. The muzzle of his rifle had opened up a furrow of skin along the side of his neck. Sarah watched the wound, studying it the way she would a piece of art. She waited for a drop of blood, but there was no blood coming out of the deep gash, because Not Lance's heart had stopped beating hours ago. Rigor had already stiffened his muscles. His ankles were ringed with purple livor mortis. His pants were soaked where he'd defecated and urinated on himself. He was dead. Sarah sat on her knees. She brushed the dirt off of her hands. Her heart banged inside of her chest. Had the apnea killed him? Was it something else? A sudden, eerie sense of wrongness took hold of Sarah. She shivered, though she was sweating. The fine hairs on her arms rose to attention. Her senses strained to pick out the usual activity from the camp. The odors, the sounds, the feeling that she was not alone. Was she alone? Sarah stood up. She walked to the back of the cabin. She tested the wall with her hands. She found the springy section where the nails had rusted. The boards flexed against her palms. Sarah shifted her weight onto her heels. She braced her hands against the wood. She pushed until the muscles in her shoulders started to burn. "Shit," she mumbled. Splinters had dug into her skin. The board had moved, but not enough. The space between the slats showed more sunlight. Sarah wiped her grimy hands on her dress. The splinters flicked like tiny needles. She did the same thing again, pushing with all of her strength until the board started to bow. There was a small crack, like a twig breaking. Then the board started to split. But still not enough. Sarah looked down at her hands. The palms were bleeding. She stepped back. She kicked the boards as hard as she could. The wood splintered. The crack was much louder this time, more like a bolt of lightning spiking through a tree. Sarah waited, listening for sounds outside the door. The men in the deer stands, the armed soldiers in the woods. Gwen, Grace, Esther, Charity, Edna, Hannah, and Joy. Nothing. Sarah kicked at the wall again. Then again. She was sweating when she finally managed to break off enough of a section to climb through. Her feet gently touched the ground. The air felt crisper behind the cabin. She couldn't quite understand her emotions, but Sarah realized what she was feeling was freedom. No one had come running. No one was trying to stop her or threaten her or shoot her. Her gaze took in the area behind the cabin. The forest floor was dense, thick with vines and poison oak. The greenhouse. Sarah walked around the cabin. She found the path, tentatively making her way. eyes moving left and right to see if anyone was coming to stop her. There were no armed men blocking her progress. The deer stands were empty. She lifted her dress as she stepped over a fallen log. Humidity thickened the air. Her eyes kept darting back and forth, this time in search of the greenhouse. She had seen it twice, both times by happenstance. She made herself stop. She listened for the river. The waterfall made a shushing sound to her right, but to her left, she heard a kitten mewing. Sarah turned. She took a few steps down the path. She listened again. She hadn't heard a kitten. A child was crying. Sarah was running toward the clearing before she could make a rational decision. The path narrowed in front of her. The child's crying intensified. She felt like she was running on a treadmill. The harder she pushed, the farther away the clearing seemed. "Help!" a small voice called. Sarah's heart was gripped inside of a vice. Her life's work had been answering the calls of children. She knew what they sounded like when they were afraid, when they were looking for sympathy, when they were terrified that they were going to die. She raced into the clearing. She spun around the neatly tended grass the same way the girls had countless times before. What she saw was not the same. The eerie sense of wrongness tightened her skin. The cabin doors hung open. The fires smoldered in the cooking area. There were no women, no children, just pieces of white confetti scattered around the grass. The wind picked at the pieces. White material floated feather-like in the air before settling to the ground. She saw a bare foot, the glint of a white leg, a hand clutching the dirt, a face turned up toward the sun. Sarah stumbled. Her knees started to give out. Her heart gave a sharp, painful beat inside of her chest. Not confetti. White dresses, high collars, long sleeves. Young and old faces bloating in the morning sun. "Oh, no!" Sarah fell to her knees. She pressed her forehead to the ground and let out a low moan. Her heart had frozen mid-beat. Her thoughts kept racing around, pushing away the truth, until she forced herself to confirm it. Sarah crawled through the grass. Her fingers trembled as she checked for pulses, stroked silky blonde hair away from unseeing eyes. Esther, Edna, Charity, the cooking women, the young ladies who had set the picnic tables, the men in the trees, the guards hiding in the woods. Dead. "Help," Grace whispered. She was lying under one of the picnic tables. Her frail body was curled into a ball. Sarah crawled to her. She pulled the little girl into her arms. Grace's eyelids drooped. Her pupils were wide. She stared up at Sarah. Her lips moved soundlessly. "Sweetheart." Sarah smoothed her hair, pressed her lips to the child's forehead. "What happened? Please tell me what happened." Grace tried to speak. The words gurgled in her mouth. Her arms draped lifelessly to her side. Her legs were dead weight. "Oh, my lamb, hold on." Sarah lifted her up, carrying her toward the bunkhouse. "Hold on, sweetheart." White dresses blurred in Sarah's peripheral vision. Bloated bellies, constricted muscles, signs of agonizing, brutal death. The bunkhouse door was already open. Sarah could smell the bodies from the bottom step. She laid Grace down on the ground. "I'll be right back, baby. Stay here." The request was unnecessary. The child could not move, could not speak. Sarah ran into the bunkhouse. Benjamin, Joy, Lance, Adriel. She checked each one. Only Joy was still alive. Sarah grabbed her by the shoulders, shook her awake. "Joy! Joy! What did they do?" Joy's eyes were unmoving. Her abdomen was as round as a ball. Her expression was slack, but she was clearly conscious. Drool slid from the corner of her mouth. The pillow was wet with it. Her arms were limp. Her legs were paralyzed. She could not move her head. "No," Sarah whispered. "No." She bolted through the door, down the stairs, over Grace. Her feet pounded across the clearing. She found the path, headed toward the river. The rush of the waterfall got closer. Sarah spun around, looking for the greenhouse, screaming, "Where are you?" Sunlight mirrored off the glass. Sarah tripped through the undergrowth. 2 men clad in black lay on the forest floor. Another man had fallen from a deer stand. His neck had been broken by the fall. His head was turned backward. His arms were splayed to the side. Sarah kept walking toward the greenhouse, the glass serving as a lighthouse to warn her away. The pungent odor of death cut into the back of her throat. Sarah opened her mouth to breathe. She could taste the simmering fluids leaching out of bodies. The closer she got, the more her eyes watered. She was reaching the epicenter of death. Whatever Michelle had been concocting inside of the greenhouse had taken as its first victims the men and women working inside. Sarah gagged. The bodies outside the greenhouse had started to melt in the heat. Skin slipped from bone. Eyes bulged. Gaping mouths showed pools of blood and vomit that had caked into throats. They were young and old, men and women, dressed not in black, but in white lab coats. Their faces showed the horror of their deaths. Fully conscious, paralyzed, slowly suffocating. Sarah knew what had killed them. She shoved hard against the greenhouse door. A body was blocking the way. Sarah pushed him with her foot. She walked into the thermal tent. The heat was almost blinding. The electricity was off. The air conditioners had gone dormant. The thermal tent and glass acted as a magnifier for the sunlight, boiling the contents inside. She saw exactly what she had expected to see. A commercial laboratory. Beakers and flasks, ring stands, pipettes, tongs, burners, vacuum tubes, test tubes, droppers, thermometers. Spray bottles filled with clear liquid were scattered along the table. A metal rack contained raw materials. Sarah pushed aside bags of spoiled apples and rotting potatoes. Black box. In Sarah's long list of possibilities, this was the last thing she had expected to find at the other end of Michelle's message. The small box of HBAT was actually white. The black box was literally a printed black rectangle around a warning mandated by the Food and Drug Administration. Danger. Use extreme caution. Equine serum requires escalating dose challenges to obviate sensitivity and possible mortality. Sarah opened the box. The vial inside was from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services' Strategic National Stockpile. The agency stored and controlled push packages of emergency antibiotics, vaccines, and antitoxins that were sent out under armed guard in case of a biological attack. Biological attack seemed like a muted way to describe what Dash was planning. This was why he had predicted that historians would never be able to accurately calculate the number of people murdered today. The message was excruciating, unforgiving death. Sarah was holding in her hand the only thing that could stop it in its tracks. HBAT was specifically designed to treat botulism, the most acutely poisonous toxin known to man. Chapter 21. Wednesday, August 7th, 9:17 a.m. Faith stirred a packet of blue stuff into her black coffee. Van was still at the counter, adding approximately 1 pound of sugar to his mocha latte. Her phone had buzzed with 3 shotgun-style texts from Amanda demanding an update, which meant that Amanda hadn't been called in to see the governor yet, which meant that she was probably stomping around the Capitol like an angry lunatic, raving about how everyone was wasting her time. Faith texted a simple response. Working on it. Amanda fired back immediately. Work harder. Faith turned the phone face down on the table. She watched Van add chocolate sprinkles to his latte. She had only given him the information he had probably already gleaned from Bo Ragnarsson. Will was going undercover. They knew that the IPA was planning something big today. Faith had kept in her pocket the information about Will being whisked away from the Citgo on an untraceable dirt bike, and Lyle Davenport, the Kia driver who'd met him at the gas station, invoking his right to remain silent. And the GPS tracker in Will's holster, that was apparently not tracking anything. In Faith's experience, if you were going to successfully lie, you'd better have a few more truths to throw around in case you were called on your bullshit. Van finally sat down at the table. He sipped his coffee. Faith waited for some roundabout story, but for once, he got straight to the point.
Last September, Beau was admitted to Emory Hospital with a case of wound botulism.
Faith understood the individual words, but they made no sense together. Wound botulism?
Clostridium botulinum is a bacteria that naturally occurs in soil and water. Under certain circumstances, it turns into botulinum neurotoxin, or botulism.
All that Faith knew about botulism was that rich women used it to freeze their faces. What circumstances?
With Beau, he was muscle-popping black tar heroin that was cut with dirt. Wound botulism occurs very rarely. Maybe 20 cases are reported in the U.S. each year. Beau presented at the ER with droopy eyelids, facial paralysis, muscle weakness, breathing complications. With the needle tracks in his arms, they assumed he'd overdosed on opiates. They shot him up with Narcan, and he got worse.
Faith found herself in the rare position of being unable to form a question.
Botulism is extremely difficult to diagnose. Unless a doctor is thinking botulism, it's going to be the last thing that comes up. And the symptoms mimic a lot of things. Could be more people die from it than what's reported.
She still had no questions. Her phone buzzed on the table. Amanda had probably been called into the governor's office. She wanted updates, but Faith needed more from Van before that could happen. She said, "Keep talking."
The CDC is the only agency that knows how to test for botulism and who can administer HBAT, the antitoxin that stops the progression of the poison.
He rolled the coffee cup in his hands.
You can't just give them a shot to make it all better. The drug is derived from horse serum, initially from a horse named First Flight, if you're interested. The FDA blackboxed the serum. You have to cut it down with another drug, then slow infuse it through an IV, in order to make sure the treatment isn't killing the patient. And whatever state the patient is in, if they're on a ventilator, if their limbs are paralyzed, that's probably not going to fully reverse. Once the neurotoxin bonds to the nerve terminals, that's it. Beau was lucky Michelle figured it out before he had lasting damage.
Faith didn't see any luck here. So, he paid Michelle back by putting her in Dash's crosshairs?
That's not how it happened,
Van said.
Adam Humphrey Carter was Beau's only visitor in the ICU. We know from Michelle's chart notations the exact times she was at the hospital. When Carter showed up, he was being his usual dick self. He made Michelle very uncomfortable. She had the staff call security. Security gave him a warning and filed an internal report.
Now she had questions. You didn't think to tell me this 2 days ago when I asked you to cross-reference Michelle's files with Beau Ragnarsson?
I didn't know 2 days ago. Spivvy had thousands of patient files and worked on hundreds of projects, a lot of them top secret. But Ragnarsson was a name that stood out. I did some digging at Emory yesterday morning, talked to the ICU staff, checked in with security. The internal report was just that, internal. I had to manually search the filing cabinets to find the actual document.
Faith realized that Kate Murphy's reticence to call Michelle Spivvy's abduction an IPA operation, rather than a sex trafficking case, suddenly made sense. So, did Carter kidnap and rape Michelle to pay her back for calling hospital security on him? Or did he kidnap her for the IPA?
That was our question,
Van said.
Carter hated women. He wanted to punish them for whatever. It's not like hating women is a crazy new idea. If you accept that Carter took Michelle because he wanted to punish her for turning him into security, then it makes a kind of sense that he'd want to keep her alive so he could continue to torture her. Open and shut case of kidnap and rape.
What changed your mind?
The bombing. The car accident where your partner put Carter with Dash and the others. The clincher was a risk alert I got on Sunday night. That's
the repository for individuals of special concern.
Correct. Michelle's details were already in risk. The network is tied to servers around the country. The updates aren't in real time, but we get them faster than you'd think. The risk alert made it to my phone around 6 o'clock Sunday night, 9 hours after the airport's facial recognition software pinged Michelle on that service road on that day, in that spot, in front of that building.
Faith's phone buzzed with another text. Amanda was probably climbing the Capitol's marble walls. She prompted Van. "What's that building?" He glanced around, then told her.
"It's a CDC quarantine station, part of the National Strategic Stockpile. For our purposes, think of it as an armamentarium for biological attacks. The CDC assembles what they call push packs of emergency medication that can be sent out on a moment's notice. That includes antidotes, antitoxins, and antibiotics. All your favorite antis for the coming apocalypse."
She asked, "Is HBAT stored there?"
"Yes."
"Was Michelle there to steal the antitoxin, or to destroy it?" Faith put together the answer before Van could tell her. "Dash already had 2 pipe bombs wired up and ready to go when they broke Michelle out of Emory. You don't just drive around with explosives in your trunk. He had to be planning on using the bombs to blow up the quarantine station, but then Michelle got sick, and shit hit the fan. So he decided to use them on the parking deck instead."
"I like that you think like a terrorist."
"Couldn't Dash stick the bombs to the outside of the building?" Again, she answered her own question. "The building is reinforced, right? All that security, the steel door. Michelle was their only way inside. They needed her biometrics to open the door." Van shrugged.
"Did they?"
"Aren't there other quarantine stations?"
"Yes, but—"
He didn't provide the but. Atlanta was within a 2-hour flight time of 80% of the U.S. population. It made sense that the bulk of the warehousing would take place at the busiest airport in the world. Faith asked, "How long does it take for someone to die from botulism poisoning?"
"Depends on the level of toxin. In its purest form, we're talking seconds. Something less refined, like a naturally occurring food contaminant, could be a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks. Without treatment, you're pretty much a goner."
He explained,
"The neurotoxin slowly paralyzes everything. Your eyelids, your facial muscles, even the eyeballs in your head. Usually you're awake, but you can't speak, and your brain is desperately sending out signals to move your muscles. But your muscles aren't responding. Eventually, all the mechanisms that you need to breathe are paralyzed, and you suffocate."
Faith felt her lips part in horror.
"Animals can get it. Mostly fish or things that eat fish. There are 5 types of strains that infect humans. Botulism can be foodborne, inhaled through spores, injected, but thankfully not transmitted person to person. The toxicity has something to do with temperature and oxygen level. There's a type of infant botulism babies get in their guts."
Faith's own gut clenched. Van said,
"This is a nasty, nasty bug we're talking about, Mitchell. All it would take is 1 kilogram to kill the entire human population."
Faith remembered the cardboard boxes Will had traded out at the warehouse. 2 dozen 30 by 30 containers. 2 strong young men to lift each box. 1 kilo was a little over 2 pounds. Okay. Faith had to talk this out. Carter visited Bo in the hospital. He heard about the wound botulism. He knew how deadly it was. Did he know what Bo went through before he was finally diagnosed?
"Yes."
So, Carter probably told Dash about the botulism, right? And instead of being freaked out, Dash got the idea to weaponize it.
"That's the assumption."
She dreaded hearing the answer, but she had to ask. Could Michelle make enough botulism for a large-scale attack?
"The short answer is yes."
Give me the long answer.
"We are hoping in that scenario Michelle managed to fake the science."
Hoping?
"The IPA has been holding Michelle for over a month. She's been raped and abused. We assume by her appearance that she's being starved. She probably has sepsis from her appendix rupturing. She went berserk on Carter at the motel. We know that Carter was threatening her daughter."
He leaned his elbows on the table. "Look, I'm going to lay it out for you. Michelle Spivey is a strong, brilliant woman, but our profilers and our psychiatrist aren't sure that she'd be able to hold up under that kind of relentless physical and psychological torture." Faith doubted anyone could.
"Do you think Michelle is desperate enough to make the real thing?"
"I think that Dash would force her to keep trying until he was 100% certain that every drop she produced was the real thing."
Faith spotted a problem. "You said that the CDC is the only agency that knows how to test for it. Michelle could fudge the test."
"There's another way to test for botulism."
Van shrugged when she didn't try to guess.
"Give it to a bunch of people and see if they die."
Chapter 22. Wednesday, August 7th, 9:23 a.m. Sarah opened the box of H-Bat. She unfolded the dosing directions. 20 milliliters diluted with 0.9% sodium chloride in a 1:10 ratio, infused in a volumetric pump for slow administration, 0.5 milliliters per minute for the initial 30 minutes. She looked up at the ceiling. Sarah had thought it impossible to cry more tears after Will had left, but now she was coming undone. There was nothing she could do for Grace or Joy or anyone else. She clutched the useless vial of serum as she walked out of the greenhouse. The white confetti in the clearing brought more tears to her eyes. She went to Grace. The girl had already stopped breathing. She found Joy in the bunkhouse. She was alive, but her raspy gasps told Sarah that she had only a few minutes more. Sarah sat with her, silently crying, until she was gone. Black box. An FDA warning. A death sentence. A coffin. She looked at the vial of antitoxin that she still gripped in her hand. The metal ring around the seal had been broken. A single needle hole was in the rubber stopper. Had Sarah been infected too? Her first day at the camp, she was too upset to eat. Then Dash had changed Sarah to vegetarian meals. Was Dash planning all along to make Sarah his witness? Death was her testimony. Death was the message. So many will be dead that I doubt historians will be able to tally a final number. Not all of the people in the camp had been poisoned last night. Their deteriorating bodies told the story. They had been infected in groups of 5 or 10. That was the horrible beauty of botulism. Every person reacted differently to the toxin. Even in a hospital setting, it was difficult to make a diagnosis. The symptoms were diverse, mimicking other ailments. One person might die in a few hours. Another person might die in a few weeks. Another person might walk away. Dash had experimented on his own people. He had known that he was slowly murdering his followers, even as he had eaten with them, preached at them, railed against mongrels, and watched them all slowly succumb to the literal poison he was feeding them. If Sarah had to guess, she would say that Benjamin had been patient 0. Lance's droopy eyelids and slurred speech indicated that he'd been given a slower-acting version. Joy's early abdominal pain pointed to her poisoning coming in a 3rd or 4th wave. Michelle would have had the knowledge to control the potency. The other children had been fine last night, so they must have been injected with a faster-acting form of the toxin before they went to bed. Sarah put her head in her hands. She could not understand how Dash could murder his own children. Acting the part of the good father came too naturally to him. She felt her head start to shake. Dash would not have dirtied his hands with the job. Gwen would have injected the girls. Or maybe she had hidden the poison inside of the ice cream. She was in charge of the camp. She was Dash's partner in everything. His dark angel. His Lady Macbeth. Sarah compelled herself to move. Murdering the people inside the camp was only part 1 of the plan. Part 2 was spreading the toxin to the unsuspecting people Dash called the enablers and the mongrels. Sarah wanted to believe that Will would be able to stop him, but he was surrounded by armed men who were ready to lay down their lives for the IPA.
She had to find a way to warn Faith and Amanda. Dash had been communicating with the world somehow. Sarah's first morning at the camp, she had asked him a question about the number of victims at Emory. He had readily provided the answer. There had to be a phone or a tablet or computer somewhere. Sarah left the bunkhouse. She walked up the hill. She wanted to run, but she was in a daze, her body shocked by all of this senseless, devastating violence. The sweet little girls, the spinning tops in their white wedding dresses, the way Grace had laughed so hard at Will's joke that she had almost toppled over. Sarah wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The skin was raw from the salt in her tears. The structure loomed into view. Sarah thought about the men training for so many hours. 2 teams infiltrating in 2 different waves. The bullets Will had told her about were not coated with pork brine. They had been coated with botulism. Dash wasn't content to just kill. He wanted to make sure any survivors suffered the same agonizing death as his brothers and sisters at the camp. Sarah started to cry again as she thought about the sweet, innocent children. Was she misremembering the smile on Gwen's face when she'd handed Esther and Grace each a cup of ice cream? Sarah could clearly remember Gwen offering her a serving. There had definitely been a smirk on her lips, but it was hard to tell whether Gwen was smiling because she was offering Sarah poison or because she had known what Sarah would find when she left her cabin this morning. Sarah heard a car engine revving. Her heart jumped into her throat. She ran to the crest of the hill. Below her, a green sedan was parked by the metal storage building. Exhaust plumed from the tailpipe. The car shook as the engine roared. "Wait!" Sarah yelled, darting down the hill, hands out. "Wait!" The car was not moving. The driver's door hung open. Gwen was behind the wheel. Her foot was stuck on the gas. The gear was in neutral. Her body sagged against the seatbelt. Her eyelids were half closed. She was reaching out, her fingertips brushing the handle as she tried in vain to pull the door closed. Sarah kicked the door out of the woman's reach. A suitcase was on the back seat. Gwen was dressed in jeans and a white blouse. Her hair was styled. She was wearing eyeshadow, blush, lipstick. She had stopped to put on makeup while her children were dying. "You knew!" Sarah's throat closed around the accusation. The cooking women, the bunkhouse, the children, her own children. Gwen knew what Michelle was doing in the greenhouse. She knew the men were running drills inside the structure, that they were training for a mission, and that they were at war. "You knew!" Sarah grabbed Gwen's arm and wrenched her out of the car. She fumbled for the knife in her bra. "You killed them!" Duh. Gwen looked at Sarah through heavy eyelids. Her jaw was slack. Her belly was swollen, the same as Joy's, the same as Grace's, the same as the people she had murdered at the camp. Sarah sat back on her heels. The knife rested in her lap. She had expected to see fear on Gwen's face, but there was nothing but the same cold look she had given Sarah while she was suffocating Tommy. Duh. Drool slid from the corner of Gwen's mouth. "Did he poison me too?" Sarah felt an incredulous laugh slip out of her mouth. "Of course Dash poisoned you too, you stupid bitch." "But..." Her throat worked. "But he..." Sarah leaned over Gwen, their faces inches apart. "Where is Dash going? What is he planning?" Gwen's eyes slowly moved to the left. Sarah had dropped the vial of antitoxin. "You want this?" Sarah held up the H-bat so that Gwen could read the label. "Tell me where they're going, and I'll save you." "The children..." "Don't pretend you're worried about your children." Sarah pressed open the woman's eyelids to make her see. "They're all dead, Gwen. I know that you murdered them." "He promised." Gwen's jaw was going slack. Her eyes were fixed. "What did he promise?" Sarah demanded. "Tell me! We... Her chest pumped desperately for air. We would make more. The last word disappeared inside of her throat. Her vocal cords had frozen. All she could do was gurgle the same way Grace had done, before she choked to death on her own saliva. Sarah hoped she was conscious until the very last moment. She checked Gwen's pockets. She looked inside the car. The phone was in the console between the seats. Sarah flipped open the phone. She saw the time. 9:49 a.m. Her fingers trembled as she dialed the number. Gwen's gurgling persisted. Sarah was still gripping Will's folding knife. She wanted to drive the blade into Gwen's neck, but the woman did not deserve mercy. Sarah walked toward the metal storage building. She listened to the phone ring. Faith said, "Mitchell." Sarah's throat closed at the sound of her friend's voice. She had to cough out the words. "Faith, it's me." "Sarah?" Sarah looked at her hands. She was plagued by an uncontrollable shaking. "I'm in the mountains, on a compound. Everyone is dead. Dash had Michelle synthesize botulism. He killed them all." "Okay, hold on." Faith's hand covered the phone. She was relaying the information to someone else. "I don't know where Will is," Sarah told her. "He left with Dash and the other man. I think this morning there were..." She tried to remember what he'd told her. 40 men with AR-15s. Over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Dash had them sprayed with botulism. "Jesus Christ," Faith hissed. "I'm putting you on speakerphone. I've got the FBI with me. We're tracing your call." "The boxes from the warehouse are here." Sarah peeled open one of the shipping packets. "The shipper is called the Whiston Company in North Carolina. The recipient is ACS Inc., 1642 Airport Parkway. There's a part number, a quantity of 2,000. "We're looking up the address," Faith said. "Can you open the box?" Sarah was already cutting the tape with Will's knife. The contents were knotted into a plastic bag. At first, she did not understand what she was looking at. "They're aluminum tins, like the kind that frozen foods come in." "Oh, God." Faith sounded astonished. "Air Chef Services. They make airplane meals. Dash contaminated the containers with botulism. He's going to poison hundreds of thousands of people." "Wait." Sarah started running up the hill. "There's something else. Dash mocked up a 2-story building. It's at least half a football field. He had teams practicing infiltrations in full riot gear. 2 teams, 2 waves of attacks." "What does it look like?" Sarah ran into the structure. She circled around, looking for clues that would help identify the target. "There's a 2nd-floor balcony. The stairs go up the middle of the room. Then there's a landing. Then 2 more sets of stairs branch off to the left and right." "Can you see anything else?" Sarah had reached the landing. She looked to the right. "The letters LG or IG are painted on the floor at the top of the right-hand branch of stairs." She ran up the other side. "If you go left, then to the end of the hall, there's a capital G spray-painted in front of what looks like a door." "Door?" Faith asked. "No windows. Only doors. 5 on the right side, 3 on the left. Then there's 4 more opposite the stairs, 3 in the hall behind the landing where the stairs tee off." Sarah looked down from the railing. "I don't know what it's supposed to represent. A hotel lobby? Will thought maybe a synagogue or..." "Wait," Faith said. "I know what you're describing. It's an atrium." Chapter 23. Wednesday, August 7th, 9:58 a.m.
2 minutes out, brothers.
Dash pulled back the slide on his Glock to make sure a bullet was in the chamber.
Remember our cause, my friends. Remember the sacrifices our families have made to bring us here today.
There were murmurs of agreement all around. They were all clearly scared, but just as clearly, they were eager to do harm.
What we do today is the first step in cleansing the country of the enablers and mongrels," Dash said. "We must destroy this corrupt society in order to remake ourselves as the framers intended. This country will be reborn. We will be reborn. That is our message. We will bathe ourselves in the blood of the lambs and spread our seed into the wilderness." The chanting started again. "Blood and soil. Blood and soil." Will looked at his watch. 9:58 a.m. 5 black vans. 40 armed men. Will mentally walked through what was supposed to happen once they reached their destination. Team 1, the bulk of their number, would go first. Cannon fodder, Dash should call them. Will assumed this meant that security at the incursion was high. Maybe half of the men would make it into the building. The other half would be pared down on the first floor. That was when Team 2 was supposed to charge in. Bravo toward the LG, Charlie toward the G. Will could not let it get that far. He would have to take out as many men as he could before they walked through the entrance. Take out. He couldn't let himself reduce these men to collateral damage. Will was going to have to shoot them in their chests, their backs, their heads. They weren't paper targets with circles over their bodies. Will had spent the last 16 hours with them. He knew some of their names, what they liked and didn't like, their bad jokes and origin stories. They had no idea that Will was going to kill them. Damn! Dobie's hands were sweating so much that he couldn't pull the slide on his gun. What's wrong with this thing? Will stared at the closed back doors. He had purposefully placed Dobie behind him. Will would be the second to last out. He was going to shoot Dash, then take out the rest of Bravo and Charlie as they started to run. The van lurched to a stop. The tires burned rubber as it swerved into reverse. Will looked at his watch. 9:59 a.m. Dash said, "Steady, brothers." Everyone rolled down their black hoods, clipped on their helmets. Will unbuttoned his shirt. He pulled out Sarah's white headscarf. His only hope of not getting shot by one of the good guys was to tie it around his neck. The van squealed to a stop. Dash said, "Not yet, brothers." Another van stopped beside them. Then another. 4 in all. The time for pep speeches and prayers had come and gone. Doors banged open. Feet started pounding concrete. Instantly, guns began to fire. Rifles, Glocks. The pop, pop, pop overlaid by men and women screaming for their lives. The sound of their panic reverberated into Will's ears. Gerald banged on the side of the van. Will tied the scarf around his neck. His heartbeat turned into a stopwatch. Tick, tick, tick. The doors broke open. Sunlight blinded him. Will narrowed his eyes. He saw a sidewalk, some concrete stairs, neatly trimmed grass and tall trees. Tall white pillars holding up limestone. Bravo and Charlie team were already on the move. Will cracked his elbow into Dobie's face. The kid's head gonged against the van before he dropped to the floor. "Go, go, go!" Dash yelled, firing his AR-15 from his hip. Will felt suspended in the air as he jumped from the van. He took his first look at the target. The sparkling gold dome, the 4-story portico, the neoclassical architecture, the east and west wings that housed the legislative chambers. They were at the Georgia State Capitol. "Let's go!" Gerald sounded exhilarated by a happy rage. He shot one of the Capitol police officers. A mist of red exploded from the man's head. He shot another officer in the stomach. The bullet chunked into the limestone. Civilians were screaming, running out the door, ducking across the grass. Gerald opened fire on them. Tens, maybe hundreds of people were all running blindly into a wall of bullets. Will shot Gerald in the face. The woman behind him screamed. "Get out of here!" Will pushed her away. He searched for Dash, checking faces, shooting any man he saw in a black hood. A bullet whizzed past his head. Will grabbed the dead cop's hat and put it on. He dropped his rifle. He drew the Sig Sauer out of his holster. With his Glock, he shot another hooded man. A guy in a suit slammed into Will. "Move!"
Will shoved him aside. So many people were streaming out of the doors that Will was washed back toward the sidewalk. He spun around, trying to find a target. He shot another hooded man, then another. He aimed at a third. The guy's eyes went wide. Daryl. The man liked to fish. His wife had left him 2 years ago. His kids wouldn't answer their phones when he called. Will shot Daryl in the chest. He pivoted to the next hooded man, then the next. Oliver, who hated chocolate. Rick, who loved French bulldogs. Jenner, who all night long had kept nervously asking what time it was. Chest, head. "Please!" a woman screamed. Will's Glock was almost touching her face. The slide was back. The gun was empty.
"Run!"
Will growled, dropping the magazine, snapping a new one into place. Where the fuck was Dash? Will scanned the area around the entrance. Blue dresses and black suits and red power ties, and blood and bone and gray matter dripping along the sidewalks, staining the grass. He saw bodies splayed across flower beds, leaning against the trees, propped up against the monuments to Confederate generals and segregationists. No Dash. Will hurtled over the broken glass door and ran inside the Capitol building. Bodies, debris, chaos. The 4-story atrium was filled with light from the clear-story windows ringing the ceiling. Gunfire hailed down around him. Will hugged himself to the wall. The marble was cool against his back. The floor was riddled with bodies, mostly civilian. 6 men in black hoods had been cut down at the foot of the stairs. That meant a dozen, maybe 2 dozen, had made it to the 2nd floor. Or the 3rd, where the legislators met in a large oak-paneled room. Or the 4th floor, which had a viewing gallery. Cleansing the country of the enablers and mongrels. Will heard the crunch of a shoe behind him. He spun around. Black man, blue suit, hands in the air. Will pushed him toward the exit, then swung around. 3 more men were cowering against a closed door. Politicians, with American flags on their lapels. Their hands silently scratched at the wood, begging to be let in. One of them was stiffly holding his arm. Blood sponged out between his fingers. Will waved them toward the exit. He listened, his ears straining for sound over their hurried footsteps. There was a lull in the firing. Will scanned the large room, which was the exact same dimensions as the fake building at the camp. He looked up at the 3 levels of balconies, searching for signs of Dash. He ducked down when the sudden snap, snap, snap of gunfire echoed around the atrium. Team 1 had reached the House of Representatives. The Senate chambers were on the other side of the rotunda. The distant pop of gunfire told Will that both sides had been breached. He jogged across the open floor at a crouch, stepping over broken glass and fallen bodies. The grand staircase split the middle of the room. Carved marble, red carpet, wood paneling. Papers, shoes, broken eyeglasses, pools of blood, pieces of teeth and bone. Throats had been slit. Bodies were piled one on top of the other, where a single bullet had killed 2, 3, sometimes 4 people. 2 injured women were sobbing on the stairs. They cringed, hunkering their shoulders at the sight of Will. A sheriff's deputy had tied his belt around his leg to stop the bleeding. His gun was raised at Will, but the chamber was empty. His finger would not stop pulling on the trigger. The rapid click-click of the hammer matched Will's pounding heartbeat. He ran up to the landing with the same quick steps he'd practiced at the camp. The spray-painted LG was for the lieutenant governor's office. The G was for the governor. Bravo team had been taken out before they could reach the door. Their chests had been ripped open by shotgun blasts. Tufts of white lining stuck out from their foam vests. One man was missing part of his jaw. Another was missing an arm. Will stepped over a disembodied hand that was still gripping one of the 8-inch hunting knives that all of the brothers wore on their belts. Charlie team was nowhere in sight. Will crouched his way to the top of the stairs, hiding behind the thick marble railing. He was about to peer around the corner when the sound of gunfire made him pull back. The noise was coming from the floor directly above him. Bullets snapped like burning embers. The remnants of Team 1. They were either finishing off the stragglers inside the House of Representatives, or someone had managed to find a weapon to return fire. Dash would be in the governor's office by now. He would have a gun to the man's head. He would be making demands. White power. Kill the enablers. Blood and soil. Will tried a second time to look around the railing. He found himself staring into the muzzle of a Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver. Amanda. Her finger was in the process of moving to the trigger. Then she recognized Will. Slowly she rested her finger along the trigger guard. He saw her mouth open as she took in a breath. Will holstered the Glock. He kept the Sig Sauer in his hand. The balcony was empty. No black-hooded men. No civilians ducking and covering. No cops, but Will and Amanda. The gunfire had stopped. The silence inside the atrium felt like a tomb. Flickers of passing bodies strobed the sunlight in the high windows. SWAT was on the roof. Will heard sirens in the distance. Amanda asked, "Where is Dash?" Will's eyes found the closed door of the governor's office. 2 highway patrolmen stood guard with pump-action shotguns. One of them had been wounded. Blood trickled from a hole in his bicep. Will? He shook his head, trying to put it together. The last time he had seen Dash was outside the van. Civilians were streaming out of the building. Gerald was murdering as many of them as he could. Dash's rifle was blazing. He was shooting from the hip, not his shoulder. He was screaming for his men to keep moving. The wave of people running out the doors had engulfed Will, forcing him to give them cover, instead of killing Dash. By the time Will had been able to look for Dash again, the men had disappeared. The hard facts punched Will in the chest.
He's a coward, not a fighter. He was never going to go inside.
Will ran down the stairs 3 at a time. He sprinted across the marble floor, around the bodies, then hurtled through the broken glass door and into the daylight. Will jumped down the concrete stairs. He spiraled around, desperately searching for Dash. What he saw made him ill. The park-like setting of the Capitol grounds had turned into a hellscape. People were moaning, crying, screaming. Bullets had torn through flesh. Eyes were missing. Chests were oozing. Will saw Dash across the east lawn. A large dogwood kept him in shadow. He was on his knees, but he hadn't been shot. He was frantically searching the pockets of the dead. The psychopath had planned everything so carefully, drilling his brothers into a trance, sending them out to be slaughtered. But Dash hadn't once considered how he was going to make his escape without a set of keys. Will raised the Sig Sauer, lining up the sights on Dash's heart, yelling, "Stop!" Dash's head snapped up.
Police!
Will said.
Hands in the air!
Dash dove to the ground. Will fired 2 rounds before he realized what Dash was doing. He had surrounded himself with wounded. He grabbed a woman by the arm, yanking her up to her knees so that her body shielded his. She had already been shot in the leg. Dash's hunting knife was pressed so hard into her neck that blood sagged into the collar of her white blouse. Terror cut into every line of her face. She had passed the moment of fear and was paralyzed by the threat of darkness.
Let her go!
Will started walking toward Dash, both the Glock and Sig Sauer out in front of him.
Now!
2 weapons, Dash said, his face ducking below the woman's shoulder. You think you can make the shot, Wolfie? Will needed 4 more steps, and he'd have this man dead on the ground.
I think I can kill you before you draw your next breath.
Hey! Asshole!
Dobie yelled. Chunks of concrete spit up at Will's feet. Dobie was shooting at him. The second bullet went wide. The third took out a window. The only reason Will wasn't dead where he stood was that the kick from the rifle had slammed Dobie back into the van. Will ducked behind a metal garbage can while Dobie scrambled. The kid yelled, "Come out, you fucking coward!" Will kept his Glock on Dash. He drained the Sig on Dobie. His arms formed a triangle between the 3 of them. He yelled,
Dobie, put down the rifle, right now!
Fuck you, asshole!
Dobie was out in the open, the weapon high on his shoulder. SWAT was on the roof. Amanda was armed with her 5-shot in the doorway. Sirens were roaring down the street. Bodies were everywhere. Someone was going to kill this kid.
Hold your fire!
Will heard his voice scratch up like a needle on a record.
I'm GBI. Hold your fire!
Dash was grinning, reveling in the horror. He had seen the armed men moving down the street, the snipers on the roof. He was shaded by a tree, on his knees, holding a hostage in front of him like a shield. The only gun that had a possible shot on him was Will's.
Dobie!
Will kept his Glock pointed at Dash, but he begged the kid.
Please, Dobie, put down the rifle. I'm gonna murder you, you fucking pig!
Dobie was furious, burning from the betrayal.
You were my friend!
Dobie, I'm still your friend.
Will stood up from the trash can. He waited for a bullet from either Dobie or SWAT. When nothing came, he took a step toward the kid, then another. His eyes stayed focused on Dash, even as he got farther away from him.
Dobie, put the rifle on the ground. Please.
Fuck you!
Dash's grin was so smug that Will longed to put a bullet between his teeth. The knife was still tight against the woman's throat. Tears mixed with blood on her face. She was trying not to breathe, to keep her body as still as possible. This was Will's calculation. There was a Glock on Dash's belt. The minute Will looked away, Dash would cut her throat, then draw the weapon and shoot Will. Dash was clearly doing the same math. His smirk did not falter. He told Will,
Tricky situation, brother.
Will nodded once as if he agreed. But Dash didn't know about Amanda standing just inside of the shattered doorway. He didn't know that she had a better angle at his head, that she was a better shot than Will.
Fucking look at me!
Dobie demanded. Will kept his eyes on Dash, even as he moved closer to Dobie. He saw what Amanda was probably seeing, that the hostage wasn't the only concern. There were scores of people behind Dash, innocent civilians, broken bodies scattered like driftwood on the Capitol lawn. The enablers and mongrels. Secretaries, politicians, police officers, janitors, assistants.
You lie to me!
Dobie raged at Will.
I trusted you, and you fucking lied to me!
Please.
Will was only a few feet away. He turned to look the kid in the eye, knowing that he was giving Dash the open target of his chest.
Dobie, it's over. Please put down.
The sniper's bullet split open Dobie's head. The kid's arms flew up. The rifle dropped. Will turned away, but he could smell the coppery blood in the air, feel it draping his skin like a delicate piece of lace. The sound of Dobie hitting the ground felt like a death blow to his own body. Will looked down at the sidewalk. A string of blood wrapped around his boot. Dobie's blood. It was on Will's arm, stuck in his beard. He looked up. Dash had not moved. The woman was still acting as his shield. His head was low behind her shoulder. The Glock was still on his belt. The smug look was still on his face. He hadn't killed the hostage, hadn't tried to kill Will, because he wanted something. Will guessed the what before his eyes saw the answer. People were holding up their phones, recording everything that was happening. Even with their hands covered in blood and dead bodies all around them, they were still filming. Will wiped Dobie's blood out of his eyes with the back of his arm. He told Dash,
Let the woman go. I don't think so, brother.
Dash tightened his grip around his hostage. She let out a gasp, but remained still.
I found myself without my angels this morning. We'll need new sisters to replenish the flock.
Will felt his jaw tighten. The women at the camp. Only Gwen had served them breakfast this morning. The food had been cold. Was that because the women who cooked the meals and cleaned the clothes and bore the children were dead? Dash said,
The cause demands purity, brother. Untainted bloodlines. We lead by example. We wipe the world clean, starting with ourselves. We march triumphantly for the last widows of the revolution. The women, Will said. The children. Are they? Cleansed! Dash's smirk had turned into a grin. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure.
Will couldn't breathe. The heat had punctured his skin. His brain was on fire. Had he sacrificed Sarah?
Dash said,
Those words were spoken by Thomas Jefferson, the father of the Declaration of Independence, one of the original framers of our Constitution.
Will blinked blood out of his eyes.
Did you kill them? Just tell me if... My name is Douglas Shin. I am the rightful leader of the Invisible Patriot Army.
Dash had turned his head away. He was talking directly into the cameras.
As the chosen prophet of Martin Elias Novak, I call on the white men of this country to look at our deeds and rejoice in the carnage brought on by the IPA. Join me, brothers. Join me in reclaiming your rightful place as men. You will be rewarded with riches beyond your imagination and the company of good white women.
Sarah?
We must turn away the disease-ridden, the desperate, the brown and black mongrels who will rape and murder our children.
Will looked at the woman's throat. Thin, like Sarah's, with the same delicate indentation at the base.
Join me in returning the world to its natural order, brothers. Pick up your arms. Raise your fists. Let the world know that we will not be cowed.
Will's finger slid down the side of the Glock to the trigger. All that mattered was the knife at the woman's throat. The polished lines of the blade reflected the blue of the sky. The blood weeping from the wound was dark red. Will's eyes tunneled onto the stainless steel blade. Dash's hand was steady. There was no fear inside of him. He was exactly where he wanted to be, at the center of the world's attention. Dash told the cameras,
Today, brothers, we sign our name on these Capitol grounds in our own blood. We sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Let all the enablers and the mongrels take heed of our valor in battle. White blood, white power, white America, forever.
The tip of the blade started to move. Will pulled the trigger. The explosion of gunpowder filled his ears with a high-pitched whine. Will was temporarily blinded by the flash at the end of the muzzle. He felt the heat of the empty shell ejecting out of the side of the Glock. The whine was replaced by a piercing scream. The hostage was frantically crawling away on her hands and knees. She gripped Dash's knife in her hands. Dash lay on his side, eyes wide, mouth gaping open. He was still alive. Will's aim had been off by 3 inches. The bullet had ripped open Dash's scalp above his ear. The blood flowed like water into the ground. Blood and soil. Will stared down at the man between the sights of his Glock. The metal notches framed the crisp white of Dash's skull, the broken blood vessels and yellow fat and black follicles of hair. Dash reached up to the wound. His fingers probed the deep gash. He touched the smooth bone. The glassy look left his eyes. He rolled onto his back, clutching his head.
Fuck!
Dash screamed.
Fuck!
Amanda took the Glock off his belt, cuffed together his wrists. Her jacket was off. She was down on her knees, wrapping it around Dash's head. Will should help her. People were suffering all around him. The grounds had turned into a graveyard. But Will could not move. His body was made of granite. The women at the camp, the children, Dobie. Sarah? Will's gun was still pointing at Dash's head. His finger had stayed on the trigger. His elbows were slightly bent to absorb the recoil. His feet were still in a shooting stance, because his body wanted to shoot this man and get it right this time.
Wilbur?
Amanda called up to him. Will sniffed. The taste of Dobie's blood came into his mouth, stuck between his teeth, settled into his lungs. He felt every single muscle between his brain and his finger working against each other as he tried to think of one reason not to murder Dash in cold blood. Sarah's okay, Amanda told him. Faith talked to her on the phone. Sarah's all right. Sarah? Will, Amanda repeated. Breathe. An image teased at Will's rage, like water lapping against the side of a boat. It wasn't here anymore. The Capitol, the grass, the trees were gone. He was standing in Sarah's apartment. She was about to kiss him for the first time. This was bad. Will should have kissed her first a long time ago, but he wasn't sure that she wanted him to kiss her, and he didn't know where to put his hands, and he was so anxious and so scared and so fucking hard that just thinking about how soft her mouth would feel had sent a jolt into every fiber of his being. Sarah had put her mouth close to his ear and whispered, "Breathe." Wilbur? Amanda snapped her fingers. The sound was like a light switching on. The Capitol, the grass, the trees, the monuments. Will's mouth opened. Air filled his lungs. His finger moved off the trigger. He returned the gun to his holster. He nodded to Amanda. She nodded back at him. Will's senses continued to fill in the world around him. Rescue teams were everywhere. Fire trucks wailed. Sirens roared. First responders, Atlanta police, sheriff's deputies, highway patrol. Every law enforcement officer in the vicinity had heard the gunfire and started running toward the sound. The good guys. Amanda told Will, "We had a 3-minute warning thanks to Faith and Sarah. We got some people out or sheltered in place. The chambers were empty, but I'm not sure how many." Her voice trailed off, but she didn't need to finish the sentence. There was no way to count the dead. There were scores of them around the lawn. More were inside of the building. Even the wounded looked like they were floating back and forth across the line between life and death. "Miss?" Dash's voice trembled up an octave. "Miss, I need help. The bullet that struck me..." "It's a flesh wound." Amanda stared down at him. "You'll live. At least long enough to be sentenced by a judge." "Please, miss. You don't understand." Dash's teeth were chattering. Tears edged into the corners of his eyes. "Please, call the CDC. I don't want to die the same way they did." Epilogue. 4 days later. Sunday, August 11th, 10:17 a.m. Sarah was pulled awake by the sound of a dog lapping water from the kitchen bowl. She squinted at her watch, but found only her bare wrist. She turned to see if Will was in bed, but there was no Will. As usual, he had risen at the crack of dawn. Sarah had listened to him stirring a packet of hot chocolate into a mug, talking to the dogs, doing his stretches, checking his email, because Will's bedroom door opened up next to the kitchen, and Sarah could never sleep late when she stayed here. She pulled Will's pillow to her face. She could still smell him on the sheets. After wasting countless hours in her cabin prison, cataloging the ways she was going to screw him, Sarah had been unable to do anything for the last 3 nights but cry in his arms. Will seemed content to just hold her. She knew that Dobie's death still weighed on him. The fact that he was even talking to Sarah about it was evidence of his turmoil. He was plagued by ifs. If Will had shot Dash before the van doors had opened. If he'd shot Dash outside, instead of trying to get the people out of the way. If Will's 2 shots hadn't missed when he'd first seen Dash on the Capitol lawn. If he'd managed to get Dobie to drop the rifle before the sniper's bullet had ended his short, hate-filled life. Though Sarah agreed with the choices Will had made, she hadn't tried to rationalize his actions or smooth away the blame. She knew that Will had to get there on his own. Sarah was familiar with all the different ways your best, most educated decision could result in the worst outcome. Sarah had always carried around inside of her the memory of every patient she had ever lost. Now Benjamin, Grace, Joy, Adriel, all of those little pieces of white confetti, had joined the unforgotten souls that lived inside her heart. She looked at the clock by the bed. 10:21 a.m. They were supposed to meet her family for lunch in 2 hours. Sarah had sequestered herself at Will's for too long. She had wanted to hide from the minute-by-minute deluge of information that her father continuously watched on the news. Eddie was obsessed with learning more about Dash, about Gwen and Martin Novak, about the surviving brothers, who were still spreading their message of racist, misogynist hate to any reporter who would hold up a microphone to their ugly mouths. 46 dead at the Capitol, 93 wounded. All of the survivors had been infected with botulism by the coated bullets. All of them had been infused with H-bat. Even Dash. Fortunately, there had been no infections from the air chef meals. The aluminum food containers were being loaded onto the conveyor belts when the FBI had raided the facility. Testing had shown that botulism coated the bottoms of each tray. Had the food been processed and loaded onto planes, every passenger who ate a meal on any of the thousands of flights out of Hartsfield would have been infected with the toxin. The assumption was that Michelle Spivey had been taken to the airport that day so that Dash could blow up the country's main strategic stockpile of H-bat. Without the antitoxin, there would have been countless deaths. Botulism could be a slow-moving, unpredictable toxin. As Dash had said, even the historians would not be able to arrive at a final tally. Sarah could only imagine how furious Dash had been when Michelle had collapsed just yards away from completing the mission. Or maybe he hadn't been furious. Maybe by the time they had driven Michelle to Emory Hospital, Dash had persuaded himself that the H-bat didn't matter. He had 2 bombs ready to go. He had a hospital deck with staff and visitors streaming in and out. Brothers, let's go with Plan B. Sarah's main question had been about how Dash had obtained a vial of H-bat in the first place. Gwen had recognized the antitoxin, which meant that Dash had known about it, which meant that they were probably keeping an emergency supply in case they got infected. The substance was highly controlled, only available to civilians through Homeland Security or the CDC. Bo Ragnarsson had finally provided the answer. The H-bat had come from his personal cache. Under Saddam Hussein, the Iraqi military had produced 19,000 liters of botulinum toxin. 10,000 liters of the toxin had gone into aerial bombs, artillery shells, and warheads. They had tested the neurotoxin's effectiveness on Iranian prisoners of war. H-bat had been standard issue in U.S. military pushpacks ever since. Bo Ragnarsson had smuggled one home from Afghanistan as a souvenir. In addition to the antitoxin, he had treatments for everything from chlorine poisoning to anthrax. Though Bo denied having any involvement with the IPA, the fact that he had handed over the antitoxin was enough circumstantial evidence to tie him to multiple counts of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit 2 acts of domestic terrorism. Amanda believed it was only a matter of time before he started telling the truth. Will believed that Bo's nihilism would kick in, and he'd ride out the death penalty. Sarah rolled onto her back. She stared up at the ceiling. The faces of the sick children from the bunkhouse swarmed into her vision. Benjamin, Adriel, Martha, Jenny, Sally. The infected eyes, the running noses, the hacking coughs. They would have likely all survived the measles outbreak, albeit with lasting scars. Sarah wondered when Gwen had decided that it wasn't worth trying to save them. As with Tommy, the woman wouldn't want to waste supplies on lost causes. The suitcase in her car was filled with medications she'd taken from the bunkhouse. There were more white dresses in the trunk, along with a list of hotels between North Georgia and Arizona, where Gwen had apparently been planning to meet Dash once the message had been delivered. New camp, new brothers and sisters, new children. If Gwen had let herself think about it, she would have known that Dash was finished with her. The constant childbearing, the lack of medical care and nutritional support, the relentless demands of either breastfeeding or carrying a new baby for so many years had depleted her body of the ability to give Dash more children. Sister, let's go with Plan B. Sarah would not revel in Gwen's death, but neither could she mourn it. Finally, after a lifetime of abuse at the hands of Martin Novak and then Dash, after turning that abuse around on her own children, on the entire camp, Gwen had run out of ways to supply the men in her life. Esther, Charity, Edna, Grace, Hannah, Joy, Adriel. All of the children at the camp had been autopsied. All of them had shown signs of sexual and physical abuse. Sarah covered her eyes with her hands. She was plagued by her own ifs. If she had realized sooner that the children were being abused, if she had connected the droopy eyelids, the paralysis, the slurred speech, if she had confronted Gwen, if she had stopped Dash, if she had managed to break into the greenhouse and destroy the botulism before anyone else could be infected. If. Sarah had known about botulism since childhood, but only in an abstruse way. Kathy canned vegetables every summer. Tessa and Sarah had been more interested in arguing over who got to read the thermometer than asking why the temperature mattered. In medical school, Sarah had been aware that hypotonia, colloquially called floppy baby syndrome, could be a sign of infant botulism, but the symptoms, lethargy, difficulty feeding, an altered cry, a descending flaccid paralysis, were difficult to translate onto adults. The only other time Sarah could recall learning about the neurotoxin was when she'd read a paper in the Journal of American Medical Examiners. A prison inmate had died with no obvious cause. Guards had found a bag of pruno under his bunk. The prison wine had been fermented by combining a potato, a handful of hard candy, and a sock with a piece of bread inside. The sealed bag and the low temperature had created botulism. Will's dog barked in the kitchen. The sound echoed down the 2 feet of hallway to the bedroom. Sarah could hear Betty tapping her head against the flap in the dog door. This was normal morning behavior. The Chihuahua used the door to come into the house, but she refused to use it to go out. She would headbutt the flap until Will or Sarah got up and opened the door. Betty barked again. Sarah closed her eyes. Tiny pieces of white confetti floated across her eyelids. She got out of bed. She opened the door for Betty. The kitchen TV was on, but muted. Gwen and Martin Novak were being profiled again. Sarah was glad that the sound was off, so that she didn't have to hear Novak speaking by phone from his government safe house. The bank robber was taking full advantage of his First Amendment rights, granted to him by the legal system he claimed was irreparably corrupt. On the television, the trip to Mexico was being documented with maps and photographs. MSNBC had located Inspector Jefe Norge Garcia, who was more than happy to discuss the racist American pedophiles he had kicked out of his country. The image changed before Sarah could look away. Her hand went to her throat. Dash. The banner below had his real name. Douglas Alejandro Shin. Sarah turned off the television. She already knew that story. All of Faith's guesses had been wrong. Dash's nickname was derived from his initials. The Douglas had come from his father. The Alejandro was courtesy of his mother. Shin was from the medieval English for Skinner. Dash's formal way of speaking and his amateur understanding of United States history finally had an explanation. His father had been in his early 60s, working for an American oil company in Argentina's Neuquén Basin, when he'd met Dash's 30-year-old mother. They were married in 1972. Dash had been born a year later. The family had lived in Latin America for 12 years before moving to Texas, where Dash had lived an unremarkable upper-middle-class life, all of which made his hatred of immigrants and minorities even more nonsensical. He embodied almost everything he claimed was wrong with America. It's not you, brother. It's everybody else. At the age of 17, Douglas Alejandro Shin had been arrested in Uruguay for molesting a 9-year-old girl. At 23, he had been accused by Colombian police of raping a 12-year-old girl. There were more charges filed in other countries, but most of them had been dropped. Dash's money and his fluency in Spanish and English had worked to his benefit. He'd used his Argentine and U.S. passport interchangeably, avoiding any possibility that his fingerprints or DNA would ever flag him for a crime committed in the United States. Was Dash's pedophilia the source of his rage? Sarah had nothing but disgust for anyone who raped a child, but she wanted to understand why Dash, the product of a wealthy American father and a successful immigrant, had become filled with so much hate. Will's theory pointed to Martin Novak. Dash had been a teenager when his father had died. Novak would have filled those shoes, enticing Dash into the fold by offering up his own 11-year-old daughter. One of the most depressing parts of this whole tragedy was that in the end, Dash had gotten exactly what he craved: attention. The video of his speech outside the Capitol had over 10 million views on YouTube. His manifesto had been found at the camp and was already available online. Dash's screeds expounded on the highlights he had hammered Sarah with during her captivity. Capitalism had ruined America. Access to birth control and abortion gave women too much power. White men were being marginalized. Minorities were taking over the country, changing our Judeo-Christian values. The only way to save the world was to destroy it. Worse, if not wholly unexpected, all of the news outlets were bending over backward to show the other side, as if racism was something to be tolerated and understood, rather than condemned and rejected. Martin Novak's scratchy voice could be heard over the phone line as he railed against mixing the races. Avowed Nazis in suits and ties were appearing alongside Holocaust scholars and hate crimes experts, as if they shared equal legitimacy. Apparently, their heated arguments were great for ratings and retweets. There were memes and Instagram stories and YouTube videos where everyone was shouting, and no one was remembering that they were all Americans. To Sarah's thinking, the platforms were doing what they excelled at: commodifying hate. Betty darted through the flap in the dog door. Her toenails scraped the hardwood as she made the sharp turn into the bedroom, then scooted back out to look for Sarah's greyhounds in the living room. The walls were so thin that Sarah could hear their collars jingle as Betty settled in between them. Sarah sat down at the table. She practiced some deep breathing, ridding her body of the earthquake that took hold every time she let herself think about Dash for too long. She opened her laptop. There were too many work emails to count. Sarah scrolled down to one from Faith's Gmail account. She smiled as she watched a video of Emma giving a 3-minute explanation on the difference between mozzarella and Swiss cheese. Sarah found her glasses so that she could read the body of the email message. Faith had pasted a few lines from Michelle Spivey's autopsy report. Muscle tissue positive for botulinum toxin. Concentrated levels of HBAT around needle tracks between toes of left and right feet, as indicated. Sarah took off her glasses. She let the information settle. Michelle must have been microdosing the antitoxin. That was why the metal seal on the vial of HBAT had been open. She had probably known from the beginning that Dash would poison her. Or maybe she had injected herself with botulism just to get it over with. The woman had a wife and child at home who were under constant threat from the IPA. In the beginning, Michelle must have thought that she could hold off. And then Dash had sent in Carter to work on her. The cigarette burns and open wounds on her body had told the story. Michelle had held out for 29 days before she had finally given Dash what he wanted. Another reason Sarah could not watch the news. The reporters were obsessed with the question of Michelle's culpability. She had created the toxin. She had armed Dash with a biological weapon. Sarah had felt ill watching pundits and commentators and the average American on the street claim that in Michelle's circumstances, they would have been stronger. Stronger. So many people thought they were invincible. Until they were raped.
Babe?
Will's keys clinked against the bowl by the front door. He was smiling when he walked into the kitchen. He kissed the top of her head.
Sorry. I had to go to the bank to get some cash for lunch. I didn't want to wake you.
She brushed her palm along his smooth face. Betty woke me. Again. He studiously avoided the topic, taking out peanut butter and jelly to make a sandwich, because he couldn't last another hour and a half until lunch. Sarah watched the ropey muscles work along his shoulders. His shirt was stuck to his skin. The heat index had already reached 100, but God strike them all dead if the thermostat for the air conditioner went above the 78-degree mark. She watched his fingers work the tie off the bread. She thought about holding his hand under the door of the cabin. His left, her right. Their fingers intertwined, his thumb stroking her skin. Sarah's eyes closed as she reveled in the thought of kissing him, holding him, being with him eventually, maybe, possibly for the rest of her life. Another one of Kathy's edicts from Bella's kitchen came back to haunt her. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Sarah asked. "Will?" He grunted as he took a knife out of the drawer. She asked, "Why do you pay for everything with cash?"
"Habit, I guess."
He wiped the knife on a wet paper towel. The dishwasher was older than both of them.
"I tried to get a credit card in college, but one of my foster parents stole my social security number and wrecked my credit. I could probably get one now, but the last time I checked, I don't even have a credit score."
Sarah was both horrified and confused. "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" He shrugged, a tacit acknowledgement that he didn't tell her a lot of things. She asked, "How did you get a mortgage?"
"I didn't."
He slathered peanut butter onto a slice of bread.
"I bought the house for cash at a tax auction. I fixed it up when I had the money, but the land is worth way more than the house. Same thing with my car. It was burned out in a vacant lot. I paid some homeless guys to help me carry the frame down the street. It wasn't as heavy as you'd think."
"That's—" Sarah couldn't articulate a proper response. She had always thought of Will as frugal rather than cheap, but she had never put herself in his financial shoes before. Every hardship in Sarah's life had sent her running to the safety of her family. Will had always been completely on his own, even when his noxious wife was around. He could never go home, because the home had told him to leave. The chair that she was sitting in, the table, this room, this house, that was all that Will had. And Sarah.
"It's no big deal."
He leaned down to make sure that the entire surface area of the bread was evenly covered before he moved to the next slice with the jelly.
"I like my car."
She said, "There's a new jar of jelly in the fridge."
"This is plenty."
Will used the knife to scrape out the .0001 ounces of jelly left in the very bottom of the jar. The clanging was like a Salvation Army bell. She said, "Babe?" Will grunted. He shook the jar over the bread. A drop fell out. He ate the sandwich in 2 bites. The bread and peanut butter went back into the cabinet. The jelly was returned to the fridge, because there was still enough to cover 1/10 of a piece of bread. She asked, "Do you like working for the GBI?" He nodded, wiping down the counter with a wet paper towel. Sarah waited for him to expound, or to at least ask her why she'd asked the question, but then she remembered that he was Will. She asked, "Why do you like your job?" He hung the paper towel over the kitchen faucet to dry. He turned around. Sarah could tell he wanted to say something, but that was hardly an indication that he would. He finally shrugged.
"I like to hunt."
"The hunt?"
"Chasing down the bad guys. Outsmarting them. I know I do stupid things and take risks."
He was watching her carefully, trying to read her reaction.
"I'm sorry."
"Why are you sorry?" Another shrug. "Did you think I hadn't noticed how competitive you are? You won't even let the jelly win." The serious look on his face was the only thing that kept her from laughing. "Will, this isn't shocking news. I know you get enormous satisfaction from your job. The fact that you're so good at it is one of the many things that I love about you." He rested his hand on the counter. He was confused. He never understood when she didn't yell at him about the things that he thought she should yell about. She asked, "How much money do you have?" His wallet was in his hand.
"How much do you need?"
"No, I mean,
How much money do you have in total? He closed his wallet. Sarah tapped awake her laptop. She opened a file. She pointed to the number at the bottom of a spreadsheet. This is my net worth. His face turned pale. She asked, Does it bother you?
He looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor.
It's not shocking news.
But does it make you feel?
Sarah hated that Dash was back in her brain again.
Less?
Less?
He reached down and typed some numbers on the keyboard.
That's about what I have. Minus the house. It's less.
Sarah could see that.
Does it bother you?
Will rubbed his jaw the way he always did when he was anxious.
Because being an agent, making an agent's salary, that's probably not going to change. Like, I don't want Amanda's job. I don't want to be stuck behind a desk.
You would be miserable behind a desk, Sarah told him. Baby, I'm really lucky that the job I love to do pays well. But a paycheck doesn't define success. Being fulfilled by your work, finding meaning in what you do, is my definition of success.
Okay. Good.
He nodded as if that settled it.
I should take a shower before...
Wait.
Sarah felt a weird flitter in her heart. She pushed the words out of her mouth before she could stop herself.
I want us to talk to a real estate appraiser to find out how much your house is worth.
He stared at her, speechless. Sarah felt speechless too. This wasn't how she had planned to have this conversation, but apparently they were having this conversation.
Whatever number comes back, I'm going to spend the same amount of money remodeling your house.
Still no reaction.
She said, I can't sleep late when you're banging around the kitchen.
What?
Now he was irritated.
I can keep it down. There's no need to...
I want a second floor, Sarah told him. I want a big soaking tub, one that can hold more than 2 inches of water. And I need my own closet. And I'm not going to share a bathroom with you, so you can take the guest bathroom.
Guest bathroom?
He laughed.
How big is this mansion?
I'm going to hire a contractor to do the work.
He looked appalled.
Is this a joke?
You can do the trim work. That's it. I'm paying other people to do the rest.
Will huffed out an incredulous laugh.
You're fucking with me, right?
There's one last thing, and I need you to hear me on this.
Sarah waited for his attention.
If we're going to live together, I have to control the thermostat.
Will started to protest, but then he seemed to realize what she had said. If we're going to live together. His mouth was already hanging open. He closed it. Betty walked into the kitchen. She lay down in front of the refrigerator. Will watched the dog roll onto her back, as if it required his complete and total attention. This wasn't his usual kind of silence. Something was wrong. Sarah was wrong. Embarrassment rushed heat into her face. She had hit him with way too much. He hated being pushed. They had just been to hell and back. She had told him she was going to destroy his little house with all of her mansion money. They had both been happy with their current arrangement. Why was she always trying to fix things that weren't broken?
Will?
Sarah tried to find the right apology.
We don't have to.
Okay.
He finally agreed.
But we'll have to get married in a church. I want your mother to be happy.
The end.